Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, beautiful people. Let me find my music here. Hang on just a second. Let's see if I can get the key right. I love it when I guess this and get it right. So this is what we call relative perfect pitch. There's my first guess. Let me go ahead and get to boom, boom, boom. Okay, let's see. Let's see how accurate I am. How'd I do? Yep. Time for a squirrel dance party. I hope you guys had an amazing day. I love that StreamYard has like been continuing to update this. So fun. Oh, Super Planner Girl, I just saw, she said she doesn't know the story behind DSN's name. I can share that story unless DSN wants to. Yeah, I don't know how she missed the backstory. That's crazy. Yeah, actually, this will be a fun test. Let's see. She says no. This would be a fun test. Like, can I tell other people's stories correctly? That's like a whole thing, right? How well can you remember other people's stories? Okay. I'll do it. All right, let me turn the music down a little bit. I gotta concentrate. This funky drum beat is it's definitely a whole vibe. I love it so much. Okay, all right. It's honestly, it's right now. So sometimes for me, music is like, it's not background. And right now that's how I feel with night driving. And that's a good thing because it's like really amazing. But like, I have to get the story right because DSN deserves it. So let's do this thing. Let's do this. All right. So DSN. So here's the story behind DSN, AKA Daddy Shortnuts' name. So DSN has a son who I believe was in kindergarten. And it was show and tell or the like. And he got to bring in a toy. So he brought in a toy that belonged to his dad, DSN. Let's just call DSN's son DSN Jr., just so that way we can know who's who. So we got DSN, we got DSN Jr. So DSN Jr. brings in a toy that belonged to DSN. I believe it was like an original G.I. Joe from the 80s or something. But either way, it's in the picture. That is the picture. The picture is the G.I. Joe not in question, verified here in the story. And so he brings in this G.I. Joe, and funny, look at how realistic the clothing looks too, like on the sleeves. Anyway, brings them in, and then I think it was the teacher or one of the other classmates asked what his name was, and my impression was that it was sort of like completely unexpected, out of the blue, random, like unprompted. DSN Jr. says his name is Daddy Shortnuts, and I don't know that he spells it with a Z because he probably can't write it out, but that was, there we go. Yeah. Okay. I was kind of close. I don't know that you were that specific in the original story. Fisher Price action pack. Okay, cool. I've actually I don't really know anything about G.I. Joes, so that was just a guess. But yeah, did I get kindergarten correct? Thank you. I'm glad I got so yeah, I'm happy. Thank you for letting me tell that story. That was fun. Put the music back on. I had to really concentrate for that. So Yeah, so today we had no day in court for Karen, obviously. Courthouse Karen, one could call her. I just thought of that. But we did have Chad. I was not able to be the Chad at STS, but I heard some of that testimony on 2 times speed. This is going to be my life now, like, and it's just going to get kind of crazier. How to like fit in time for everything. It's like I always really enjoyed listening to things at normal speed, or depending on if it was excruciatingly slow, maybe 1.25 or 1.5 speed. But like we're gonna have to bump that up. You guys will soon learn probably more about why that is. But I was on 2 times speed listening to some of Emma's testimony today. What I didn't get to check back in on is if anyone else took the stand after Emma. So I don't know if she was on the stand the whole day, but seems pretty much like, her dad has her. I'm just dancing over here. Her dad has got her, believing in his stuff, his bullshit, whatever. So was there a second Chad offspring that took the stand? Yeah. Chad drones. Gross. Also, Nightbot has a new command because he can always learn new tricks. I love Nightbot so much. Let's see how this new command looks. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know what y'all's thoughts are. I hope Black Widow's coming because, she's so crucial. I mean, well, everybody's crucial. Like, I was thinking about how, as I was typing in this command, I was thinking to myself how much I loved how she said last time, it's like the family dinner table. And I just love that. I think that's beautiful. Oh, Garth. Okay. Emma Tron. That's fucking funny. Yeah. Wow. So I didn't see any of Garth. I'm curious because I can't picture what he would look like. Does he look like Chad? Ew. So here's the new command from Nightbot. Thank you, Nightbot. Welcome to the Squirrel Crew. I could make a whole song. I just thought of that. Anyway, let's spread the love of squirrels and law by remembering to treat each other with kindness. Thank you for being here and enjoy the squirrel party. Of course, the squirrel party is really in reference to squirrel dance party, which is really in reference to night driving. So, I kind of have always operated like here's how I operate. Like, I don't have children, like human children. Like Emma Tron. It's just Emma. I don't have human children. I have, other children, like I have my students, I have like my niece and nephew, I have my dog, I have my plants, but oh yeah, that's right. So in my mind, DSN, I actually was thinking maybe this happened over Zoom, but I couldn't remember that officially, so I didn't say that. But as I was telling it, I was like, why do I feel like it also happened over Zoom? I should have said it because then I would have gotten even more points. So yeah, so like I don't have human children of my own or what have you, but how was I even talking about children? Oh yes, I know why. But my philosophy. So but I have these other children's, right? And when it comes to especially like my violin studio, especially when all my students were in person back in the day, like I found that I think that there's some things that apply to parenting I would guess that also apply to, or can apply if you so choose, if it's how you operate, right, to this, which is sort of like, I started out, and I've thought about this before, and I think it's related to having a YouTube channel. So let me explain. So like I started out with my studio in Boone back when it was all in person, and there were no rules, right? And like, which is great. Like I'm not a rule setter. I guess I'm more of a rule breaker, but not in the way that people usually are. I just have my own, I guess a lot of rules are really more like fitting into certain boxes, and I just don't support that type of thing. But that's not necessarily like breaking rules. Like, for example, like growing up, my mom, if she was here, would back this up. So would my brother. I had no curfew. I've never been grounded. I never broke a rule. I didn't have okay, this actually makes sense when you think about it. The way I was raised, I didn't have rules because I made my own rules. Like my parents didn't set rules for me because I was like born, like they would joke about it. Like I was born an adult. Like as a little kid, I was like responsible and like kept track of my schedule and like, I don't know, just born like an adult basically. And so I never needed rules. Like I would have set my own rules and did set my own rules that would have been probably stricter than my parents would have. And like, you know, I didn't need like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's just, I already knew what was the right thing to do. Well, that's not the right way to put it. I didn't need rules because I never had like the instinct or the idea to like do things that would be breaking a rule. So it was just like, I just lived my life. But my brother, on the other hand, probably don't need to say this to you guys. You probably can figure it out considering he's a storm chaser, right? He chases tornadoes. Yeah, he had lots of rules and broke them all. So, so very different situations, right? And so I started my violin studio and I had the same principle of like, you know, there weren't any rules. It didn't even occur to me that one would have rules. And that lasted for a while. And then what happened was as I got more and more students, and it was all just word of mouth, you know, I didn't do any advertising, you know, like, or whatever. It was just people all spread the word. And it kind of grew really fast or whatever. And then like, as there were more people, you ended up having, I guess the odds increase that someone's going to need rules, right? If that makes sense. So people showed me what rules they needed, like, and then I made them. So I didn't just like have rules. It was like, there were no rules. And then what would happen is people would, you know, frequently want to reschedule lessons, or they would, you know, just whatever the case was. There were just like little things here and there where it was like, I was seeing that people needed rules, and not in a bad way, not like made to punish or whatever, but just in terms of like, here's how we should behave in this situation. I mean, that sounds bad, doesn't it? That's not, I don't mean it in a bad way. It was to help them, right? Because it was things like people would just like forget their checkbook, or like some parents didn't keep track of the day of the week very well, you know, and just got the day confused and missed a lesson or whatever, stuff like that. And so, so I implemented things that would just help everybody, right? And so, I guess I kind of think of it the same way as having like a YouTube channel. Like essentially, I am not, you know, as y'all know, I don't have any rules. It's not even, I don't have any rules. It's just be nice. I mean, but that to me is not a rule. That's just how people should be. But like, you know, like, as y'all know, I don't care, like embrace cursing, all caps, emojis, whatever. Right. But just being kind. And if things change and people come along and they show me, you know, and people show me that they could benefit by having some more guidelines, let's say, maybe not rules, but guidelines. DSN chiming in saying, I started using the cattle prod. There you go. That's one way to take care of it, right? Yeah. That'll do it. Do you guys remember the movie Babe with the peg? And he goes, the very last line, he goes, that'll do, peg. So yeah, so let's see, guidelines, not rules, but I just wanted to say that, like, you know, we've got a great thing going here. And I wanted to also mention that, like, everybody was new to this channel and other channels at some point, right? Including SDS. Like, we've all been new to a channel. And like, so I want to make sure that for my own sake, for my own edification, I don't, that I stick to what my philosophy is, which is assuming that everybody's good and trusting people. That's my philosophy in life, you know, embracing everybody and assuming that everybody's good, and I can, and you know, and then if somebody shows me that they could benefit by a guideline, I'm not saying that means that they're bad or anything, just by a guideline, by a little more, you know, like I've never had to say, hey, please don't bully, or hey, please don't spread in misinformation, because like no one does it anyway, right? No one would. And that's the point. No one would. And so, you know, I just hope that, like, I don't know, I just wanted to mention that. But regardless, all that to say that, you know, I have a very strong sense of like loyalty to people and like protecting people and so anyway, I just wanted people to know they don't have to worry about anything. That's all. I've got it under, and actually with Nightbot, because he's my trusty right hand assistant slash husband along with my wife. I love you guys. I love you guys very much. Yeah, you might be Super Planner Girl, actually. You might be. Look at Nightbot, how cute. I love you, Nightbot. Cute. So cute. Okay, so and we have to remember too that like I can't even tell you guys how many times I just paused the music in case anyone's like, what happened? I can't even tell you guys how many times like this whole thing started with this Dep v. Heard because of the EDB challenge thing, and it was never planned. And like back then, Dep v. Heard draws in a lot of people. That's not, of course, that's not why. It was only because someone was like, hey, this is impossible. And I was like, that means I want to do it. Right. So, but there were a lot of people watching those videos and stuff. And my live streams were a disaster, but like there were tons of people there just because they wanted to talk about the same stuff, like with Dep v. Heard. I mean, it just, is. And so, but there's still people who will leave a comment on like one of these videos, for example, and they may not be in the live chat, but they might leave a comment or they might message me on Discord or whatever and let me know like that they've been watching since back then, but they've just never commented and they've never been in the live chat, but they've seen every video and like, and so you just never know. And fuck, it took me forever to even figure out what a live chat was. I was just talking about this yesterday, like how, I was listening to STS, every episode for months and months and months and wondering, what are these things on the screen? What is Joel talking about? Who are these people? Like, I remember like hearing, certain people's name, like, what is he talking about? I had no fucking idea. It took me months before I ever figured out that there was a live chat and jumped in there. And I was thinking about this. I jumped in there because I think it was a day where they were talking about Murdoch and everybody had a question, like there was a question no one knew the answer to. It was like a factual thing, like a date or something like that. Like, hey, does anyone, and you know how Joel will do that. He's like, hey, does anyone remember such and such thing? And like, no one on the panel knew it. And I was like, I know it. And then I was like, fine, I guess I'll figure out how to do this live chat thing. So I popped in just to answer this question, basically. But anyway, but that was how I ended up being new to the chat, right? But like I'd been listening for months and months and months. So anyway, I think it's good to make sure we embrace people and whatever. But you guys know all that. So what tomorrow is going to be a big day. Holy shit. Because we're going to have cross of Jen McCabe. I feel like these walls that we're looking at here in this picture are going to be stained with blood after. And I'm trying to remember because I feel like whoever it is that's going to cross, like, I feel like they at the end of her direct, I feel like they addressed, like, let me say this properly. I feel like the court, as in the judge, addressed whichever attorney it was. And I'm sure actually this is knowable. If I were to go back and listen to whoever's doing the objections, then that's how one would know. But what my point was, I can't remember who it was that was objecting. I can't remember if it was Yannetti or Jackson, but that's who will be doing her cross. And does anybody know? Does anyone remember? Yeah, same. I'm glad that you're also in this because I'm not going to be able to catch any of that live. You guys will learn. I think I'll have some big news tomorrow. And you guys will know that's why I couldn't catch any of it live. I don't think I'll catch any of it live actually, but I'll be on replay. But great way of saying it there. It'll be an entertaining, if not informative. Absolutely. Yeah. I am hoping to be able to do a recap tomorrow night because I have the next one already partially done. So I still might be able to do a recap. And again, it'll be recapping as we're going in chronological order, right? So I think the recap that would be happening tomorrow, it would be Matt McCabe, I believe, is where it would be leaving off. So in other words, Thursday and Friday would be like the days. So in other words, if you don't see tomorrow, like, which I don't think I'll be able to. You know, you're not going to be out of the loop or anything like that. So that's part of what's good too, because we're a couple days behind or whatever. So, um, but yeah, does anyone remember who was making the objections? I mean, I only covered it live while she was on direct. How the hell do I not remember? I'm trying to think. God, that was such a roller coaster ride of a day that I just don't even remember who it was. It was pretty crazy. DSN doesn't remember either. Wow. Also, DSN, I saw you put the 911 call in the Discord. Do you remember? I can't remember to the beginning of the trial because it feels like a century ago. Do you remember if they played that? I feel like they did on like the first day, but does anyone remember? Also, DSN, did you see on the last recap? I think it was after you probably fell asleep. Did you see the Yannetti lounge lizard part? Because I gave you a shout out. Like I was like talking basically specifically to you because I know you love the lounge lizard as much as I do. But hopefully you caught that part because I was like, oh my God, I've been forgetting to say like Yannetti's a lounge lizard. No wonder. I mean, no wonder like him and Creighton are my faves. Like I like Yannetti, between Yannetti sounding like Larry David and then being a lounge lizard, he's like gonna be tied with Creighton in my heart. So okay, good. As long as you saw it on replay. That's because you know the lounge lizard is what matters really when it comes down to it, right? That's why we're all here. He's got his own style. I love it. I love the Creighton lounge lizard and the Yannetti lounge lizard are so different. And I love it so much. It's like they have their own, you can tell their personalities from the way they lounge lizard on the things they lounge on. Yeah. I mean, he really, dude, I think he's got a really good sense of humor. Like I pick up on these little things here and there. I'm like, I think I would be friends with him in real life. You know, like there's a lot of sarcasm. I love it. I dig it. I dig it. And he's quick-witted. And Jackson's great too. Their styles are very different, but yeah, they're also very similar. It's interesting. And I think that actually the difference in the accents is probably a good thing too, because think about Lally. Well, don't, because why would you torture yourself, right? But if you think about Lally and how like well, first of all, it's just one person, but it's also Lally. And the voice just goes on and on and on, and it's like monotone. It's like you just start to tune it out, or you try to, you know? It's like, it's like, I don't even know, construction noise. No, that's more exciting. I would rather listen to construction noise. I'm trying to think of an accurate. I don't even know. Let me know if you guys have any ideas of what it is, but it's like, ugh. Anyway, but the difference in accents also just helps because it's like it gives it a different tone because they both speak rather quickly and they both have pauses in the same places. And I do like also they've aligned. We're going to see some of these strategies. I'm going to point them out. There's some strategies that you can tell they've actually probably discussed, I would imagine, right? Because the lines of questioning, they have this thing that they do, and I think it's really clever that they do with every witness, and especially when they're talking about the people who were there involved with like the truck that picked up Julie Nagel and stuff. But there's like these specific questions, and they ask every witness these same sets of questions in the same way. And I think that's just brilliant. And we're going to talk about why when we get there. But also like in other words, there's a lot of continuity, and it's not disjointed, but yet their accents, like they can operate from the same, using a lot of the same strategies and even a lot of the same pacing, right? And even a lot of the same energy, but just the change in the accent, I think alone is enough to where you still are really engaged, right? Like when I'm referring to the jury, right? Because that's what matters. Oh yeah, I'm sure, right? I would love to hear Yannetti tell the DSN story. Thank you, Super Planner Girl. And I appreciate that you said according to online resources. Thank you for that disclaimer. Boy, what a case, right? Because usually you wouldn't need to. I really appreciate that you said that. I think it's this is good too, right? Because it's like this case I feel like has taught us to really make sure really think about where we're getting information and really appreciate information from the source, right? But yeah, this comment right here is like exactly, I love that. That's everything. Um, but yeah, I would love to hear Yannetti retell the DSN story. Oh my God, that's exactly right. That's what it is. That's what it is. You're so right. You're so right. Wow. Do you guys think he's married? And if so, what do you think he does when he comes home at the end of the day? I'm really curious. Like, let's try to picture Lolly. What? Okay, first of all, we can't get there without the first. I skipped a big part of this. What kind of car do you guys think he drives? If you had to guess, what kind of car does Lolly drive? The Lolly car, the Lolly mobile. Oh my God, that's what it is. It's definitely the Lolly mobile. Wow. You could almost be like having one of those like like a Oscar Mayer Wiener mobile type thing, or like I said that because of Lolly mobile. Don't let that cloud your judgment if you were already on train of thought of like a regular car. Don't let that obscure your thought process, my friends. Yeah. What's ADA? What's ADA? I'm wondering, is this actually, I like when I'm reading this, I'm like, that sounds like that could actually be like that stocky, like we know that, or if that's like ADA. What's ADA? Oh my God, Honda Fit. Yeah, I could see that. Corolla, I could see that. Honda Fit. Yeah, I think you're on something. Something. Oh, thank you. Of course, duh, of course. But was that your wager? Or is that your guess, or do you actually know that? Because I know you've like looked into this case a lot. I mean, I believe it. Tiny car. That's what I'm thinking. Yes, tiny car for sure. Or what about like what are those, a mini, or what's it called? Like a smart car? You know what I mean? Like the ones that you don't see them very often. They're like, that's, I don't know, that might be a little bit much, but still. Like a little tiny car. Yeah. What was the one that was like one of the first electric cars? And like, I don't even know that it's still around anymore, but like, I think because what happened was like the battery only lasted for like 30 minutes. Do you guys remember what I'm talking about? It was not a Honda. It was like God, who made it? Chevy? Bolt, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. Again, I don't know that it's still even made anymore, but it was like they were like, yeah, it's perfect if you're just commuting because it's like it's not going to make it for more than like 30-minute drive or something. I could see that being the case too. I hope that's not. I hope that's not true. I mean, assistant DAs should be paid well, but Lolly should not be assistant DA. So, um, you know. Wait, so wait, hold on. Let me just back up. Is Lolly the assistant DA? Is he the assistant DA? Also, though, remember, cost of living is probably really expensive out there, right? Outside of Boston. I don't know. I'm guessing. Um, DSN probably has a good idea being that New England, right? Because we learned last time there's the 6 states. What was it? Vermont, Maine, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. So I feel like the cost of living probably in all 6 of those is a little bit on the upper side. So then he gets home. Okay, so let's say he comes home in his tiny car. He just finishes getting, oh my God. He just finishes watching his witness, if you want to call it that, get obliterated on cross, you know. Or he watches his witness get obliterated on cross and then he gets called up for redirect like a dog with the tail between his legs and you can barely hear him. And then like either way, right? And then he comes home in his tiny car. And then what does he say? So if he's got a wife at home or whatever, and someone's like, "Hi, honey, how was your day?" What do you guys think? What does he say? Yeah, Oh, an SUV, I don't know. I picture him in a tiny car, and he's just like, constantly struggling with the weather. Like his car gets stuck or his car run. I don't know. I just picture him like down on his luck, like, you know, this is probably a good time of year for him to be doing this because at least he can show up, right? Without getting stranded somewhere. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Yes, 100%. Yeah, I picture that as well. The Tombstone pizzas or taquitos. Yeah, 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 yeah. That is very insightful. Definitely. Um, yeah. I wonder what, yeah, Mrs. Lally, right? Like, I'm just trying to picture if there's a Mrs. Lally, like, what does she do? What does she do? Like, what is her life like? I wonder, you know? Um, does she have a job? Does he have kid? Oh no, I hope he doesn't have kids. Um, yeah, I don't know. The Lolly life. Let's see what you guys are saying. Maybe he's the human. Yeah, I know. I feel like that's accurate also. The human form you are definitely. He says to his wife, I just got emasculated about 10.5 times today. Not too bad. Oh man. I definitely see the Eeyore. I definitely see that, Candace. For sure. There's a vibe for that, 100%. Um, I'm guessing you actually did a search, and that doesn't surprise me, but that's also, yeah, that's I, I would only put it this way. I would be disappointed if he did exist on the internet. That would be like surprising to me. Uh yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, let's see here. I wanted to, okay, before I play this video. So here's what I wanted to say. As I've been taking notes of everyone's testimony, which is, a whole thing with regards to, when we're at the part where we're talking about the SUV, the black SUV, and, people coming and going and all that, right? The whole thing with Ryan, brother Nagel. And the question that I am asking myself and asking you guys, and we're going to keep this in mind as we go through the testimony, is something that is really interesting because there's a lot of different testimony. And here's something that I don't know that I've heard anyone point out, but here's the question that I have. And here it is. My question is this: did anyone see the SUV leave? Because as we're going to hear, they all see it at different times that contradict each other. They see it pull up. But what's interesting is from what I can tell, and again, we'll see it because we're going to go through it again. But so far, I don't I don't think anyone sees the SUV leave. Like there's only stories about it being there or they just don't see it, right? So that's really interesting because with the different people's stories, like they see the SUV at different times, than other people do. So it's really odd that no one sees it leaving. So anyway, that's what I wanted to make sure we think about. Oh my God, I know that's a great point. What if Mrs. Lally is like Fran Drescher in The Nanny? Yeah, man. Can you imagine? He comes home and that's the voice he hears. That could explain a lot, though, right? Potentially.
It's a house.
Yes, it is. It is a house.
God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. May be seated.
Morning.
God can't save them.
So, Ms. Kuhn,
They're too far
just
gone.
lastly, just to be crystal clear, from your testing in regard to both the qPCR and the meat ID testing, there was absolutely no canine DNA that you observed on the two samples that
Oh,
were
yeah.
submitted to you from the state police lab.
Oh, yeah.
That's correct. We observed no canine DNA.
Thank you. I have nothing.
Okay, I forgot this was what was first. So this is the first and only expert so far we've had in this trial. And one would think when they're calling the first expert witness, oh, is it going to be a forensic pathologist? Is it going to be cell phone data? Like, what is it going to be? And no, it's someone who tested dog DNA. So yeah, that's who we're hearing from.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Kuhn.
Hi.
Just to finish that thought, and to start off, there was no canine DNA detected in your testing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when you say there was no canine DNA, that's a little bit of an overstatement, correct?
There was no canine DNA in the swabs that we tested.
Exactly. Okay, perfect. Do you understand very clearly from your testimony and the UC Davis, the University of California Davis lab, and the impressive work that y'all do, you do understand proper protocols for evidence collection, correct?
Right, when we do collection at our lab.
For one thing, you keep proper logs, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in your report, there's a log, a couple of pages of logs that literally detail down to the minute when somebody touched those swabs, correct?
Correct.
That's
So let me
because
just point
it's
out,
important
this
to-
is brilliant. So she was fine. She was credible. Honestly, it was like Jackson took a great strategy here, a great approach here, because, and we're not going to watch all this. Obviously, we just saw the last sentence of direct, but we're going to see what I think is the important part, which shows his strategy, which was his strategy wasn't to try to, which understandably, I'm sure is what she thinks, that he's trying to, you know, what they usually do, undermine the expert witnesses' credibility or undermine their training or their experience or undermine their conclusions or whatever. And it's funny because initially it seems she kind of thinks that's what he's doing, understandably so. And then it becomes clear that he is using her for a completely different purpose because she is credible, right? Like that's like that to me is like, that's a whole different level. When you can take it the other side's expert witness, and instead of trying to knock them down or whatever, you're like, yeah, let's acknowledge that they're fucking fantastic. And instead, let's use them to build up our theory of the case. So let's see what happens.
Maintain those types of logs to avoid contamination on the one hand, right?
I don't know if keeping the logs maintained prevents contamination.
That's a fair correction. The logs would give you an idea of who touched something when, and if there was some contamination, you might be able to work backward to figure out how that contamination occurred.
Correct.
That's why the logs are in place, correct?
It's to be able to see step by step where everything was going.
It maintains a very, very specific chain of custody.
Correct.
So everybody that touches those swabs or that item, it's going into an evidence locker or coming out of an evidence locker or being tested, that's highly, highly regulated, and it's marked on a log.
It's documented in my case notes and it's documented on our internal chain of custody.
So there's literally multiple documents that that memorialize the movement of that evidence, right?
As it goes through our lab, yes.
Right. And your lab, that those criteria include the time that something was touched,
Yes.
the place where it was touched,
We don't document the place.
meaning it was taken out of this particular locker and put on this.
Oh, yes.
The person that manipulated those items or that item?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about the processes that your lab undertakes to avoid or reduce contamination.
You guys see
Correct.
where he's
You were
going
asked
yet
that
with
by
this?
Mr. Lally on direct examination. You recall that?
Yes.
You guys see where he's
You
going
went
with
through
this?
what
Or you
your
might already
lab
know.
and the accreditation process, the protocols that you employ to make sure that contamination is reduced, hopefully to a minimum.
Yes.
But you don't know what any other lab might employ in terms of their reduction of contamination processes.
No, I don't know those.
And you specifically don't know what the Massachusetts Crime Lab did or didn't do
Here we
with
go.
this
We're getting there.
subject material before you got the swabs.
Correct.
You know what? I would say she doesn't want to know. That's what I would say. I think she would not want to know.
You don't know if they took any steps, as a matter of fact, to reduce contamination of the source material before the swabs were taken.
I don't know anything about how they took those swabs.
You would agree that, for instance, if the source material had been tossed on the bottom of an ambulance floor, that could encourage contamination of that source material.
Objection.
Can you answer that question?
Lally.
I don't know because we haven't tested that sort of thing.
Well,
It's an interesting question. I do agree, but we have not done any validation,
Wow, this never crossed my mind before. Oh, it gets better.
which would be able to prove that sort of thing.
well, I guess what I'm asking is if the item
Just wait for it.
is supposed to be not contaminated, right? It's supposed to be relatively pristine, and it drops on the floor, that might encourage contamination of that particular item that's supposed to be left as pristine as possible, correct?
Again, I don't know the history of the item, so I couldn't speak to it.
All right, so I think you have to move along from that.
If in fact the source material was not packaged properly, could that encourage contamination?
The fact that like we know where this might be going and she doesn't, and she has no idea, right? She has no idea.
But I didn't see how the items were packaged.
You don't want to know.
I'm asking you hypothetically, if an item, a source item that's going to be tested, is not packaged and handled properly,
He's like,
that
this
could
is
encourage
hypothetical.
contamination, correct?
I have not seen that. What I have seen when something's been packaged incorrectly is I've seen the induction of mold growth, which has prevented bacteria, which causes bacteria, which eats away at DNA.
Right.
So it doesn't give me contamination.
Da-dum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. By the way, if you ever want to remember for the interval, what we call a half step in music, a half step is an interval. An interval is just a fancy word for the space between two notes. You can always remember a half step because JAWS. You can start on any note at all and do a half step interval and you will have JAWS. For example, so I was just doing da-dum, but you could also do da-dum, da-dum, bum, bum, right? You could start on any note as long as it's a half step. And there you have it.
But it does mean that I don't see DNA.
There might be, if something is handled inappropriately, for instance, if something is handled sloppily before it's tested, it might reduce the validity of the ultimate test that's undertaken, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that.
When you, as a matter of fact, when you're collecting biomaterial,
The fact that Lally is even objecting, it's like, this is pointless. Resistance is futile, as they say, right?
for instance, blood,
Just don't bother.
other biomaterials,
This is happening.
you would not want to package those in plastic because that would encourage some sort of.
Okay, just wait, because her reaction when he finally says the words, the magic words, is incredible.
Mold growth.
Mold and bacteria, yes,
So it's discouraged to put any blood, for instance, in plastic containers.
correct.
Okay, we're getting closer.
You certainly wouldn't put blood material that you're working with in non-sterile containers, would you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would you put biological material in non-sterile containers?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We don't have, everything that we use is sterile. All of our tubes that we would use, or once we do a collection, we put it in a tube for the extraction process. Those tubes are autoclaved and they don't have contamination. They are sterile.
You would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sorry, let's listen to that again.
Sustained.
Oh my God, magic.
Sure,
Come on, let's go
Don't
back.
have, everything that we use is sterile. All of our tubes that we would use, or once we do a collection, we put it in a tube for the extraction process. Those tubes are autoclaved and they don't have contamination. They are sterile.
You would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Solo cup.
The objection sustained.
One more time for the road. Oh my God, just the timing of, she goes, I'm sorry, what? And he goes, solo cup. Oh my God, it's like it's not even, I know. It's this is magic. This is pure magic. I need to clip this for a sound thingy as well. This is incredible. Not you yet. We're not ready for you, Brian Nagel. Not yet. We need this one more time. It's good for the
Don't
soul.
have, everything that we use is sterile. All of our tubes that we would use, or once we do a collection, we put it in a tube for the extraction process. Those tubes are autoclaved and they don't have contamination. They are sterile.
You would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Solo cup.
The objection sustained.
Oh my
Whenever
God.
you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Oh my God, it's so good. It's so good. It reminds me of this.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long.
What's that? So he goes, what's that? And then she goes, I'm sorry, what? I love it. I love it. I love it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good
Brother
morning, sir.
Nagel.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Ryan Nagel, Nagel.
He's wrong. His first name is brother.
And Mr. Nagel, where do you live?
I live in Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canada?
30 years.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for?
I'm a union tin knocker,
I
which
don't
is
know what any of that.
HVAC.
I don't know what
How
any of
long
that
have you been
means.
doing that?
About 12 years.
A yin yang ting knocker? I don't know what any of that means.
Now, sir, if
It's
I
another
could,
language.
Turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
I believe it was a weekend.
And at some point, you recall going out on that evening.
Yes, I do.
And where did you go, and who, if anyone, did you go out with?
I went to C.F. McCarthy's to begin the night with two of my friends. Well, now my ex-girlfriend and my friend Rick.
Sorry, I forgot. We have to do the thing. So remember, we have a new thing here. And I think this is very much in line with tin knocker. I don't know what. All I can think about is knocking boots. I don't know why. This is very much in line with our new, with not our new. So the philosophy that I've always had, but implementing this in terms of how we understand witnesses or how we think of witnesses. So, which we started doing from last time, which is that with every new witness to say something nice about them, right? So, I mean, imagine if in real life this is what people did. I don't know, right? It could be good, but we can at least start with these witnesses. So, I was going to say his haircut is sick. I love his haircut. It's very well done. And also his suit coat, jacket, suit coat. What's the difference between a suit coat and a suit jacket? Anyway, it's very nice looking.
To meet up with my sister.
You know what it does? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Rudofsky's. Remember, it was like a specific, I think Super Planner Girl will remember because I know she also pointed out Rudofsky's jacket. It's like a very specific shade of navy blue, but it has a certain finish to it that you can tell that it's like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's different. It's a different finish. It's like a different finish. I don't know. It just stands out. Like, I mean, for whatever reason, they must both have the same type of suit, jacket, coat thing.
So your girlfriend at the time, what
You know, he was like, I don't want to come in looking like I've just been knocking boots, right?
was her name?
Heather, Maxon.
And your friend Ricky, what's his last name?
D'Antano.
And you and your girlfriend at the time, Miss Maxon, how long had the two of you been dating?
Probably about a year and a half.
And your friend Ricky, how long had the two of you?
Oh, probably since 6th grade, so pretty long time.
And you went to C.F. McCarthy's. Is that a establishment you're familiar with?
Yes, sir. It's in the center of town.
It's funny, like the
been
union's
there
not
many
a
times
thing.
before.
Like, I don't know if it exists in North Carolina. I'll be honest. I don't really know much about what unions, like I understand what they do, but I don't know what they do, if that makes any sense. But like, I don't ever hear anything about unions here. I don't know if it's just like a regional thing or like a cultural thing, or I don't even know. But I do feel like it makes sense with what I know, that, which is nothing clearly, that in the New England area, the 6 states, as we've learned, I feel like unions are very prevalent there. Very snappy dresser. Yes, indeed. Do you remember Rudofsky's jacket, Super Planner Girl? Because I really feel like they're very similar.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And,
Thank
did
you.
go
I feel
just
better
the
now.
three of you, or did you meet someone else there?
Met my sister there.
And where within the bar did you go?
I believe at a table, to my acknowledgement, what I remember, yeah.
What question is that,
Now,
Lally?
as far as C.F. McCarthy's was concerned, you're at a bar, you were drinking, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Do you recall what you were drinking?
Probably beer.
You guys, it's really funny because we have a series of these witnesses all in a row that were there in this truck, right? And Lally asked them these questions, and it's just really funny to see how many times they all just get they're just confused. They're like, I don't understand. Also, let's all congratulate Super Planner Girl because she had a new baby today. She adopted. She adopted a new baby today, and I'll let her share with you what the baby is and what the baby's name is.
Usually what I drink.
That's
Yeah,
right.
the
Yes,
brand
shiny
name.
silky.
Coors Light.
And
Oh, cool.
as far as your girlfriend at the time, Miss Maxon, do you recall what, if anything, she was drinking?
I would probably say beer as well. I'm probably either Bud Light or Mick Ultra.
Yeah,
And,
adopted
Your
baby.
friend Ricky, was he drinking as well?
Yeah, he had a few.
And if you know about how long were you at C.F. McCarthy?
Probably a few hours, probably 2, maybe 3 hours.
Now,
Wow.
following that, where did you go?
From there, we went to,
I don't know what any of that means, but hopefully that's a good thing. Also, how was your
a friend
long
of
run?
mine shot me a text, and we went to the hillside, which is on the other side of town.
And you familiar with that establishment as well?
Yes, sir.
And when you say it's on the other side of town, about how long is the drive?
Another
to-
thing I will say about this fellow, which we see it too with him on cross. Oh, that was not very good for
You can see
pausing. That's a little better. He is very, very polite. Like it's someone raised him with really good manners.
McCarthy's in the Hillside.
Probably 10 minutes.
And when you arrive there, how many friends are we talking about that you're meeting up with?
It was just one other gentleman.
And fair to say, when you get there, you have some more drinks.
Yes, sir.
Same thing.
Yay! Cute.
And if you know, in total, sort of over the course of the evening, as you're going from one place to the other, how many beers did you have?
Probably between, I don't know, 5 to 8, maybe, give or take. I'm not sure.
And is that a large amount or a normal amount? How would you?
I guess for the weekend, it'd probably be like a normal, maybe, I guess.
And you weren't driving overnight?
No, sir. No, it was not.
And about how long was it that you were at the Hillside?
I would say I was probably there hour-ish, give or take.
And do you know about what time you left?
Probably around midnight.
And when you left from there, where was it that you went?
I went to pick up my sister Julie because she
And it's her first one too. I know, it's super exciting.
shot me a text asking for a ride.
Candace, my friend, if ever you want to try again, you can join the club, the Orchid School Club, because I'm making that a goal, and I've already started making videos. They're not on YouTube. I just been sending them to Super Planner Girl and Wifey, Wifey's contemplating getting an orchid. Anyway, I guess if enough people are going to do it, I could actually like put them on YouTube. Like I was telling Super Planner Girl, like, that there's the orchid people. I call them that. That's the people who have these orchid channels on YouTube, and they're all fantastic. But the thing that I have found that is sometimes not the greatest is that, like, if you're looking for something specific, like when you're, okay, my approach to it is this. It's like when you're doing a Google search for an orchid problem, it means you have a specific orchid problem and you are freaking the fuck out. Like, is it going to die? Like literally all day, every day, is my orchid going to die? Right? Because that's the whole thing. And so you're like freaking out. And so you need an answer to what the problem is that you're seeing. You need an answer. And so a lot of times the only thing is with these orchid videos is that it'll be like 30 minutes long, and either they don't actually really answer the question, or they answer it, but like you have to watch the entire 30-minute video to get to the answer or something like that, right? Like they don't just answer the question. And like I was saying to Super Planner Girl, like if you just really enjoy, because I think a lot of people, they just really enjoy watching people talk about orchids, which is great. That's fine. Like there might be people, for all I know, who don't have orchids, who just enjoy watching the orchid videos. That also wouldn't surprise me, right? Because it can be very soothing. You see the plants and stuff, and and just and they talk very relaxed and stuff like that, which is again is great. But like when you're panicking because you're like, is that my orchid gonna die? That's like not the state of mind that you're at least for me. I'm like, I want the answer so I can solve this problem and get to the next thing. And so anyway, you know, that's something I think that you know, I haven't really found. I get frustrated. It is a little bit frustrating sometimes because I can't tell you how many times that I just have questions that I can't find the answers to anywhere online, but I know that they're out there somewhere. But anyway, yeah, that's a whole other tangent about orchids.
And so you were at the hillside when you received the text from your sister. Julie.
Oh, wow.
Correct, sir.
What's going on with your orchid, Candace? Feel free to take some pictures and put it in the Discord.
And, what if anything did she indicate as far as where she was or where you were going to pick her up?
She said she was at her friend Brian's house.
And as you're, so you exit the hillside, get in the truck, and who's in the truck at this point?
Ricky is driving. I'm in the passenger seat, and Heather is in the back seat.
And the back seat, as far as Ricky's truck is concerned, can you describe sort of what that is?
It was like a jump seat. It's a crew cab, so it's got like the suicide doors in the back.
And by suicide doors, you mean they sort of open up and...
That's another thing. I've never heard of that.
Yes, sir.
Had you guys heard of that? Suicide doors?
Now,
I don't know where that came from.
about how long was it after you received the text from your sister to the time that you sort of jump in the truck and start to go over to Fairview?
Probably 40 minutes or so. We kind of took our time. She said she didn't like, she wasn't say come now. She just said, you know, when you get a second, you come pick me up and bring me home.
And if you know about how long a drive is it from the hillside to Fairview?
5 minutes, 7 minutes, maybe.
One of the things that stands out to me about this entire situation is just how nice, like, okay, let's say you're your brother Nagel, right? You're out with your friends and you've got a younger sister, okay? You're out with your girlfriend and your best friend, right? And you guys are out drinking and your little sister, your baby sister is out at her friend's birthday party. And let's just say that you're brother Nagel, but you're not even driving. It's your friend that's driving. How nice. Like, to me, one of the things that struck me so much the first time I heard this testimony was at first I was like, wow, that was so nice of the brother to like come get her. But boy, it's a step further when you learn it wasn't even brother Nagel. It was his friend. Like his friend was going to go pick her up. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of older siblings who wouldn't do that. They would be like, yeah, right, get your own ride.
And as you're driving along, as far as the address is concerned, is that something that you gave to Ricky as far as the GPS, or were you giving him sort of verbal directions?
Verbal directions.
And do you recall what you sort of said as far as where to go?
Yes, sir.
You told him how to get there, Lally. What do you think?
Like the direction we went, you mean? Like the street?
I think we can move beyond that, Mr.
Yeah,
Lally.
he's like, I don't understand.
What I'm trying to ask, sir, is as you're approaching Fairview, do you recall which side of Fairview or how you approached Fairview?
I was coming down Cedar Crest, so Fairview would be on my left.
And as you're coming down Cedar Crest with Fairview on your left, what, if anything else, did you observe sort of in front of the truck?
I noticed a car coming up the hill towards us.
And can you describe the other car that you saw coming up?
It was a black SUV.
When it's, so you're approaching at the same time, is that correct?
Yeah, just about, yes.
And with regard to Fairview being on the left, what, if anything?
So let's review real quick because we're going to get to all this testimony with what everybody saw. I just wanted to remind y'all that I'm going to call them the car crew, which means Julie Nagel and brother Nagel and co. So why does it say L? Sorry, Julie Nagel. Why am I calling her Julie? Laura Nagel? Wait, is her name Julie or Laura? I don't know. I feel like my memory is like it's Julie, but I wrote LN. I don't know. Laura? Oh my God, I'm losing it. Because there's a lot of people with the same names in this trial. I don't know if there's been a Laura, but we've got at least one Julie. We've got several Brians. Anyway, Sister Nagel, let's just call her, says that the SUV was gone before she went out to the truck. So that's actually a really big deal. So she says she sees the SUV like 3 times, or she sees it pull up 3 times. But she clarifies that several times, even on direct examination. I think Lally doesn't want her to clarify it, but she does anyway, because what she's saying isn't really good for him, the prosecution, because it's just different from everybody else, right? But she says the SUV was gone when she went out to the truck. So that's important to remember and keep in mind as we go through the rest of this testimony.
Had Ricky done with respect to the vehicle to signal the left?
He put his left blinker on.
And that other vehicle that was coming in the opposite direction, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their direction?
They had their right directional on.
And so as a result of that, what, if anything, did Ricky do?
He flashed his headlights to let the person go because they were going to beat us, obviously, to the turn. So.
And when they were coming in, so they went first?
You know, the other thing too,
Yes,
I will
sir.
say, is the fact that we hear different testimony between Sister Nagel and Brother Nagel, and then Brother Nagel's friends, shows that they didn't discuss their testimony with each other ahead of time, right?
Ricky's truck then proceeds behind that black SUV onto Fairview.
Yes, sir.
And as you're coming up to the house, to Brian Albert Jr.'s house, where did that black SUV go?
Probably about kind of right in front of the house, I would say.
It came up to the same house that you were going to? Is that
Correct, sir. Yes.
You want to, what we want to listen for with each of these witnesses, a couple different things. We want to listen for, do they see the SUV? Where and when do they see the SUV? Like, what do they see the SUV do? Do they see any people inside the SUV? And do they see a white Jeep? I would say those are the main things.
And as far as the vehicles being the black SUV and Ricky's truck, are they facing in the same direction?
Yes, sir.
And which side of the truck that you're in is facing towards the house, Brian's house?
Say that again. Sorry.
Sure. Very
That was
poorly
weird.
put question.
That was a
So
weird
with regard to the truck that you're in,
Yes.
is it the driver's side, the passenger side, or something else that's facing the house?
Oh, passenger side. So my side.
So your side and the passenger side facing the house.
Yes, sir.
And where did Ricky stop the truck in relation to the house?
Right in front of the driveway.
And when you stop in front of the driveway, about how
Okay,
far
so
away
he's
from
sitting there in
you
front of
is
the driveway.
black SUV that you saw?
Probably a car or a car length in front of me. A car length and a half in front of me.
And as you're sitting behind that, what, if anything, was in between the truck, Ricky's truck, and the black SUV in front of you?
There was nothing, sir.
He wanted a white Jeep,
And
I
at
think,
any point
there,
in
right?
time that you were there
Well,
in front of the house, did you observe anybody
No
get
white
out of that truck? I mean, get out of the SUV?
No, sir, I did not.
And when you arrived there, what, if any, communication do you have with Julie inside the house in reference to your presence?
I texted her when we were coming down.
It is Julie. I was right about Julie. So I wrote down LN in my notes for Laura Nagel, but her name is not Laura. I remember when I did that, I was so tired, you guys. My brain, this was like after that last live stream, but like many hours after, I was still awake, and my brain was like, I was already working on the video for this video, like this testimony, and my brain was like trying to remember all the different people's testimony from people that we've watched, and then people we haven't watched yet but have already testified, and like I was really just, my brain was getting really tired, and so I put L for Laura, even though her name is Julie. So
Cedar Crest saying, hey, I'm almost here. Get ready to come out.
And about how long was it between the time that Ricky parks in front of the driveway and the time that your sister comes out?
Probably about 2 minutes.
And do you recall seeing her exit from the house?
Yes, I do.
And how did she sort of exit, and how did she come up to the truck?
she used her feet. What do you think, Lally?
Like, you mean like what door or?
I mean,
What
it's a
door
great
and how did she-
question.
I would say the side door next to the
Floated
garage.
on a cloud.
And how was it that did she come
She
across
walked
the lawn, down the
backwards. I
driveway? How did
mean,
she
you
come up?
know.
Guess she crossed through the lawn a little bit, but obviously walked down the driveway because we were at the end of it.
And at this time, when you're in front of the house on Fairview, what was the weather doing at that point?
It just started to snow, sir.
And as far as accumulation on the road,
fact that he
or
calls him
grass
sir.
or anything, did you
Wally
see
doesn't
anything like
deserve
that?
it, but like
Very little. Wasn't too much on the ground yet.
And as far as when your sister was walking down from the house to the truck, did you see anything as far as like footprints in the snow or anything like that?
No, I was not really looking for that.
So not anything you noticed.
No, sir.
So she comes to the truck. How was it that you spoke to her? Did you roll down the window? Open
I
the
used
door?
my mouth.
I opened the door just because I assumed she was going to jump in the back seat. And she goes, oh, would you guys like to come inside? I looked over at Ricky, and he goes, maybe we should call it a night. Because obviously we were out for a long time, so.
Now remember, this is just an aside, it's just a speculation, but it was weird how Sister Nagel says that the people that were there at the house at the party, like, so it was their idea. They suggested that she invite them or whatever, right? And I sort of posited that, I wonder if they kind of wanted to use him as a fall guy, right? Because it's possible, like if something already happened or whatever, right? Like they just, because because he didn't hang out with them. Like he wasn't friends with Brian Jr. I don't know. Like when you think about that, when you think about the dynamics, it's one thing if like you get the impression somebody wants to be invited and then you're just like being polite. So you're like, oh, sure, if you want to. But it's another thing when the people who are not really a part of the group and don't really know the rest of the group, like in this case, Brother Nagel and co, like they didn't say they wanted to come in. They didn't suggest it, right? It came from the group, the party that doesn't really know them to invite them. Like it's what's the right way to say it? It's like taking an action versus just like passively saying it's okay, you can come in. So I don't know, but like hopefully that's making sense. But it's just odd because it's like, I mean, yeah, I guess you could say people could be like super friendly or whatever, but it's again, especially considering they didn't come to the door. It would be another thing. Okay, I'm trying to really picture this. Like you can picture how if they had come to the door to pick her up, like if they'd come to the door to the house and said like, hey, Sister Nagel here, then I could see them saying, hey, you want to come in for a minute? That would make sense to me. But if they're just sitting out there in the car, that shows they don't want to get it. Like they didn't get out of the car. I mean, does that make sense? Like it just seems sort of like, I don't know. It just feels a little bit off, but also
She goes, no, I'm gonna stay a little longer. And so she shut the door and I watched her go in the house and that was it.
And from the time that your sister came out and the time that she...
I bet. Like, can you imagine how glad Brother Nagel and co are that they did not get out of that truck? It's the best decision of their life.
Maybe 30, 45 seconds tops.
A relatively short amount of time?
Yeah, it was kind of like an in and out thing.
Now, as far as the black SUV in front of you, what, if anything, did you observe about movement of that vehicle?
Okay, here we go.
I noticed that the brake lights, the only reason I noticed is because the brake lights were on and it moved, I would say moved up maybe another car length in front of us from where it was.
And when was that in relation to when you were parked out there waiting
for
talking to Juror?
It is so interesting, or isn't it, about the white Jeep? Because a white Jeep with a snowplow on it is hard to fucking miss. It makes me think that it makes me wonder because there's so many of these witnesses that didn't see it. So far, the only people who testified to it being there definitively is Brian Albert Sr. 100%. He's the one that really puts it there. And then his wife, Nicole, kind of like talks about the white Jeep. She doesn't really get as specific. In fact, she kind of dances around the questions about where it was parked, which was funny. But Brian Albert Sr. makes a complete, point about this Jeep, but nobody else sees it. So it makes me wonder, is he trying to cover for Higgins, which of course is possible because clearly they could, like, they're basically lovers, right? Like, but if he's covering for Higgins, where is Higgins? Because we know that he doesn't get to the police station. Well, okay, let's put it this way. We know nothing in this trial, but one of the things that we learned, I guess, from opening statements was that he uses his key card or whatever to like gain access to the police station around 1:30. Now, is it possible he was there earlier and didn't go inside? Sure. I mean, yeah, I agree. Also happy to see you. Need some Z's. Yeah. Is it possible he was there in the parking lot and didn't go inside? Could he have been somewhere else? I mean, could he have been at Canton High School? We're going to get to Allie McCabe's testimony today also, by the way. Again, because they didn't do an investigation and there's no cell phone, like normally there's ways, this is information that's all knowable, right? Between cell phone data and like telemetry data and security cameras. Like, this is not that hard. This happened recently enough. Everything would have been, on camera or whatever, So it's really insane that we're like having to try to guess all this information. But it's like, it is interesting that all these other witnesses don't see the white Jeep. but Brian Albert Sr. does. And it's like between everybody, if you think about Brian Albert Sr. and then all these other people, when you've got people like Heather Maxon, for example, right? People who weren't there, who have nothing, don't even know the people that live at the house, have really nothing to do with it at all. They don't really have any incentive to lie. They have no reason to be biased. Like, for example, like I said, like his ex-girlfriend, right, who's going to testify, and then his friend, I mean, even him for that matter, none of them were there at the house, and none of them really know anyone that lived there. So they are really more credible witnesses than the rest of the people, because they don't really have anything to cover for, like, you know what I mean? So the only issue there is just that they were interviewed until so long after that their memories faded, which is normal, right? Like, that's the only problem, is like, we could be in a different position had they been interviewed immediately after this happened, and then we could actually get some good information. But anyway, all that to say that if you look at them versus like Brian Albert Sr., yeah, he has way more reason to lie. So it really does make me wonder if the white Jeep left earlier. Yes, correct. Need some Z's. He did. That's a good point. He did. He had a truck that he drove from the funeral. He picked them up in a truck, or they drove in a truck, he says. Yeah. And then he must be taking the white Jeep. I guess we haven't heard anyone say he drove the white Jeep to the bar hopping, but it would stand to reason that he did. We don't really know much about him yet. Like, if he lived really close, ostensibly he could have driven the truck to the bar as well, and then gone home and then brought the Jeep over the Alberts. We don't really know. But you are right that for sure we do know that he drove a truck. We do know he drove a truck from doing the funeral. It's funny because I keep thinking Wiggins also, but I'm thinking Wiggins from Pocahontas. So different Wiggins. That's how I got Higgly Wiggly.
Probably simultaneously when she came out the door.
So moved up a little bit further, about a car and a half,
Further away from us.
facing the same direction?
Yes, sir.
And was that the only time that you observed the vehicle move up, or did it move up?
No, that was the only time I saw her move.
And when you say the brake lights, what part of the brake lights were you looking at?
The only reason I noticed that it was the brake lights and not the regular parking lights, because the third light above was on.
And so above, sort of in the center of the back of the vehicle?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Now that could be
As far as
important
any of the other
as
lights
to
or
the
any of the,
make and model of the car. However, he's the only one I believe that sees that. But he seems very credible. I believe him, right?
part of the vehicle, what if any damage did you observe on the vehicle at that time?
I did not observe.
I mean, I don't know. Everyone gets asked this. It's very well established that nobody sees any damage to the vehicle up until whatever, after the body is found or whenever, like much later. Like, nobody sees any damage to the SUV.
It was dark out.
And as far as when the vehicle moved up from one position to the next position, what, if anything, did you observe in the roadway as far as tire marks in the snow or anything like that?
I didn't really observe any
Also,
other tracks in the
nobody
snow
seems to see
besides
anything
the car in front of us.
So you did observe tire marks from the car in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, but no other tire marks that you saw?
No, sir.
And as far as around the vehicle, at any point in time, did you observe anybody exit the vehicle or be outside of the vehicle or anything like that?
No, sir. No, I did not.
And did you see anybody go from the vehicle to the house?
No, sir.
And did you see any footprints in the snow or anything like that around the vehicle?
No, mainly because obviously it was late at night and I wasn't really looking for any of that.
As far as pulling out, as far as sort of the distance between the truck that you're in and the SUV that's in front of you, did Ricky put it in reverse and then have to like maneuver around, or could he just sort of pull away from the curb?
He just pulled away.
And as he's going by the dark SUV, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to that?
I observed that there was a person inside the car with the interior light on.
He's a person with a
And
light
that would
on.
be sort of a dome light, is that right?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Leading,
Can you see
leading.
where the dome light was, as far as in the left,
That
right,
was
or
leading
center of
as
the
fuck.
vehicle?
I was in the center.
And
Horrifying.
can you describe the person that you saw Where were they? First of all, where were they in the car?
They're in the driver's seat.
And can you describe what the person looked like?
It was a woman.
And how do you know that it was a woman?
Had long hair.
Yeah, I mean, we know
And,
there's problems with that, right? We don't even need to, like, duh. Like, that doesn't mean it's a woman,
You
obviously.
know what color the hair was?
No, I didn't. Wasn't really paying attention to it. I was kind of just watching Julie go in as we were pulling away.
I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You can't blame someone. Okay. I don't fault him for seeing someone with long hair and assuming it's a woman. Think about this. Like, if you're seeing somebody in a car and you don't know that what you're seeing is important at the time, and you're not like trying to be like, is that a woman or a man? But you're just waiting for your sister. And so you happen to notice somebody in a car, but it doesn't even register because you're not paying attention to it. You're probably not thinking about how to assess the gender of that person, right? You're like, so in other words, it might be that there was some other feature about her. Like when he says, how do you know it's a woman? Well, like, if we back it up, like, what does the hair mean? And the point is, how does anybody know that anybody, if it's a stranger to them and they just see them, how do they know what that person's like, it's really a stupid question, right? Because literally anybody could be anything. Like, only you're going to go off of what they look like. But of course, as we know, that doesn't actually really mean anything either. So, but you can't fault someone if someone's asking this question. Like, my point is, it's a stupid question on Wally's part, because if someone's being asked this question, what else are they going to say? There's nothing else he can say, because you would have only seen their head, because they're sitting in a car. It's dark. Like, so I can't fault him for that. So when I'm commenting on the fact that the long hair doesn't necessarily mean it's a man or woman, like, really, it's a stupid question from Lally. I don't blame him for answering that way, you know?
Direction was to the house as you were watching Julie go in and Ricky's pulling away, sort of.
Different Jeep, Candace. Different Jeep. I know it's confusing because there's two white Jeeps. I know. So there's a Jeep Wrangler and a Jeep Cherokee. The Jeep Cherokee is the one that was owned by Caitlin Albert, who we already heard testify. And that was her boyfriend, who we also already heard from. Yeah, we heard from last time. And he was the one that took her Jeep to do the snow plowing business. Because it was better than whatever, I forget, Ford Focus or something she had. That was her Jeep Cherokee. But again, it's confusing because there's two white Jeeps. And again, there's multiple dark, if they say dark SUVs, I would assume that they're probably black, because I don't think there's that many navy blue vehicles, right? You know, so black or dark gray, whatever, SUVs. We know that there's at least two trucks, because there's a truck driven by Brother Nagel's friend, who we'll hear from today. And then there's also the truck driven by Higgins. And then there's two white Jeeps. So it's very confusing. And it would be really nice if they could show us pictures, like in a normal trial, a picture, so you can keep track of the vehicles. I mean, why are we not getting why are we not having any evidence? Like, what is it's because remember, any questions that you guys are having, like, this is an important thing too. Like, it's actually helpful, because with Murdoch, for example, we'd all mostly for the most part had seen it before. I had already seen it and watched it many times, right? Like, been deep diving it, all that. What's really, I was thinking about this, that what's really good about this trial, like, or the opportunity, the way that we're all watching this together for the first time, right? It's interesting because, right, part of the challenge is that we don't have the benefit of having listened to this testimony multiple times over, right? Like we have with other trials, and there's no ability to deep dive it. And in this case, we don't even know, there's no fully evidence yet, pretty much. The prosecution has no established theory. But even still, it's like, you know, the benefit of like what we're going through here is it's keeping us where we can't really like go back and like rewatch and double check everything the way that we would have with other trials. But here's the thing. Think about the jury, right? Like, so they can't do that either. So I keep thinking to myself, anytime that we get confused and we have questions and we can't remember somebody's name, like I was just calling Julie Nagel by Laura Nagel for whatever reason, and we can't keep track of you could better believe that there's people on that jury who feel the same way, right? So it gives us actually a really good way of kind of gauging where the jury's at, right? By how confused we are. So this is a good question because we don't fucking know. Like, remember, Brian Albert and his wife I'll say she halfway does it, but he fully does it. Okay. He says he sees the Jeep out there. The Jeep's out there. She says she sees the Jeep when they arrive. She kind of, dances around answering the question about the Jeep being parked, where it was parked and stuff. But she also agrees that he left around 1:30. Now, again, remember, we know that at 1:30, 1:30 is the first time that we know of in this trial that places him somewhere. And that's with the key card at the the police station, which he shouldn't have been there really anyway. There's like no reason for that, as we know. But like, it's funny that that's the time they say he leaves. It's like, oh, because that's the first time they can verify that he's somewhere else, right? Maybe, potentially, right? But they're like, yeah, he leaves around 1:30, right? And of course, 1:30 is when he's clocking in or swiping his thing at the station. But everybody else doesn't see the white Jeep with the snowplow on it. And again, like I was saying, people like Brother Nagel and co., they are way more reliable, in my opinion, because they have way less reason to lie. They're not involved and they're not, yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. And I appreciate you that you all say in your opinion. I appreciate it. I mean, I think at this point, some of this stuff has been morphing in from opinion into established fact. And I think that this has now become the general consensus. But I still appreciate you saying that. But yeah, so I don't know, like we're going to hear from, and actually even Sister Nagel, like, okay, let's just say nobody sees the white Jeep except for Brian Albert Sr. and his wife, Nicole. Like even Brian Albert Jr. doesn't see the Jeep. And then none of these people that we're going to hear from today see it. So where, like I said, like, where is he in the interim? Where is he between? I mean, technically, we don't actually know for sure he was at the house, technically, because we don't have any evidence, right? It's just like, why? Like, it's so stupid. We don't really have any evidence of any of this being verifiable. We're just cross-checking testimony against other people's testimony when the majority of these people have every reason to lie and are lying. Like, why? Oh, it's so frustrating, right? That they didn't actually get cell phone data or telemetry data or security cameras. Like, we actually don't, like, there's no way at this point to even know for sure that Brian Higgins was even at the house. Like, we just don't know. It's just anybody's guess. It's so stupid. Needs and Z says 1:30 would be whatever happened to John. Sorry, I read that wrong because reading would be after whatever happened to John. Right. But like, they show up. Oh, fuck. They don't know what time they show up. See, that's part of the challenge, right? These folks don't know what time they show up to pick up Sister Nagel. And that's part of the challenge because we don't know if where are they in relation? We know there's that 12:10, 12:15. What was the phrase I was using? There's a lot of activity in there. I had a phrase for it, but it's like that time period where everything's happening, 12:10 and 12:15. We actually don't know. I guess she says she texts him to pick her up at 12:15. And we know they say that they guess it takes around 40 minutes for them to get there. But we haven't seen the text. We don't know that that's accurate. None of it's accurate. We don't really know, right? It's so stupid because that's actually really fucking important because if let's say that they don't show up until after 1, it's possible the white Jeep is there. Okay. Hold on. It's possible the white Jeep is there then between, it's possible the white Jeep is there up until just before they come to pick her up. Like, let's say they come to pick her up at 1:10 or 1:15 or something, right? And let's say he left the minute before for whatever reason, which would be interesting. Wait, hold on, because the black SUV, Here's the thing that's interesting, because they see the black SUV. Well, okay, according to this group that we're hearing from today, Brother Nagel and co., they see the black SUV coming to the house right at the same time, right? Like pulling up at the same time, because that's the whole thing. They see it turning onto the road and they see it pull up at the same time. And they don't see a white Jeep. That's interesting, right? Because that would almost be like too convenient. Because in other words, it's meaning that Higgins would have had to leave before they get there. Assuming the black SUV is John and Karen, because we don't actually know. But it's frustrating. I'm going to keep trying to work on this with my brain, but let's listen. Let's continue listening.
Simultaneously?
Yes, sir.
I sure fucking hope so.
That's why you're
That's
looking
no.
over in that area of the house?
Correct.
And the woman that you see in the driver's seat of the vehicle, could you see her lips moving as if she was talking or anything like that?
No, I wasn't really paying attention to that.
Of course you weren't.
And as far as what, if anything, did you observe her to be doing, or how was she seen?
Seemed like she was looking straight ahead with her hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel.
Sitting in the car. What a stupid
Now, as
question.
far as
He's being really polite
the
answering
other,
this.
what if
I'll
anything
be
else
like,
did you
Lally?
see, or who, if anyone else, did you see within the interior of the vehicle at that time?
I only saw one person at the time.
Only saw
wasn't
one
really
person.
looking.
That's
It just happened to be like at a glance as we drove by.
And so your head's already turned in that direction, looking to see your sister get inside the house, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
And so as you're going by and you make these observations of this woman in the front seat of the vehicle, what, if any, movement did you do of your body or your head to look into the vehicle?
I just turned my head as we were driving by to watch
You guys-
Teri go in.
You guys, what is wrong with Lally? What, if any, movement did you do with your body? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Does Lally, have you ever heard of something? It's called looking at something. Have you ever heard of that? It's a newfangled thing where people turn their head and look at it.
Turn straight, look
Oh
forward.
my god.
So it's not as if you were peeking forward or
Oh my
leaning
God,
back
Lally.
to get a better view inside the vehicle?
No, sir.
Ugh.
Now,
Right? I know.
with reference
I don't
to-
know. It's like
when
he's
Julie
fishing for
comes out-
something, but God only knows what, because he has no theory of the case, so we can't even guess.
And you
What's
open
going on
the
in his
door
Lally
so
brain.
that you can talk to her, is that correct?
Yes, sir, yes.
I
And
know.
did you open just the front passenger door or the back door or both?
I opened my passenger door, that was it.
And you were expecting her to essentially get in at that point, is that
Oh
correct?
Correct, sir,
my
yes, I was.
God,
Now,
Lolly.
when you opened the door to the pickup truck, the passenger side door, what, if anything, happened with the dome light inside the truck?
It went on.
I can't.
And when you
can't.
left the roadway on Fairview, the vehicle that you had seen after
Okay, here we go.
it initially pulls up an additional car and a half or so. When you left, was it in the same position after its movement that you observed?
Yes.
So, Mr. Nagel, up on the screen, do you recognize what is depicted in that photograph up on the screen?
Yes, I do, sir.
So what do you recognize it to be?
Say that again?
What do you recognize it to be?
That it's the Albert's house?
It's a house.
Now, with reference to Ricky and the truck, if you could, using that laser pointer, you see that area of the street in front of the house where Ricky...
It's interesting too that they choose to use this picture that has way more snow than it actually had, right? I mean, luckily that gets pointed out with each witness. You know, when they get caught, they're like, yeah, by the way, just like, obviously there's like way more snow. But of course the prosecution does that, right? Like, that's so shady, man.
parked the truck.
I do, sir.
I know.
Right about there.
Okay.
The other thing too that I feel like is unique that from his testimony is saying that they came and parked in front of the driveway. I feel like we don't hear that from everybody. But again, I'm taking notes, so we'll see.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 72.
Shout out to Miss Gilman.
Now, the area that you were describing when you first pull up to the house and the dark SUV is in front of you, do you see that area within this photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
You did a great job plowing this road,
Using the
though.
way to point and direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you see that. And
I'm like, why? Sorry, I know that it's just why would Brian Higgins be driving something with snowplow on it? Like, first of all, how? I know I brought this up before, but the idea that one person owns two vehicles, you know, is weird. But it's so funny because it's like, even if you owned a snowplow, I don't think that what one would do is be like, oh, I'm going out to the bar and like there's snow in the forecast, even though it hadn't started snowing yet. But like there's snow in the forecast and like there might be a dusting by the time I leave. So just to be safe, I'm going to bring a snowplow with me. I mean, what? And you're not going to just drive around like that. Like, does he take that out in the summer with the snowplow? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, this is just so, I'm just trying to wrap my head around why did he have a vehicle? The snow, like we also know it's not like he does that as a side job. Well, I guess it's possible, but we haven't heard that yet, right? We do know that Caitlin's boyfriend does, but we also know he works for the landlord, so that doesn't necessarily mean that him and Higgins have some sort of thing with snowplows. But I don't know, it's just like it's so fucking weird. The white Jeep with the snowplow is one of the weirder things in this because of the fact that it exists, but it doesn't exist. And why does it exist if it exists? Yeah, it doesn't. I don't know. Super Planner Girl, I can't say because I don't know what Lally's goals are here because they just seem to be, again, it doesn't seem like he has a theory. It just seems like he's just trying to dispel anything the defense is going to prove. So I can't normally I have a good idea, like with any trial, what the intentions are with the prosecution and the defense, or if it's a civil case, plaintiff and the defense, like with the lines of questioning, I can see where they're going. No one can see where he's going maybe Mrs. Lally, maybe Mrs. Lally has the answers. Because this just doesn't make, there's no logical line. There's no way to follow this. There's no big picture. There's no forest through the trees. There's just no, you can't, yeah. I mean, and the questions he asks, all of them are like this I'm calling them Brother Nagel and Co. They're all like this, where it's like, he's actually asking questions that solicit answers that are different from the last person. Like what? Like you prepped them, you know what they're going to say. They've all testified before. You know what they're going to say. Why? Like typically, you're not going to ask the questions that are going to elicit bad testimony for your side, right?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, next exhibit, excuse me, number 73.
Or if you do it because you want it to come out on direct instead of cross, but you would have some other follow-up question that would soften the blow.
Again,
Lally
on the
doesn't.
screen, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And within this photograph, you see that sort of secondary position where the vehicle moves up and where you see it.
Oh, I know. I
Yes.
know.
And
Yes.
again, if you could, using the
Absolutely.
laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observed. Thank you. And from that side of the yard, is there any sort of landmarks or anything else that you observed sort of in the area where that vehicle pulled up to in that secondary position?
I know there's a flagpole there, and there, I believe it's an electrical box
We
along
would
with
be
bushes.
lost. The flagpole is
flag-
the only thing we have in this. It's like we would be so lost without that fucking flagpole, man. I'm telling you. It's the only thing. Like it's that. I mean, technically they could be using, like no one really mentions the fire hydrant. That flagpole is the only reference point for this body.
Flagpole, you
Crazy.
observed that in this picture as well.
Yes, sir.
How do you not have, how could you not know how to measure? I'm
You
sorry.
could just briefly direct the jury's attention to that as well. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that. No further questions for this witness.
Okay, cross-examination.
It's like normally when they say that, like prosecution's like, no further questions. You should feel like you've learned something from this witness. Well, okay, let me put it this way. Whoever called the witness, you should feel like that witness helped them, right? Like it's just like they usually will say that after they've accomplished what they wanted to accomplish. But it's like he says that and it feels so out of the blue and out of nowhere because it's like, what? Like,
Good morning, Mr. Nagel.
Good morning.
A couple of questions for you.
right? I know.
Since January 29th, have you been contacted
Dude,
by
yes.
anybody from either the Albert family?
I have
or
so
the
many
McCabe
questions for
family
her.
About the circumstances of January 29th.
You wear earplugs all the time?
No, I have not, sir.
That'd be the first question to her.
Have you been contacted by any other person other than the Albert family or the McCabe family since January 29th, 2022 about your testimony or your statements?
About my statements, no, but I mean, me and Ricky are best friends, and obviously it's things that we've brought up in the
enough.
past.
So-
Yes.
Gotta love that candor.
I didn't mean to speak over you. So you and Ricky, and how do I pronounce his last name?
Dantano?
Dantano.
No.
You and Mr. Dantano have obviously discussed the circumstances
Yeah,
of that night
absolutely.
Yes, sir.
and what happened.
Yes.
Did that
Yeah.
change your
It's so funny
testimony?
because it's like we know that they're like that's the thing, right? Like what is happening? Because we know that they are quote unquote prepping them. In other words, they're not just not meeting with them. We know that they've met with them, but you wouldn't know that they've met with them. That's why it's so fucking weird, because they don't seem prepped. Like, we know the prepping is happening, but like you can't tell.
Anyway,
No, sir. No, it did not.
During that interview, you told and I'm just going to call him.
There's DUI guy right there on the left. Let me back it up a second. He was also the Det be heard right there. You guys can't see my cursor, but on the left-hand side there with the stripey tie, the DUI guy.
Change your testimony in any way.
No, sir. No, it did not.
During that interview, you told and I'm just going to call him the trooper, since you don't remember his name, the trooper and your Butnick, that there were two other people in the car when you approached 34th Fair.
Say that again.
You told those two troopers that there were two other people in the car with you, Ricky D'Antono?
Yes. Yes, in my vehicle. Yes, sir.
Okay. So they were well aware of
I
the
have
identity
to
of
say
Ricky
that I
D'Antono
hope that they call, I hope somebody, I mean, it might be the defense, but I'm sure somebody will call Trooper Butnick. And I'm excited for that because I have a feeling, given his name, that he is of a Slavic country, as in, I don't know, could be Ukraine or, you know, like Bulgaria or something, like a Slavic nation, which just gets me excited, you know, because of speaking Russian.
Maxon.
D'Antono.
D'Antono.
Not
and
that
Heather
he would
Maxon at
speak
the
Russian
time.
on the
Correct.
stand.
As
but
early as February
anyway.
7th, 2022.
Yes.
Do you recall being interviewed on or about May 11th, 2023 by individuals not associated with the Commonwealth?
Oh boy, this is.
A gentleman came to my door, but I did not speak to
Hold
him.
on. I love this.
Refresh your recollection. Do you remember talking in May of 2023 with anybody about this case?
I don't know. 2023 may have been the feds.
Yeah,
Let's-
get it.
I'm trying to.
Just listen to my question. real
No,
quick.
I understand.
Were you talked to by anybody?
Poor guy. He's like, did I
Don't
just?
say who. Just tell me if you were talking. Yes or no.
Yes, I believe so.
It's not your
Do
fault,
you
my
think it would
friend.
refresh your recollection
You're
as to when
okay.
that interview took place if you saw a report?
Yes, sure.
Does that refresh your recollection about what you may have said?
Yes.
So there was an interview in May of 2023,
Yes.
and you did indicate some distance that you were behind the SUV in that interview.
Yes. Well, at the beginning, it was only a car length and a half. And then probably at the end, by the time we left, it was about 3 car lengths.
Okay, fair enough. So at the end, it was as much as 20 to 50 feet
I
ahead.
know, right?
Give or take, yes.
Okay.
Even though he
So
wasn't home.
50 feet, obviously further than the length of this courtroom.
Correct.
All right. So at a time when you were in the truck, still stationary, that SUV had pulled ahead of you at least 3 car lengths, correct?
By the end, yes.
Okay. You've already indicated, but I want to make sure I'm clear about this. Did any car pull in between Ricky's truck and the SUV?
Double checking
when you were
about the
sitting behind the SUV?
No, sir.
You didn't see a Jeep?
No, sir.
With a big old snowplow on the front of it?
No,
Yes.
sir, I did not.
That
Thank you
car
for-
was never
thank you for
between your
double-checking.
car and the SUV, was it?
I never saw any other vehicle in between us.
All right.
I
fair
love
enough.
that. I think the point of that question, because he already said, I mean, okay, on direct, Lally didn't ask him specifically about a Jeep or a snowplow, right? But he did ask, was there anything else there? And he said no. However, I think that the reason Alan Jackson asked this wasn't to just clarify. It was because I think he wanted to get in. I think it's funny, you know, like what we were saying, right? Like, how do you miss a snowplow? Why is the snowplow there? Well, how do you miss it? I think he wanted an opportunity in case the jury had forgotten at that point because they hadn't heard about the white Jeep with the snowplow for a while. I think he wanted an opportunity to get in the words big ol' snowplow. That's what I think. I think that question was about the big ol', because like if I were the jury at this point, yeah, I probably forgot kind of about the white Jeep, because at this point we hear a lot of people ask like, okay, was there anything in between? You could think they're referring to a body, a hat, shoes, all the other stuff they ask about, tire tracks, whatever. But I think the way that he reminds them of what the thing is, which is a white Jeep with a snowplow, he does that in such a wonderful way by adding the big ol', because it's like, oh, like at that point, now that's back on their radar again to listen for. And it's a brilliant time to do it because they're about to hear from the next couple witnesses in a row that no one saw it. So it was really smart on his, I think the big ol', they probably could have objected to that in a way, because but I don't know. I'm glad they didn't. It was smart.
Finally, your sister did come out the front door, is that right?
Correct, sir.
And when she came out the front door, you were looking toward the right.
No, when you say front door, like there's two doors to the house.
That's a good point.
Very good.
Let's call it a front door, which is the classic.
That's incredible. That shows how much he was actually paying attention that night. Because I don't think he said he'd ever been to the house before, but he noticed that there were two front doors.
Door and then a side door.
Correct, sir. Yes.
Which door did she come
So
out?
he's
The side door
very
next to the
observant,
garage.
actually.
Okay,
I think
so
he's
that
very
would have
observant.
been close
Yeah, I
to
would not
90
have noticed
degrees
that.
from where you were seated. You would have been looking to your right,
Yeah.
not
Yes.
necessarily looking straight ahead.
Correct.
Yeah.
So for that period of time, as you're looking to your right, you see her come out the side door,
Yes, sir.
and you watch her
I
approach
think
down the driveway.
I think my opinion of him is like I think he has a really good memory. It seems like he was very observant. He noticed a lot of things, and his testimony is very straightforward and just I saw what I saw, right? I think he's a really good witness just in terms of the truth, right? Just like this is what happened.
Correct.
So at this
Credible
point, you
witness.
don't know what's happening with the truck in front of you in those moments.
No, I wasn't really paying attention to that at the time.
Okay. You indicated that you said on direct examination that you believe that once she was out and at the truck, that she was there for 30 or 40 seconds.
Correct, sir.
Do you remember actually testifying at a previous hearing in May of 2022 that it was more than 5 minutes that she was out by the truck?
It was not 5 minutes. I'm saying the whole time that I was there, probably between 2 to 3.
Do you remember being asked how long, if you know, were you talking with Julie out in front of the house, and you indicating under oath a little over 5 minutes, I would say?
I mean, if you got it, sure. I mean,
Yes.
whatever you guys have.
Poor guy. I hope he doesn't think that they're trying to make him out to be dishonest, because that's not what they're trying to do.
Mr. Nagel, does that refresh your recollection?
They're not.
Seems that yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're.
And is
My take on this is that they're not trying to impeach him for his, like the way that they do with other witnesses, right? To impeach their credibility. That's not the point. I think the point is for the timeline. They want to get in that timeline of that it was longer period, more minutes.
in
or
fact,
whatever.
was it your testimony that back in May of 2022,
I'm sure it
much
just-
closer to the event in question,
Yeah.
that you indicated under oath that y'all were actually talking for closer to 5 minutes?
The whole thing, probably, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, to him, can you imagine, right? You don't know he had no reason to be paying attention. And I'm sure at the time, it's like, if you're not paying attention to the time and you're just sitting there waiting for your sister, you're estimating 3 minutes versus 5 minutes with no actual way of even knowing, right? So, I mean, again, it's not like, I don't think this is for impeachment at all.
You indicated that you opened up the truck door, is that right?
I opened up my passenger door, correct?
So that does that, F-150, does that automatically open up the suicide door as well?
No, it does not. There's a handle
Okay.
on the inside of the door to open.
So it was just the passenger door that was open?
Correct, sir.
Got it. And your sister Julie would have been standing in the crook of that door, correct?
Yes.
So the door would sort of obstruct something to her right.
That
or
actually
toward
comes
the
up
front of
later,
the
I
truck.
think.
Correct. That would be the door.
Right. How tall is the truck? Is it lifted?
It was, yes.
Okay. So
Right.
that door is
Right.
probably up above eye level.
It wasn't that high, no.
Okay. You indicated that while she was out there, you turned the music down so you could have a
Thank you, DSN. I'll make a note of that. And some of this stuff, I don't know. Do you guys have any thoughts on the significance of the door? Because I mean, some of this stuff you have to remember could just be the fact that remember these three witnesses that him and his girlfriend at the time broke up after, like they broke up. So they probably haven't talked. It's not like they would have discussed their testimony anyway. Like, he said he did discuss it with his best friend, right? But like, he didn't say like, yeah, we planned our testimony, but he just says, yeah, we talked about it. I mean, they do say things different from each other. So there's that. But do you think that there's any significance to the door, or is it just like, because they weren't interviewed until long after the fact, right? And people's memories obviously fade. Like, is that could just be a normal thing or what? But like, I'm going to make a note of it. That he says that, and that she stands in the crook. Sister Nagel. The family of nuns, the Nagels.
conversation with her.
Correct.
You talked about whether or not
Right.
she wanted to come in the truck and leave, correct?
Say it again.
You talked about whether or not she wanted to get in the truck
Right.
and leave.
I asked if she was coming, yes.
You also talked about whether or not you would come in the house and stay.
She
So
asked
I actually think you're. I also okay. My impression was that the door would be an impediment for her seeing the lawn, potentially, because she's the one that says she sees a. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter because nobody sees anything at the time anyway, right? I mean, fuck, because she doesn't see it until she leaves, and that's much later. It's just like, yeah, I don't really know why the seeing the lawn, because everybody's in agreement about the lawn, right? Like in this time frame, we don't really know what time it is because no one knows what time it is, but everybody's in agreement that there was nothing in the lawn. It's not the only time that changes is when Sister Nagel leaves with the McCabes, but that's much later, or well, that's later, some period of time later. Yeah. And I do appreciate though that with all these witnesses that the defense they start off with each of these witnesses with asking when were you interviewed, which I really like. It does a couple things. First of all, it shows that they're really coming after the law enforcement here, right? Like it reminds the jury that there's this bigger picture here of a cover up, which was like their theory, right? But also it takes, in my opinion, like it's also taking, and rightfully so, it's taking the pressure and the responsibility off of these witnesses if they get something wrong, because you can't blame them if they aren't interviewed until a year, 2 years after the thing. So yeah, just started snowing. Yeah. Yeah. True.
Yes.
Okay, so there was a conversation back and forth about
But
either you
everybody's
staying
agreeing
at
about that,
34
right?
Fairview or her leaving 34 Fairview and getting in the car.
Correct, sir.
There was also a conversation about whether or not you guys needed to give her a ride then, or if she could get a ride on her own after you guys left, if she wanted to stay.
Correct, sir, yes.
And part of that conversation included even talking about whether or not maybe her mom, your mom, would come get her after you guys left.
I would assume, maybe, 2 years ago.
Right, understood.
Yeah, they already.
But it's safe to say that there was a
Yes.
dialogue back and
Correct.
forth, during which time you're engaged with your sister to your right, she's
Anyone
engaged
outward
with you,
for it,
looking
for
straight
sure.
ahead in the crook of the door when it's freezing cold out.
Correct.
All right. And during this time, your attention is focused on your sister, obviously.
Wait,
Yes.
let me back that up because he just mentioned the crook of the door again.
Talked about whether or not she wanted to get in the truck and leave.
I asked if she was coming, yes.
You also talked about whether or not you would come in the house and stay.
She asked that, yes.
Okay, so there was a conversation back and forth about either you staying at 34 Fairview or her leaving 34 Fairview and getting in the car.
Correct, sir.
There was also a conversation about whether or not you guys needed to give her a ride then, or if she could get a ride on her own after you guys left, if she wanted to stay.
Correct, sir, yes.
And part of that conversation included even talking about whether or not maybe her mom, your mom, would come get her after you guys left.
I would assume, maybe, 2 years ago.
Right, understood. But it's safe to say that there was a dialogue back and forth, during which time you're engaged with your sister to your right, she's engaged with you, looking straight ahead in the crook of the door when it's freezing cold out.
Correct.
All right. And during this time, your attention is focused on your sister, obviously.
Yes.
So that is giving me, remember, we can tell a lot by the questioning. That is giving me a vibe like they're hinting at something maybe happened at that time. What do you guys think? Like the point about her being in the crook of the door with her head or whatever, looking and having her vision being obscured by the door. And maybe it's both of their visions, right? I can't picture what this truck suicide door situation looks like, but apparently it's, obscuring people's vision for sure. But let me just rewind that again, just one more time, because it does seem like that could be important, right? Like, I mean, of course, yes, is the point to cast doubt? Yes, I don't think but like, they don't need to, because we only have doubt. Because again, we know also, again, they're actually trying to prove a theory of a case, which is unusual. So I don't think it's just about, let's just cast out, like we usually would see. Like, in other words, that's all got to go to a bigger picture, I would think.
I would assume, maybe, 2 years ago.
Right, understood. But it's safe to say that there was a dialogue back and forth, during which time you're engaged with your sister to your right, she's engaged with you, looking straight ahead in the crook of the door when it's freezing cold out.
Correct.
All right. And during this time, your attention is focused on your sister, obviously.
Yes.
At some point,
Yeah, so I think what I mean is the weight is in the question, not the answer. So the fact that the fact that Alan Jackson is reiterating that again about the crook of the door and the direction that they were looking in, that to me, that's really the important thing. Like, it's funny, right? Because we know that the jurors are told time and time again, the attorney's questions are not evidence, right? The questions are not evidence. The testimony is the evidence. However, we are not on the jury, and us that follow trials and stuff like that, we learn that yes, while the questions are not evidence, they are actually very telling. Like, you can learn a lot. So to me, and I've heard countless people to say this, like on LawTube, like, when people ask a question, even if they know it's going to get objected to, for example, it's because the point was to ask the question. The point wasn't for the answer. So, I think that this is one of those where it's like, for some reason, Jackson mentions that again. I think he wants the jury to start thinking about that piece of information, regardless of what the other witnesses say. Because of course, there's also plenty more witnesses to come. Right. So it makes me wonder, like, does he think something happened at that time? Does he think that, like, assuming that is Karen and John O'Keefe in the SUV, does he think that John O'Keefe got out of the SUV maybe at that time? Now, having said that, we are going to hear some testimony from one of these witnesses, Brother Nagel and co. I think it's maybe his ex-girlfriend. One of them will testify, from my recollection, not from, you know what I mean, that they see a man and a woman initially, and then when they leave, they see only a woman. So I'm wondering if part of this is because the defense's theory of the case is that is them, but John O'Keefe gets out of the car during that time, but no one's paying attention and no one sees him get out of the car. But then we do have someone who sees that now there's only one person. And then Karen leaves, potentially. Correct. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure I understand your question, Super Planner Girl.
she did decide to stay.
Yep.
And at that point, she then left the crook of the door. You would shut the door. I'm guessing you shut the door.
Yes, sir.
And then Ricky figured out,
That was the third time he mentioned crook of the door, by the way. That was the third time.
okay, we're gonna
That's
get out of
important.
here, and she's not coming with us.
Correct.
Did y'all
Third
wait
time.
long enough to see her go inside the house?
Just gradually pulling away and watched her walk in the house.
Okay, and that answers my next question. When you pulled away, you didn't speed away, correct?
Correct, sir.
Gradually, slowly pulled away and out and around the SUV that was in front of you.
Correct, sir. Yes.
So y'all made up the distance at that point, after you had this maybe 5-minute conversation with your sister. You made up the distance and got up to the SUV that was in front.
Yes.
All the taillights were intact.
To my acknowledgement, yes.
I mean,
He said her.
I know, like,
Did you guys hear
Mary?
that?
Of course.
He said her taillights, and then he fixed it. Hold on, let me back that up. I hadn't caught that before. Wow.
And during this time, your attention is focused on your sister, obviously.
yes.
At some point, she did decide to stay.
Yep.
And at that point, she then left the crook of the door. You would shut the door. I'm guessing you shut the door.
Yes, sir.
And then Ricky figured out, okay, we're gonna get out of here, and she's not coming with us.
Correct.
Did y'all wait long enough to see her go inside the house?
Just gradually pulling away and watched her walk in the house.
Okay, and that answers my next question. When you pulled away, you didn't speed away, correct?
Correct, sir.
Gradually, slowly pulled away and out and around the SUV that was in front of you.
Correct, sir. Yes.
So y'all made up the distance at that point, after you had this maybe 5-minute conversation with your sister. You made up the distance and got up to the SUV that was in front.
Yes.
I want to point out he also just chucked in the 5 minutes. Remember, because when I was like, yeah, he really wants the 5 minutes. It's not that he's trying to impeach Brother Nagel. He wants the 5 minutes. When Brother Nagel said 2 to 3 initially or something, he wants that 5 minutes. He's saying it again. That's the second time he's mentioned the 5 minutes. So there's a reason.
All her taillights,
See, there it is. Hold on. I was kind of talking over it. Let me back it up just a sec.
Correct, sir. Yes.
So y'all made up the distance at that point, after you had this maybe 5-minute conversation with your sister. You made up the distance and got up to the SUV that was in front.
Yes.
All the taillights were
Interesting. Now, what's interesting is that we hear Yannetti later say something like, I think it's Yannetti, pretty sure it's Yannetti, say something with one of these other witnesses, like, it's common knowledge that it was Karen's car. I wonder if he does that because Jackson fucked up. I wonder if that was planned. I would love to find that out. Like, was that planned or was that a slip up? And if it was a slip up, interesting, because they could have had time to chat between, because they've got another witness or two. They could have, man, that's interesting. I mean, they're really smart. So I feel like if, I don't know, they must have had to try to figure out would the jury have caught that or not. What, let me rewind it, and I want you guys to let me know, would you have caught this had I not pointed it out? Let's hear it one more time.
That answers my next question. When you pulled away, you didn't speed away, correct?
Correct, sir.
Gradually, slowly pulled away and out and around the SUV that was in front of you.
Correct, sir, yes.
So y'all made up the distance at that point, after you had this maybe 5-minute conversation with your sister. You made up the distance and got up to the SUV that was in front.
Yes.
All the taillights were intact.
Did you guys catch that? And would you guys, like, I don't know, maybe y'all all heard that the first time? I don't know. I'm curious. DSN is saying when they drove by, they all say there was only one female car. Yes. You're saying when they drove by to leave, because he said he saw 2 people. Sorry, no, hold on. No, that's not true. He says he sees one person. It's his next, we're going to hear from her next. His ex-girlfriend says she saw a man and a woman, but that when they left, she saw only a woman. Okay, I think maybe that's okay. Maybe I think I understand your question. Yeah. So like you're referring to when they leave, I think. So yeah, we don't know. I mean, thank you for responding to my question, Needs some Z's. You didn't notice till I mentioned. Yeah, I'm curious about the rest of you guys. Would you have heard that or did you hear it? Because I'm wondering if the jury, you wouldn't have caught that either. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because it's interesting, right? Because it's like, I was very surprised. So the first time that I heard this testimony the day of, I didn't catch that. I only just caught that now. But I did catch, however, when Yannetti, I think it's Yannetti, is crossing Ricky Dentano or whatever. And he says something like, well, we can all assume it's Karen's car, or it's common knowledge that it was Karen's car. He says something like that. And I was like, whoa, what? Like that caught me off guard because I didn't know that was I didn't know that was a thing, that was their theory. I was still operating under the assumption that black SUV could have belonged to someone in the Albert family. Because no one has established that was Karen's car. No one's even established that it was a Lexus. So I kept thinking that it could have been a different SUV. And so I was really surprised when I heard Yannetti say that. I was like, whoa, what? Like, is that their theory? Like they're saying that is Karen? But I had not caught this until today and just now. And so now it's like, well, I wonder if maybe that wasn't planned. Like maybe did he accidentally fuck up and say her car? And then now they have to, Yannetti came back and tried to kind of make it seem like that was on purpose. Like, I don't know. It's interesting. Okay. Interesting. Well, the meaning is, again, because there's so many dark SUVs in this trial, in this case, it could have been anybody's. Like up until now, it's like it could be anybody's SUV. It's just a dark SUV. That's all we have. And so that was actually, that was what I thought. I thought it could be anybody's SUV. I was actually thinking maybe it's one of the Alberts SUVs and that the Alberts are trying to make it seem like it was Karen when it wasn't. And so that's why I was really surprised when he said, yeah, like everyone knows it was Karen or whatever. But here, that's where the her taillight versus the taillight makes a big difference. It's like an admission that they are conceding it was her car. The only time I had heard anything that made it acknowledging. I think they acknowledged that she was there to drop him off, right? Like maybe in opening statements. But in terms of the timeline and when she's there with the vehicle and stuff, that hasn't come in yet. And I think part of that is because it like they have to have a way to get that in, right? With the rules of evidence. Like they can't just say that. That's why it's actually surprising. It could have been objectionable, believe it or not. Like when the defense did say that, or does say that coming up here in a few minutes, and says like, yeah, that's common knowledge. Like that would have been, I would think, objectionable because it's assuming facts, not in evidence. So so part of it. Remember, this is not the defense's case in chief. This is the prosecution's case in chief. So there should be facts and evidence, and it should be facts from the prosecution. And then the defense can put in their own evidence on their case in chief, right? So in other words, it's normal for there to be facts, not in evidence, that would support the defense's case in chief because they haven't had their case in chief yet. But like, there should be facts and evidence that help the prosecution, but of course that doesn't exist in this case. So yeah.
Acknowledgement, yes.
I mean, as you sit here.
I mean, like, may I?
Of course.
I mean, I'm not there to, look at a car and be like, oh, is there any damage on a vehicle? It's 12:30 at night. Obviously, I had a few drinks. I'm out looking for that. I just noticed that the brake lights were on.
Interesting. 12:30. Okay.
But the point is, as you sat there and you
Interesting.
testified,
You said 12:30.
before, you noticed no damage on any of the taillights.
Not to my acknowledgement, no.
That's
There's
interesting.
3 taillights, one to the left.
That's
one to the right.
interesting. Okay, that's a problem for me. You know why? So I'm glad you gave it time, but that means somebody's lying or confused because here's why. Sister Nagel says she texts him around 1:14, 1:15. Sorry, 12, not 1. Sorry, 12:14, 12:15 to pick her up. But then this crew, Brother Nagel and co, say that they chill out at the bar for another 40 minutes. Again, they're estimating. I get it. There's no reason they would need to measure the time, right? But they're at the bar for another 30, 40 minutes before they come to pick her up. So there is just no fucking way that she texts him to pick her up at 12:14 or 12:15, and then they're there at 12:30. There's just no way. Why can't we have evidence?
Correct, sir.
And you didn't note anything
I know.
out of
I
the
know.
ordinary with regard to the rear of that truck.
No, like I said, it was dark out.
Okay. At any point, did you see that SUV in front of you drive up 50 or 60 feet, slam into reverse, and then drive backward?
No.
Okay. At any point, did you see that SUV reverse and hit a pedestrian?
Objection.
Sir.
I'll allow that. You didn't see that, right?
No, sir.
At no point did you see a person laying on the lawn,
No, but I also wasn't looking.
but you didn't see it.
No.
And you did see the truck in front of you.
The SUV, yes.
The SUV in front of you.
Correct.
All right. You didn't see a person standing or lying on the
He says truck. He does that again, I think, with another witness. And I wonder if that, I don't know. I'm just keeping that in my back of my
ground
mind.
anywhere around that SUV, did you?
No.
And it's not just that you didn't
I mean,
see that SUV.
we have
hit
to
a
remember,
pedestrian.
we have to remember something. Attorneys, their whole job is how they choose their words, right? Like, in other words, things where we're like, why are they mincing their words? Why are they parsing their words? Why does it matter, this one word? You know, we've seen this time and time again. I try to point it out when I can. I don't know that it ever matters as much in life, in any factor of life, as much as it does when it comes to a trial. And no one can appreciate that and understand that better than attorneys. They understand the difference, one word. And even if it's just a connecting word. For example, when you're reading a statute, the simple difference of an and versus an or may versus will or must, just a simple connecting word completely changes the entire law. I mean, it's insane. So that's why this stuff matters. I don't like, they are so, the way that their brain would work is like, you're not just gonna, I mean, rarely, if you're good at what you're doing, like these defense attorneys are, if you say something that even is supposed to seem like a mistake, it was probably on purpose. And we've seen this with these attorneys before already. So he says truck and lets the witness correct him, but I don't think that he says truck as in he's just not paying attention and he said truck, but he meant Jeep. I think there's a reason he says truck. I just don't know what it is yet. But remember, just keep that in mind, guys. Like, these attorneys are smart and they choose their words very carefully. That's the way their brain works. They choose every word very carefully. So something like that happens, it means something. I would say.
That did not happen while you were sitting there, did it?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that.
Yeah, I know,
No,
right?
I'm not.
After you drove away or drove up slowly in order to drive away. You were the passenger, or as you drove away, I should say, you were the passenger closest to the SUV as you would be passing it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
You looked out the right window of that F-150, correct?
Correct.
And you could actually see inside the SUV as it sat there idling, correct?
Correct.
That's because the dome light was on. Isn't that right?
Correct, sir.
And you noticed that the dome light was on inside because you could clearly see what was happening inside the SUV at that time as you passed by.
I mean, I wasn't directly looking inside. I was making sure my sister got in the house okay.
Right, but you did look inside that SUV,
As I passed by, yes.
and you saw one person,
That's all I saw at the time, yes.
female with long hair, is that
Correct.
right? And you did not see anybody else inside that SUV.
No, not to my acknowledgement.
As a matter of fact, you were asked that in prior testimony, and you indicated in response to that basic question, no, she was alone, correct?
Correct, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is troublesome because his girlfriend's
Thank
gonna
you, Anna.
be different.
Okay.
Completely different.
Just to be clear, sir, she was alone as far as you could see, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Lolly, you're not
Nothing
helping
further on.
anything. Dude, Lolly,
You
just
are all set, Mr. Nagel. Thank you
Yeah,
very
Molly.
much. Appreciate it.
all right, here we go.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Heather
She was very nice. I like her.
Maxon, Maxon.
Ma'am, if I could direct your
She also comes across as very credible to me, and I think her hair is very. Someone did a really nice job with her hair colors.
attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
I do.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
The weekend, Saturday, Friday, Saturday.
And as far as the evening of the 28th, what, if any, plans or where were you on that evening?
I was with my boyfriend at the time, Ryan, and we were out in Canton at local bars.
Oh yeah, don't worry. I caught that. In terms of the trial testimony. So she comes across as very credible here though. And I will say that I'm surprised that Lally doesn't ask why they broke up and stuff just because Lally.
And your boyfriend, Ryan, his last name is Nagel.
Correct.
And at that time, sort of end of January 2022, how long had you and Ryan been dating?
I'd say about a year.
And did you know at that time sort of his parents, his siblings, things like that?
I did, yes.
And how many siblings did Ryan have?
2.
Brother and a sister?
Correct.
And what's the sister's name?
Julie,
Is she older or younger than Ryan?
younger.
Do you recall, generally speaking, when you came in to see F. McCarthy's, where it was that the three of you went?
Can you rephrase the question?
Oh
Where
my God. I
within
love
the
it.
establishment?
So I have this idea for this compilation video I need to do. I need to do 3. So I have these ideas. So one is a compilation video of all the times when Lolly's asking questions to witnesses and they're just confused because they don't understand his question. This is an example of that. I'll rewind it again so you guys can see, but they're like, what? They just don't understand the question. Usually people are asking on cross for the attorney to rephrase, but in this trial, it's always on direct. Another would be a compilation of Lally talking about the snow. And then the other would be every time Lally does a weird what if any variation. So what I mean is not a regular old what if any, but when he does one of the weird ones that's who, if anyone, or, variations on it. So, oh, wait, I meant to rewind it. Hold on. Sorry, guys. So you can hear what I'm referring to with the confusion.
Do you recall, generally speaking, when you came in to see F. McCarthy's, where it was that the three of you went?
Can you rephrase the question?
Where within the establishment do you recall, were you seated at the bar or at a table? Or
The bar.
It's that once he clarifies his
from-
question and she understands what he's asking, it's okay, so now I know what you're asking, but it's a different type of confusion because it's why does this fucking matter, right?
Hillside
We are all
or-
confused.
We went to pick Julie up from her friend's house.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that time period when Ricky's taking the left on the street?
Could you rephrase the question?
Ricky's pulling up to the street.
Correct.
Is there a blinker or a directional that he uses prior to pulling onto the street?
I don't recall.
And as Ricky is making a left-hand turn, what, if any, other vehicles do you observe in the area at that time?
There was another vehicle in front of us on the same road coming from the opposite direction.
And from this other vehicle, as far as the interior of the vehicle, as you're yielding to this vehicle taking a right, what, if any, observations did you make of people inside that other vehicle?
I've noticed a male and a female in the car.
And where within the vehicle was the male and female that you observed situated or seated in the car?
The female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
Where did that vehicle go with relation to the house that you eventually stopped?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did the SUV that was in front of you go to the same house?
Yes.
Okay. And during the time that you were outside of that friend's house, did that car stay still or move or something?
It just stayed still.
So
Car
your
did
memory
not
is that the
move. That's
vehicle
a
was
big
essentially
difference.
in the same place in front of you the
That's
entire
a big
time that you were there?
difference.
Correct.
That's a big
And
difference.
from that sort of vantage point from behind the vehicle, did you observe any sort of damage or anything to the rear of the vehicle as it was in front of you?
I did not.
And at any point in time, did you see anybody exit from that vehicle at any point?
No.
And when you left, was that vehicle that was parked in front of you, was that,
Remember, guys, Sister Nagel testified that the SUV, she saw the SUV when she was looking out the window waiting for her brother, but by the time the brother got there, the SUV was gone.
in the same position as you initially described when you left?
Yes.
And do you recall, as far as Ricky pulling away from the curb or pulling away from the house to go home, did he have to sort of back out to get around it, or no?
I don't recall.
Now, as far as you're pulling away from that house and heading off to home, which way were
Heading
you
out to
facing
home?
as you came away from the house?
Weird.
Could you rephrase?
Let me ask a different question. So,
Oh, for fuck's
when
sake.
you pull up alongside of the house,
That,
which
dude,
side of
the
Ricky's?
fact that so many, okay, sorry. The fact that every witness in this trial on direct examination is confused by his questions, how the fuck is somebody not like firing him? Like, or at least saying, hey, let's go back to law school and remember how to ask questions because like that's your job is asking questions. And like you can't even do that correctly. Like they are all confused as fuck. I mean, it's really fucking funny, but it's also like, how is it still happening?
Truck
you know?
is facing closer to the house. Is it the driver's side, the passenger side, or something else?
The passenger side.
And as far as you were passing, what, if anything, did you note as far as the sort of interior lighting within the vehicle?
Yes, the interior lighting was on, so that's why I had noticed as we were pulling away the female in the driver's seat.
As far as the male passenger that you saw as you were pulling onto the street, could you see him at that point?
I did not see any other person, just the female in the driver's seat.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor. Mayor, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
You know, I have a thought. Y'all, has anyone thought about this or talked about this? I have a thought. Does anybody remember where Bella's house is? I guess at this point in the trial, we hadn't heard about Bella's house, right? Because we don't hear about that until Matt McCabe. But does anyone remember where her house is? Because what I'm wondering, this is just again, I'm just going with wherever the thought takes me in terms of possibilities. Because at this point, there's a lot of possibilities, right? I think that it's clear that, you know, the only thing that I would say that's not a possibility, in my opinion, is that Karen, you know, killed him. So of all the other possibilities, right? Like, let's just say, because we know that there's a lot of talk about them seeing this vehicle at this certain intersection, which I forget the road names, but now that I'm thinking about it, I will pay attention. Cornerstone or whatever. I'm wondering where Bella's house is because remember we hadn't heard about it at this point in the trial yet, but there's talk of him meeting up with, wait, hang on. Now I got my wires crossed. Sorry, guys. There's talk of him meeting up with that dude. I'm sure we'll hear more about this on Cross of Jen McCabe because like we don't really have all the info yet, obviously, but the dude that he potentially was going to meet up with, I guess I'm thinking like, what if at that time, no, that wouldn't make any sense, would it? I don't know. I was just thinking, what if he got out of the car? Like when they were stopped at that intersection, what if John O'Keefe got out of the car at that time to go meet up with somebody, right? And then that's when something happened. But the Alberts would still be involved, obviously. I don't know. I was just thinking right past the age. Thank you. Yeah. But see, Tom Daly or whatever his name is, we need to learn more about him. And like, of course, now he's going to have to come and testify thanks to the McCabes. Hi.
Hello, Ms. Maxon.
Hello.
The first time you were ever interviewed about this case by law enforcement was September 1st, 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
So you were not interviewed at or around February 7th when Ryan was interviewed?
No.
February 7th, 2022?
Right.
All right.
No.
So it was a full 19 months after the events in question that you were first contacted by law enforcement?
Correct.
And you gave your statement for the first time at that point?
Correct.
Ricky was driving, Ryan was in the front passenger seat, and you were in the super cab portion of the truck, correct?
Correct.
So you would have been situated directly behind Ryan,
I was in the middle.
in the middle seat?
Correct. So I was in between Ryan and Ricky.
Understood. Did you indicate that at some point you could see pretty clearly into the SUV as it turned, as y'all yielded way and it turned, it would be its right in front of you?
Correct.
And you could clearly see inside the passenger compartment there was a female driving, is that right?
Correct.
And there was a male sitting next to
So, but what was it? I got that, but I guess I also thought it was a few doors down. Like I thought that was the actual location as well as an allusion to Matt McCabe's testimony. Like I think like that's where it's located, right?
Yes.
You indicated that by the time you guys negotiated your turn, sped up, made the turn, headed up Fairview, that SUV had already come to a stop.
Correct.
All right. And how far behind that SUV would you estimate Ricky pulled the truck in terms of car lengths? 1 car length, 2 car lengths, right on the bumper?
Yeah, less than 1 car length.
Okay,
I would say a couple feet.
A couple feet, meaning 2 or 3 feet.
Yes.
So that's your recollection as you sit here.
Correct.
Did you notice anything wrong with the back of the SUV?
I did not.
Okay. You saw brake lights on?
Yeah.
How many brake lights? 2. Left and right?
Correct. Yep.
Was there one in the top center?
I don't recall.
Okay. You certainly did not see a full-sized Jeep Wrangler outfitted with a snowplow between the SUV and Ricky's truck.
I did not.
Full size instead
Sounds
of
like
big old.
ridiculous
It is a
question. You didn't
Wrangler.
see any other cars. There were no other cars between the two of you.
Correct.
Full size Jeep Wrangler.
Is it fair to say that when you pulled up behind the SUV, other than noting that it was there, your attention was not necessarily focused on that SUV?
Correct.
There was nothing extraordinary or out of the ordinary about that car.
Correct.
You were there to pick up somebody, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Or at least potentially.
Right.
So I'm guessing your focus would probably be to the right where the front doors were of that house.
Sure.
And you knew that Ryan had been communicating with his sister, and so you were sort of expectant in terms of watching Julie Nagel possibly come out of the house.
Correct.
So during those moments, you weren't
mean
necessarily
Sister
paying attention
Nagel.
to what was happening directly in front of you outside.
Right.
You indicated that you believe that the chit-chat that happened with Julie Nagel up at the truck was about 5 minutes?
Give or take.
Okay. At that point, was one of the doors opened?
I don't believe so. I think we rolled our windows down
Okay. Did
to
you
communicate.
also- I'm so sorry.
We rolled our windows down to communicate with Julie.
Okay, so you don't recall one of the doors being opened and Julie standing in the crook of the door having this conversation with Ryan?
I don't recall.
As you drove by the SUV, you noticed that the dome light was on.
Could you explain the dome, what that
Dome light,
means?
the interior light,
Yes.
dome.
Yes.
Yeah, honestly, I
So
never
you
used
could see
that
it
word.
lit up
so
the
I would
interior
not.
of the car.
Correct.
Yeah.
It was a late model SUV, probably a pretty bright light. You could see inside the car.
I could.
You clearly could see, well, you could see a female.
Correct.
By the way, do you recognize the person to my left?
I do, but only because of,
That was a terrible question. Of course you did. Do you recognize her from that night? Is she the person that was in the driver's seat, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. But the person you did see was a Caucasian female with long hair.
Correct.
Okay. As you drove by, the interior light was on well enough that you could see her, you could see the female clearly.
Correct.
And you could also see that there was no male in truck as well.
The other male that I saw in the SUV before they pulled on to Fairview,
Correct.
he could have been in when it was parked, but the only person I saw as we were pulling away was the female driver.
So when you pulled away, you looked to your right at your passenger window,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Correct.
The interior dome light was on.
Yes.
And you've testified to this before, correct?
Correct.
About you've been asked these questions in another.
Okay, so the house was near Bella's Street, right? Yeah, I can't remember. Of course, we're gonna get probably tomorrow night the testimony from the McCabes and hear what they say about Bella's house. But okay, so maybe not a few doors down. Maybe that was just literally from from Matt McCabe's testimony. Gotcha. Okay. Yes, chit chat for sure is not something you hear in a trial often. I know autocorrect, right?
Proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And you testified the only person you saw in the interior of that car at that time when y'all pulled away was the female.
Okay.
Is that right?
Sure, if I
It was compound.
remember correctly.
It was
Okay.
compound.
That's all I
That's
have.
why they could have objected.
Mr. Lally?
Lally could have objected to compound there, but he doesn't know how to.
So, Ms. Maxon, during the time that you were asked about not sort of focusing on the SUV in front of you, fair to say that you would have seen a 6-foot man walking away from that car going towards the house?
Correct.
Okay. You were in a vantage point where you would have seen that had that occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that?
I did not.
Okay. Nothing further on.
By the way, guys, we're
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to
Colin
call
Albert today.
Ricky D'Antonio.
Colin Albert is
bound to
coming
mess it up.
up.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for me?
Richard D'Antano, D''A, N-T-U-O-N-O,
And Mr. D'Antano, where do you live?
in Canton.
And how long have you lived here?
My whole life, 30.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yeah,
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
the weekend,
And do you recall whether or not you worked that day?
I don't.
And at some point in time on that day, did you go out for the evening, leave your house, or go somewhere?
Yes,
And did you drive from your house to wherever you went?
yes,
And what kind of car do you have at that time?
a pickup truck.
And specifically,
I think you're referring to Colin Albert. So actually, it's Allie McCabe who we actually hear from her. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. We do hear from her and then Colin. So she's the one who we had heard. Hold on, I'm trying to remember the first time we hear. I think the first time we hear who picked Colin up. Okay, I'm pretty sure nobody knows anything about how Colin got there or how he leaves until we hear from Allie McCabe, who testifies that she picked him up. I don't recall her saying that she brought him there. We will find out because we're going to hear from her. However, I do remember that Colin does say she brought him there and picked him up, which is a big difference. So,
what kind of pickup truck?
Ford F-150,
And what color was that?
dark gray.
And so
Oh,
you called
yeah.
to see if a car.
I left. You're talking about. Hold on, let me back it up. We should have heard that because I feel like I left it in. Let me back it up a little bit. It's when he says this guy's going to mess it up.
Asked about not
Yeah, no, actually, hold on. I'd be
sort
right
of focusing on the SUV in front of you. Fair to say that you would have seen a 6-foot man walking away from that car going towards the house?
Correct.
Okay. You were in a vantage point where you would have seen that had that occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that?
I did not.
Okay. Nothing further on. Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Ricky D'Antonio.
right after this.
He's bound to mess it up.
There. Did you guys hear it? He's bound to mess it up. Let me rewind it. That's the hot mic moment. Thank you for reminding me because I knew that was there. I knew I'd left it in, but I didn't hear it.
You were in a vantage point where you would have seen that had that occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that?
I did not.
Okay. Nothing further on. Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Ricky D'Antonio. He's bound to mess it up.
There. He's bound to mess it up. I don't even really know in what way Lally means that. That's the prosecution because Lally's the one at the microphone. That's Lally saying that. And I don't know why. I can't understand in how he means that because I don't know what goes through Lally's head. You would have to understand Lally's theory of the case to understand how he messes it up. Because in my mind, it's like he doesn't mess anything up more than anybody else, and he also doesn't help it more than anybody else. It's just
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for me?
Richard D'Antano, D''A', N-T-U-O-N-O,
And Mr. D'Antano, where do you live?
in Canton.
And how long have you lived here?
My whole life, 30.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you recall what days of the week those were?
The weekend?
And do you recall whether or not you worked that day?
I don't.
And at some point in time on that day, did you go out for the evening, leave your house, or go somewhere?
Yes.
And did you drive from your house to wherever you went?
Yes.
And what kind of car do you have at that time?
A pickup truck.
And specifically, what kind of pickup truck?
Ford F-150.
And what color was that?
Dark gray.
And so you come in to see if McCarthy's, and do you recall sort of where within the establishment you went?
Probably sat at the bar, I would assume.
And where were they seated within the pickup when you were driving?
Ryan was in my passenger seat and Heather was in the back.
And do you recall sort of how she was positioned in the back as far as on the passenger side, the middle, or the driver's side?
Not specifically. I vaguely remember her maybe laying down.
When you
Yeah, that was the part.
arrived
The part
at,
about.
taking that
Did you guys
turn-
hear that about her laying down? That is DSN. Did you guys hear that part about her laying down? That's so.
from Cedar
Yeah.
Crest onto
Thank-
Fairview. What if any other vehicles
Cedar
did you
Crest.
observe in the
I
area?
forget what word I called it was. I think I called it something else, but yeah, Cedar Crest. That was the road. Cedar Crest. This is the part where this intersection seems to be important, right? And I was thinking, well, maybe did he get out of the car here? I don't know.
While driving?
Yes, while driving as you were about to make the turn.
No vehicles that I could recall.
After
So
making
he-
that turn
but
onto
that
Fairview, what if any
interesting. He did not see the black SUV at the intersection, which is really interesting because the past two did, and they remember even the shit with the blinker, right? He does not see it at the intersection.
vehicles did you observe at that time?
There was a vehicle parked in front of me, in front of the house.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further for this witness.
Thank
Your
you.
All right, cross-examination?
Which is weird too, because remember, Brother Nagel even said, "Yeah, of course we talked about it." Now, of course, he doesn't mean that like they've practiced their testimony, but he's just honest saying that they've talked about it. But like that just makes it even more credible that their memories are different, I guess, right? Like because they didn't say the same thing.
You were outside the residence in back of a black SUV that was driven by Karen Reed, correct?
I do not know that based off my knowledge.
Here.
Not your personal knowledge. but
Here, this is the part I was referring to, guys, where he says, and this is the first time where I'd heard it, and I think it's like, in other words, I think this is the first time where it's said openly, where anyone says, like, yeah, that's Karen's SUV. Let's listen.
You now know it's pretty much common knowledge, correct?
I guess so.
Common knowledge that it's Karen's SUV. Here, let me back it up so you guys can hear the full question again.
How many vehicles did you observe at that time?
There was a vehicle parked in front of me, in front of the house.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further for this witness.
Thank
Your
you.
All right, cross-examination?
You were outside the residence
Oh,
in
he's-
back of a black SUV
I wanted to say he's pre-lounge lizard. He's like getting ready to lounge lizard, I think.
that was driven by Karen Reed, correct?
There.
I do not know that based off my knowledge.
Not your personal knowledge, but you now know it's pretty much common knowledge, correct?
I guess so.
So that's
And
so
in
that's the
fact-
first time. I just feel like we haven't heard that like that, right? So that's why I was wondering, was that him just trying to cover up for, was that a mistake that Alan Jackson made earlier? I don't know. We just don't know. But it's interesting. Because even the prosecution hasn't come out and said that, right? I mean, they haven't put anything in evidence. Okay, let me phrase that correctly. The prosecution has not entered any evidence that belongs to Karen. So
That black SUV was parked directly in front of yours, in front of the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And while you were there, you never observed that black SUV strike anyone, correct?
Correct.
You never heard any arguing outside of the residence of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And possessing that information as you did on January 29th, Were you interviewed by any state police investigator regarding this case on January 29th?
On that day?
Right.
No.
What about the next day or the rest of January or any day in February of 2022? Did the state police come to interview you about the information that you had as the driver of that vehicle?
No.
In fact, isn't it true that no investigator from the state police or the district attorney's office interviewed you anytime during the entire year of 2022?
Correct.
As you're approaching the residence, you don't have a memory of coming face to face with a black SUV or any other vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying it didn't happen, you just don't recall that, correct?
Correct.
And in any case, your memory, your best memory, is that when you got there, the black SUV, and by the way, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you recall it as a black SUV or?
I do.
Okay. When you got there, your best memory is that the black SUV was already parked outside the residence, correct?
Correct.
And it was facing in the same direction that you were facing as you approached the residence,
Yes.
which means, and you're from Canton, correct?
Correct.
You came from the Cedar Crest side and you were facing toward the Chapman Street side, correct?
Correct.
Same with the black SUV.
Correct.
And it appeared to be parked properly next to the property, correct?
Mine?
No,
Or-
the black SUV.
Yeah.
It wasn't parked at some crazy angle, correct?
Correct.
It didn't appear to have struck anything on the side of the road when it was parked, right?
Correct.
There was nothing unusual about the
Side
way
of
it
the
was
road, I
parked.
just think about.
No.
And you did not notice any broken taillight to that SUV, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, but I did analyze it.
Sure. It didn't stand out to you that to say or to make a mental note, hey, that taillight's broken, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see any damage at all to the vehicle that you noticed, correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
And with regard to when Julie came out of the house, when you pulled up and parked, you know, sort of perpendicular to the driveway, and that's an accurate way to portray it,
Correct.
you believe that it took Julie how long to come out of the house?
I would guess under a minute.
Under a minute. And then after that under a minute span of time, she then had to walk from the front door of the house, one of the front doors of the house, to your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You know, you had mentioned,
Yes, yes. Memories. I love it. It's my favorite thing.
you had mentioned earlier that when
The way he
when I
handles
asked
his
you
life
about
is
the
just my
damage to the
favorite. I
rear
love
of the
him.
vehicle,
Gennady, I'm a huge fan.
that, you know, your attention wasn't just focused
Him and
on
Creighton,
studying
they
that
could be like-
vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And
I
it's
would
fair to
think
say that from the moment
Also,
that
I
you
love that.
pulled up to Julie coming out of the house, to Julie walking to the car, to the conversation between, you know, you and Ryan and Julie, you were not monitoring what was going on inside or outside that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
We're not paying attention to who, if anybody, was inside the black SUV at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were not paying attention to whether
Shout out to the DUI
anybody
guy.
got out of the vehicle during that time, correct?
Correct.
And then ultimately, you were going home. The night was over, correct?
Correct.
And in order to go home, your plan was to keep going up Fairview Road toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And in order to do that, that would have meant that you passed the black SUV that had been in front of you, correct?
Correct.
Chapman Street. There's two
And
streets.
at that time,
Chapman and
as you're
Cedar Crest.
passing the black SUV, do you recall whether or not there was an interior light on within the cab of that SUV?
I do not.
All right. Were you curious at all who was inside that SUV, given that it pulled up to the same house that you pulled up to?
Not at all.
You were concentrated more on the road.
Correct.
And as far as you were concerned, your night was over, time to go home, correct?
Correct.
All right. But it's fair to say that at no point in time, from the first time you saw that SUV until you're leaving it, did you see anybody in the front passenger seat of the SUV, correct?
I didn't look inside the SUV.
Right, so you didn't see anybody in the front passenger seat.
No, I didn't look.
You also didn't notice at any point anybody standing outside that SUV?
Not to my knowledge.
And you never saw anybody sitting in the snow or in the street or on the lawn outside the SUV?
Not to my knowledge,
And you
no.
never saw anybody lying outside that SUV, is that fair to say?
Yes.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
No further questions, thank you, sir.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Allie McCabe.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Allie McCabe, MCCABE.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived here?
Okay.
Basically my whole life.
So I gotta say something nice about her too, right? She has very pretty hair, and I also think whoever, like, I would assume it's her, but someone did a nice job on her makeup, I think too. I appreciate that it's kind of like understated and, you know, natural, but also I thought her hair is really pretty. It's a very nice color, whether it's her own color or not her own color, but it's very, very good color for her, I think.
Except
And you know, it's interesting. Sorry, I just noticed she's also wearing stud earrings and nothing, you know, in the first hole, I mean, which is interesting.
first few months I lived in Stoughton.
And do you work? Do you go to school?
I wonder
I'm a student.
if that was something that they were coached. I don't know. I'd be curious. Like if that's something they're like, yeah, if you're a lady, you know, it's like, and you take the stand, like, I mean, of course that it wouldn't surprise me. I've just not heard that specifically, but like as if they say that like stud earrings read better to a jury than like a dangly earring, which would, I mean, I can't fucking imagine how a dangly earring could offend anybody, but you never know.
In college, is that correct?
Yes.
And what year are you in college?
I just finished my sophomore year.
And when living in Canton, who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My two parents and my three sisters.
So you're one of four girls, is that correct?
Correct.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
And your parents, what are their names?
Matt and Jen.
Oh,
And did you play any sports when you were at Canton High School?
Yes.
And what sports did you play?
Soccer, hockey, and lacrosse.
And so January, that would have been which sports season?
Hockey season.
Now,
do
with
you guys
respect,
have any thoughts
to
on that? Let hockey season. You guys have any thoughts on that hockey season? Do you think there's any relevance there? Does that have anything to do with things? I'm curious if you guys have thoughts on that.
hockey, as far as that evening of the 28th, how did your evening start out, or what, if anything, were you doing first that evening?
It started with a team dinner at my house. The hockey team came over. We had dinner. Then I went to my sister's basketball game at the Canton High School. Then I was hanging out with two of my friends. We were driving around.
Oh wow!
Then
this is, like, yeah, she has this. This is insane. Like, God, talk about rehearsed. Holy fuck!
the night ended with me driving Colin Albert home.
So initially, she's leaving out the fact that again, just to reiterate, I don't recall her saying that she drives him to the Albert house. But at least here, she's not saying she did. She's saying she drove him home. This is an important detail because it could be that if my memory is correct, only one of them says that, which is interesting. Great question. Does anything he asks have anything to do with anything? I would say definitely not. Yeah, I would agree. The cross necklace for sure. That definitely makes sense. Yeah, for sure.
And who, if anyone, from your family was involved in the basketball?
My younger sister.
And did you go with your parents or separately, or how did you get?
I believe I drove and I arrived later than my parents.
And as far as at that time, did you have your own car?
Yes.
And what kind of car did you have?
A little Ford Fusion, blue.
And when the game gets over, where was it that you went?
I believe I was just driving around with two of my friends, and then as we were driving, we came across a dog on the side of the street. And we
This
knew
is fucking bizarre. I'm wondering if this is okay. It's just now crossed my mind. Just that you guys were probably aware, but like when things just pop in my head, I just see them. So like, is this whole dog fucking like the number of things that are wrong about this story? I'll point them out. There's so many, but I'm wondering, is this potentially if she does pick Colin up from his friend's house and drive him to the Alberts, is that's maybe when this happens and that's why she's telling this fucking weird story? I don't know.
a snowstorm was coming. So we picked the dog up
None of this
and then brought it to the police station and then
don't-
drove the dog back to where
What?
its owner's house.
The other thing is like, is she trying to find an excuse to say she was at the police station? Like, that's what I keep thinking. Like, my first thought about this, of all the weird things, there's a lot, we'll go through it, but like, is that she's trying to find an excuse to say she was at the police station. That's my first thought.
As far as the friends that you were driving around with, what are their names?
Avery, Panadosi, and Danielle Seaman.
And those were friends of yours from school, from Canton High School as well?
Yes.
And had they been
Wow,
with you at the
Canton High.
game previously?
Yes, I believe so.
So you, when you say drove around, whereabouts were you driving around?
Does that remind you of anything, guys? Driving around? I'm just driving around.
Through Canton,
I
pretty
mean-
aimlessly. Just
People can do that, right? Like, that's fine. However, the number of times we hear that in relation to during someone being murdered is a bit uncanny.
driving.
And at
I
some
know,
point
right?
you come upon a dog, is
It
that
makes-
correct?
Correct.
It
And,
gets
where
weirder.
was that?
On Elm Street.
And this was a dog obviously unfamiliar to you, is that correct?
Yes.
Why are you even asking? See, when he asked that, that made me think, is this Chloe? That was just what made me think. Because I'm like, why are you asking that? Like, is this Chloe? Are you trying to prove that it's not Chloe?
So what did you do with the dog?
The dog ran over to the car when we stopped and picked the dog up, and we didn't really know what to do with it, so we brought it to the police station.
That's sorry. That's full. She's full of bullshit there. You can just tell. That's bullshit. It doesn't make any sense. No one would do that. There's some other reason. Who knows if the dog thing's true or not, but I think it's probably okay, potentially because she knows that they get her 360 day. I'm just curious if she knows it's going to come out somehow that she was at the police station and she's trying to find a reason. Now, I don't remember that coming up on Cross, but we're going to find out because we're going to hear it. But I don't know. Or it could be one of those things where they will get into her being at the police station later, but maybe for some reason they already had talked about. We have to remember that there's things that happened before this trial started that we may not know about, right? Like, for example, you have to have the proper foundation. Other evidence has to be in. It's possible that there's some other foundation that needs to be laid for the defense to maybe get into that. If they do, I'm just saying it's weird. It's just weird.
Do you recall at all what kind of dog it was?
Who cares?
No, white.
Dog, small dog?
It was small. It was white and brown. Not sure what type.
And so while you're at the police station, what, if anything, did you learn about that dog that you brought to the police station?
I went in the police station. The dog stayed in the car with one of my friends. And as I was walking in and telling the officer that I found a dog, he got a call from the owner, and she asked if she was like, "Oh, can you return my dog, please?"
Sorry, none of that. None of that. As a person who loves dogs, has helped people reunite with their dogs, who owns a dog, who's lost a dog. I mean, like, none of that. None of it makes any, like, no one associates lost dog with police station. Like, the fact, like, where it gets even more far-fetched is when she says that the owner of the dog calls the police station. Like, who would do that? You would call the animal shelter. And then the thought that okay, this is the thing that is the least most insane of all, least plausible of all, that someone's lost their dog. You would, when that happens, you think your dog is possibly hit by a car. I mean, you don't. The fact that someone picked up your dog and your dog is alive and your dog has a location and like I'm sorry, I don't buy that someone's like, "Hey, can you give me my dog back?" No, I'm sorry, there's just no way. You would be like thanking them, "I owe you for the rest of my life." Literally, like they are your favorite, they are your hero. They saved your dog's life. It's just, And clearly, it seems to me like she's never owned a dog because otherwise you just wouldn't say this. This makes no sense.
And so you brought the dog back to the owner?
It's
Yes.
insane. It's
You know about
insane.
what time all of that was going on?
I'm not sure.
And all of this, like, why are you saying
Mentioned
all
that
this?
you had
Ugh.
picked up a person by the name of Colin Albert, is that right?
Correct.
And who was Colin Albert to you, or can you describe to the jury sort of your relationship with Colin?
I've known Colin since I've been born. Our families are very close. We went to high school together growing up, in the same friend group. So yeah, we're very close.
So he was in the same grade as you, is that right?
Correct.
She just said that,
He was a senior
Lally.
at this stage
Oh,
as well.
fuck's sake.
Yes.
And you have friends, mutual friends together.
Yes.
Now, the two of you are not actually sort of blood related, is that correct?
Correct.
But you have sort of relatives in common, is that correct?
Yes.
And to that point, as far as when
Yeah, it's just
he
weird.
reached out to you,
Being weird.
let me ask you this: how is it that you came to come by and sort of pick him up on that evening?
He texted me and was asking for a ride, and then I responded,
Right where?
drove and got him, texted
Where?
him when I arrived.
How the fuck are they not clarifying who's going where from where? This is why I was saying that I don't recall it coming out that she took him to the Albert house because they're not clarifying
Now, as
this.
far as
Wally's mom.
that sort of, I don't know what exactly to call it, but as far as you picking him up at certain places, like on weekend nights, was that out of the realm of
trying to
normalcy, or was that something that happened on occasion?
No, that's common. He knew I was driving that night, so it's pretty common. Our friends, we always just drive each other around and stuff.
And without getting too much into it, as far as high school was concerned, particularly when someone was drinking, would they call and ask for a ride?
Correct, yes.
Lally, they're all underage. What is wrong? Like, why are this is one other weird thing about this trial. It is just a fact. It is no one's even there's not a word said about the underage drinking. Like, yes, thank God they're not drinking and driving. However, it seems like they are confused that the drinking age. It's like they think the drinking age is 14 or 16. It's bizarre.
Rather than driving their own car.
Yes.
And
It's like they've just accepted the fact that everyone's drinking. It's
as
bizarre.
far as you knew, was Colin drinking at least at some point during that?
Yes.
Is that why he needed a ride?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to your parents, did you, around this time that you're driving around and you're going to pick up Colin, did you have any idea where your parents were or what they were doing?
I knew they were going out after the basketball game, but no, I didn't know. I have their Life 360. They have mine, so I wasn't sure though.
And as far as the Life 360 goes, is that something that that you sort of keep track of them, or they keep track of you?
It's more them keeping track of me.
Now, do you know approximately what time it was that you first get sort of Colin reaches out via text to pick him up?
I believe it was around midnight. I'm not exactly sure exact, but around midnight.
Right. So I was right. He completely glosses over if she okay, remember, Colin is about to testify after her, and he's going to say that she took him from his friend, whoever his friend, some Italian name, his friend's house to the Alberts and then picked him up later. They are skipping over that because, again, first, like, this whole thing has been really vague, but now he's just without leading her. This was somebody without leading her. He doesn't say, "Oh, the first time you picked him up," for example, which I would say that's acceptable. Like, she's just like, when you picked him up, and then she says the time. And we know because of these text messages that we're about to see that that's the time she picked him up from the Albert's house. So he's just completely skipped over with her. If she did, as Colin will say, that she brought him there, which is like, it's odd because it would be almost counterintuitive. Like, if you're talking about things in a chronological order and you're being asked questions about bringing somebody somewhere or picking them up, and you're this attorney that's asking you these questions is not specifying, you would assume it's the first time, right? Because you're going in chronological order. So it's weird. It's weird to me that somehow she just jumps past that as well.
And did you know where he was when he asked you to pick him up?
Yes, the Albert's house, 34 Fairview.
Yeah, pick them up from the
Is that
Alberts.
a house that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship do you have to the people that live at the Alberts house?
My aunt and uncle and my cousins.
All of the
So Brian
relations.
Albert is your uncle, correct?
Correct.
Paul Albert is your aunt.
Correct.
How is she your aunt? Is the father's side, your mother's side?
My mother's sister.
And Colin Albert, obviously last name Albert, he's related to people at Fairview as well.
Correct.
Everyone's
On
related,
the other side
Lally.
of the family.
Correct.
And do you know what, as far as your conversation with Colin, do you know why he was over at that house that night?
It was little Brian's birthday.
And so he had gone over for that purpose and you went by to pick him up.
Yes.
And do you recall where you were or sort of who you were with when you first get that text or communication from Colin to pick him up?
Yes, I was at another friend's house. After I drove Avery and Danielle home, I went somewhere else.
You drove with the two friends that you were with
Where?
earlier.
Where did you
home, and
go?
Went somewhere else?
Yes, I believe
Where?
yes.
Is that
Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
Did you get a text from Colin?
Of course, he doesn't ask her that. Where did she go? Dude,
Yes.
let me listen to that again because this is interesting. And remember, on previous episodes of these recaps, I have been asking myself, what was she doing before she picks him up? And you know what is so interesting is we are in her testimony and it's still not clear.
As far as your conversation with Colin, do you know why he was over at that house that night?
It was little Brian's birthday.
And so he had gone over for that purpose and you went by to pick him up.
Yes.
And do you recall where you were or sort of who you were with when you first get that text or communication from Colin to pick him up?
Yes, I was at another friend's house. After I drove Avery and Danielle home, I went somewhere else.
You drove with the two friends.
You didn't say that when he asked you, oh, so what happened? And you gave that memorized stupid answer, like rattled it off. You left that out. You didn't say anything about this. And you're not saying who it is. Oh my God, I can't. You guys.
You were with earlier home and then you went somewhere else?
Yes, I believe yes.
Is at that point, did you get a text from Colin?
Yes.
Now, do you recall whether or not the information that you had as to where Colin was that night, is that something that came via text as well, or was that a phone call or some other type of communication?
I knew he was there. Could have been a phone call. I'm not sure.
So, were there a variety of different ways that
You
you
know,
would have communicated?
I will be honest here. I was kind of like disappointed on Cross in this aspect when it comes to her, that they spend a lot of time with like the text messages and like and you weren't going to see it, right? Like the Life 360 stuff. But I feel like they didn't really get into her timeline here of where she was and what she was, this night, right? Now, it makes me wonder if it's because they're planning on calling her for their case in chief. And that the reason they didn't get into that is because there needed to be more foundation laid, and that would happen late. Like that foundation wouldn't be laid until later by the time they could. Yeah. Okay. That's exactly what I'm saying. Right. Because by then there's going to be, because she's testifying before her parents, for example. So like, of course, after her, then we have her parents and then we have other witnesses. So that by the time it gets to their case in chief, they could get into some of this other stuff and have the foundation. I'm wondering if that's what it's about. Because, otherwise they wouldn't be with this, in this situation, with this judge and with all these situations that we have going on here. Like, yeah, they're not allowed any centimeter to get into stuff. It's a very tight leash or whatever they say, tight ship, tight. I don't know. I don't think a tight ship is the right way to say it, because it seems kind of one-sided a little bit, towards, yeah, anyway. But yeah, I think they're going to recall her. That would be the thing that makes sense.
Around that time.
Yes, there's other apps as well. Yes.
I'm sorry, you said through apps as well?
Yes.
And what kind of apps are those?
For example, like Snapchat.
So you had each other's sort of Snapchat information, phone number information, call, text, snap, Cribbin, any of those things?
Yes.
Now, when you get that communication from him to come pick him up, about how long a period of time was it from the time that you get the text from Colin to the time that you arrive in the area of Fairview?
I'm not sure.
And you're familiar with that home at 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
Place you've been to countless times before, as you're related to the people that own it.
Correct.
And do you recall from where you were coming from, as far as how did you come to Fairview? Would that have been on the Chapman side or the Cedar Crest side, or how did you come?
I don't remember.
And when you get to the home, you obviously park at some point, correct?
Correct.
And where in relation to the house did you park?
I believe in the driveway on the left side. Not entirely sure. I just believe that.
And when you arrive, what, if any, communication did you send to Colin?
I texted him saying here.
And
Wow,
after you
okay.
texted that,
Oh my
he
God.
comes out of the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And when he comes out of the house, about how long a period of time was it from the time that you texted him here to the time that he comes out to the car?
I'm not sure. A few minutes.
So you text Colin shortly thereafter he comes out, is that right?
Correct.
You recall, you're familiar, obviously, as I've asked you a couple times now, with the house. There are 2 doors in the front of the house, is that right?
Yes.
And do you know which of the 2 doors Colin came out of?
No, I'm not sure.
And when he came down, he came over to the car, correct?
Yes.
And you're in the driveway?
Yes.
He gets into what part of the car? Front passenger seat?
Yes, I believe.
And from the time that you, so when you leave from there, where is it that you went?
His house and then my house.
You dropped him off at his house and then you went home?
Correct.
Now, Ms. McCabe, if I could take you back just to a little bit from where we had left off. When you arrived at the residence at 34 Fairview Road, you pulled into the driveway, is that correct?
I believe so.
And obviously, on that date, you were familiar with the types of vehicles that your parents drove?
Yes.
And did you see any of your parents' vehicles at the home when you pulled in and parked in the driveway?
No.
And when you got to the house at any point, did you exit the car or go inside the house?
No.
So you texted him that you were there, you stayed in the car, and he came out.
Yes.
And when Colin came out to the car, what, if any, observations did you make of him
This is making it seem like Colin leaves before the McCabes get there.
in regard to his sobriety, as far as what, if any, observations did you make in respect to that?
Normal.
Didn't seem
Which
overly
means drunk,
intoxicated
right,
to you?
for him?
No.
Half kidding. Half.
And as far as his face or features, or from whatever you could see, what, if any, injuries did you observe on Colin?
I mean,
None.
I have just I don't buy anything she's saying. I don't buy any of it. I just don't.
And how would you describe his
Sorry.
demeanor when he came out and he got into the car?
Normal.
Now, during the course, you drove from the Fairview home to Colin's house, is that right?
Yes.
And where was Colin living at that point?
I don't know the address, but his new house, not the one where he was neighbors with John, the newer house.
And if you could, just generally speaking, where was that in relation to the town of Canton? What was it doing?
It's in the center of town, close to the library.
And do you recall, or do you know what type of residence that is?
Yes, it's like condos. I'm not sure exactly, but yeah, townhouses.
As far as your drive from the residence in Fairview to Colin's house,
Insane. It's insane.
did you make-
Like the way she even answers that, it's like she's so nervous. It's like we see it when people are like, you know. I mean, I don't know. It's wild.
any stops along the way?
No.
About how long a drive is it from Fairview to Colin's new house?
7 minutes, 5 minutes.
And when you arrived there, what did you observe Colin do?
Got out of the car, went inside, got the key, locked it, went inside.
And is that something as far
So
as,
they lock their doors, but the Alberts don't lock their doors. Is that what I'm
did
hearing?
you wait for him to get inside?
Yes.
God.
Why was it?
I always wait for him because it's like how he has to open the first door to get inside. So I usually just wait for everyone to get inside.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Just what are you
During
talking
the car
about?
ride from Fairview
Yeah,
to
dude.
Colin's house, do you recall anything specific about, did you have a conversation with her?
Yeah, she's getting,
Probably, I don't remember.
her neck is getting really, really red. You're right. That's a good point. Her neck is getting really red. Interesting. You know, we know that like people will get hot. Like, I mean, being nervous on the stand is one thing. I get that. That's not what we're seeing. I don't think anyway.
Remember what we were talking about.
And then following that, where did you go?
I believe home.
Something about this line of questioning is
When
starting
you
to make
got
her
home,
really
were
feel
either of
nervous.
your parents home at that point?
No,
Do you know about what time it was that you got?
We're on direct, right?
not exactly. I would estimate a little bit before 12:30, around that.
Remember, the thing is like this is again, this is direct examination. Like this is how she's reacting on direct for this questioning. And again, the defense doesn't really go through this same type of questioning. They don't really get into it. I think they just can't get into it yet. But if this is how she is on direct, there's something here. There's more here. So
Time.
And at any point in time over the rest of the course of that evening, did you,
I mean, my
your
guess,
parents, did you talk
my
to
guess is this is probably around the time, and she would know this. My guess is this is probably in this vicinity of the time where the Life 360 puts her at Canton High School, and she knows it.
Is there anything like that?
I
Whatever it is, she knows she's lying about something.
know I talked to my dad on the phone when we found the dog. Other than that, no.
Oh, back to the dog again.
And so after your return home, when you went to bed or you went to sleep, were your parents home at that point?
No.
I swear,
About
there's,
how much time?
you know, the police station was busy this day, right? We've got Allie McCabe showing up with supposedly a dog, some random dog, and her friends. We hear about how the owner demands the dog back, like being rude and not thanking them, and yet we don't actually hear anything. Like they don't follow that up with, so did the owner come to the police station or did you deliver the dog to the owner? Of course, none of that makes any sense, but here we are, because like none of that would happen in real life, but that's not asked. But yeah, but my point is that like we have Allie McCabe with potentially some random dog and her friends showing up. And we also have later on that same day, Brian Higgins showing up at the police station. So like the police station seems like a real hangout this day.
Was it between the
Place
time
B.
you got home around 12:30 or so and when you went to sleep?
Not long. I don't know.
Now,
Like, they
turning
should
your
have had
attention
Brian
to the
Jr.'s
following
birthday
day,
party
at some
dinner
point
instead,
you woke
yeah.
up, correct?
Yes.
And were your parents home at that point?
Yes.
And were both of your parents home at that point?
Yes.
Do you know about what time it was that you woke up the next day?
No, I do not.
Now, Ms. McCabe, at some point in August of 2023, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
Yes, I believe I'm not sure what time, but on a Zoom.
And was that one trooper or more than one trooper or something?
I believe 2. I'm not sure.
Do you recall any of the names of any of those troopers?
Yuri maybe was one of them. I'm not sure.
And now, ma'am, following that meeting that you had with the troopers from the state police, what, if anything, did you provide to them from your phone?
Text messages with Colin, maybe pictures. I don't know. Definitely the text messages.
And
Oh, yeah.
to that, just as far
There were
as,
several of
your
them
phone,
questioned
what
over
kind of phone did you
Zoom.
have
Actually,
at the
the,
time?
Colin, I think, was
I believe an iPhone 14 Pro Max, maybe.
And I should have been more specific as far as the time, but the iPhone you're talking about as far as the Pro Max, was that in January of 2022?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or in August of 2022?
That was in August.
And between January of 2022 and August of 2023, did you have the same phone throughout that time period?
I'm not sure. I believe I upgraded. Yeah.
And when you upgraded your phone, what, if any, data sort of carried over from the old phone to the new phone?
Everything.
no.
So as far as chats or text messages or phone contacts, things like that, all of that transferred
No,
from one phone
no,
to the
no,
new
no,
phone?
no, no,
Correct.
no.
And Mr. Lally, I have an instruction to give if you're going to put in that screenshot.
Yes.
Okay. Jurors, remember, I've told you this before you consider any electronic
I'm sorry.
communication in
I
your
just-
deliberation,
I don't think she's dumb enough to really truly believe that everything carried over. Come on.
you must find first that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent the communication was in fact either Colin Albert or Ms. Allie McCabe. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that Ms. McCabe or Mr. Albert was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, then you cannot consider that communication in your deliberations. So with that, Mr.
Here's
Lally?
the point of this. I didn't include this because it was a voir dire, but the voir dire questions are the same as what we end up hearing in regular testimony in front of the jurors. So that instruction to the jurors was because of this, because of the fact that there was no investigation done in this trial, or this case rather, and their phones, her and Colin's phones, were not, there was no extraction done by law enforcement. There was none of that, right? These are just screenshots of text messages. There's a lot of problems here in that you have to lay this foundation to have this authenticated, which normally it would be authenticated by, you would see you would have, think about Murdoch or any other trial. You have all these different people come in. Like first you have the Verizon person come in and say, yes, I'm the custodian of Verizon records. And yes, this is this phone number and this phone number belongs to this person. And that establishes a phone number being connected to a person. And that's like the first step. Then you have the next person come in. You probably have an Apple iPhone person come in or a cloud. You have there's 10 different people coming in, all to establish and lay this foundation to authenticate the phone number belonging to the person, and that these are legit communications that have not been altered, that this is what it looks like, right? That there's no changes to it and it's authentic. It's completely authenticated. And you can trust this data. It's not manipulated, blah, blah. And there's a lot in every trial, man, there's a lot of time and energy spent on that because it's really important. Because once you do that, that data is bulletproof. It's impossible to refute. It's like, it is what it is. And then the attorney's job is to figure out what they're going to do to make the most of that data. But the data is what it is. Yeah, the metadata. And here in this case, none of that is possible because they all rehomed their phones and the phones were not taken and done that wasn't done to them before they rehomed the phones. So all we have are these screenshots, which, you'll see for yourselves and let me know what you think about them. But the point of that instruction to the jurors is that they can decide whether or not these messages are what they appear to be. And the first matter that has to be established is if these are indeed communications between this witness and Colin Albert, which is what she was just explaining, that it's up for them to decide if they think that this is believable, that it's between these two people, which is really funny because I don't think that's the issue, right? I know that's what the law instructs her to say, but the issue is no, I don't think that the problem is oh, is it somebody else and not Colin? That's not really the problem, I don't think. I think the problem is the missing messages, but whatever.
You had an iPhone at the time of January 26th, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to your friend Colin Alberts, as far as his contact information within your phone, who entered that in your phone?
I did.
And prior to that date of
This is
January
laying the
28th,
foundation, or trying to lay the foundation.
2022, had you had phone conversations where you would sort of press the button to call that number and it rang, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, answered the phone when you contacted that phone?
Again, trying to
that phone
establish
number?
that it was Colin.
Now, with reference to Colin and the contact in your phone, had you
And of
had
course, she could be lying about
prior
this.
text communications with Colin?
I don't doubt that it's Colin's phone number. But just to prove the point as to why it matters to have these extractions done by law enforcement, I don't know why I added an S, law enforcement, because she could easily be lying and saying, yeah, he answered the phone when I called that number. I mean, there's no way to, you know what I mean? This is not, to me, it's because it's not really evidence. I know it is because it's testimony, but still, it's not, when you think about, right, the jurors are instructed to, they can believe all or just some of the testimony and all that, right? It's this to me, if I were a juror, I'd be yeah, this is not I'm not giving this weight here, you know? But honestly, unfortunately, they've yet to really see a good example of what normally evidence looks like. They don't really have any example to compare it to like they should. Like, oh, here's what an actual cell phone record looks like that's like, reliable, blah, blah. Like they haven't been given anything reliable. So who knows? Maybe they will, in this case, think this is normal and totally good.
That contact that you put in.
Correct.
And outside of those text communications that you had, did you have sort of physical, in-person conversations with Colin in regard to content that was within text messages you have with that content?
Yes, I assume so.
And specifically on that date of January 28th and the 29th, when you arrived at the home on Fairview Road, you texted Colin that you were there?
Yes.
And after you texted him that, what, if anything, happened after that?
He responded saying okay, and then he came out to the car.
Looking at, there's sort of one side as text and one side as a blue bubble, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you know who is communicating with who as far as the sort of plain text?
Yeah, no, that's not legitimate. There's just that's not legitimate.
Colin and I?
Sorry.
Is that what you're asking? Sorry.
What I'm asking is, who's
There's
the blue bubble?
nothing.
Oh, sorry.
No.
I'm the blue bubble and he is the gray, whitish bubble.
And from sort of the top of what's depicted on the screen, you read the text that you received and the time that you received.
Yes, 11:54, and then I responded at 11:55.
And what did Colin say at 11:54?
You can get me now if easier.
And what did you respond?
Okay, I am driving people home now.
And what did Colin respond to that?
I don't know.
He responded.
Don't know. And I mean, it's possible, like, I think DSN fell asleep. He probably knows. I don't know. Again, I'd have to go searching online, and I'm just not willing to do it. I just don't. It's yeah. So I don't know. And that's not going to come in at this trial. So, after this trial is done, I think we'll learn a lot more about this stuff. And then I might be willing to Google it. Although having said that, I just want to make sure, like, the lack of reliable information, right? Like, again, this case is so unusual because there's no facts. There's no established facts beyond the fact that it was snowing. It just is a nightmare.
Word, get me after.
And if you could scroll down.
She read that so weird.
And following the getting after, what, if any, response did you provide?
KK, okay, and here.
And here that you texted, what time does that read on the screenshot?
12:10 a.m.
And what, if anything, did Colin respond to the juror text?
He responded at the same time saying okay.
Kelvin, if you could just enlarge that a bit. And do you recognize what's now up on the screen is what you have before you as Exhibit 82?
Yes.
And if you could just describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at.
It's really funny, guys, how there's like so many extraneous noises in that courtroom. You keep hearing like random voices. It's wild.
Colin and my auntie Coco.
And your auntie Coco is also Nicole Albert.
Yeah. Yes, Nicole.
And if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit for you, Exhibit 83. And then if you could pull that up on the screen.
Huh. Hey guys, check this out. Hold on.
Your auntie
Hold on.
Coco is also Nicole Albert.
Yeah. Yes, Nicole.
And if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit for you, Exhibit 83.
I just noticed this. I don't know if anyone's done this, but let's pause this. These are their proposed exhibits for the, look at this. This is, they shouldn't have this. They should not have, this is, we should not be able to see this, in my opinion. This is crazy. Because there's information on here that we can glean. Like what? So, check it out though. Brian Higgins and Karen Reed chat conversation. There's Allison McCabe screenshot. Fucking hell. It's a PDF. Colin Albert screenshots. McCarthy's receipts. McCarthy still. John O'Keefe call log report. Why are we not seeing that? Hello? Instant message report. I mean, well, there's proof that it exists, y'all. There is proof that this is, and also I have to say, this is like a shockingly small number of exhibits, unless it's like you scroll to the right and there's a lot more. But like, what, there should be more. What is Temple Beth Abraham surveillance? Canton Library surveillance. Oh, I wonder if Temple Beth Abraham, remember, like I was saying, there should be surveillance of people coming and going. I'm wondering if that's like location wise, if that's near something. But again, why aren't they showing us this? This is the things that normal trials have that they show. This is what you see. I mean, like, I just. Need some Z's saying, I'm just curious if it was before. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. You know, that's a good point. I don't know. That's a good point. So the feds would be able to get, I guarantee you though, the feds would still get the data if they did get rid of their phones. I would imagine. I mean, because usually, like, even like, for example, again in Murdoch, because there's a lot of cell phone evidence there. The state, like the prosecution for the state, can get the information from. Well, having said that, it just kind of depends too, because like it depends on what it is, right? Because you're going to run into trouble in certain situations with like Apple and stuff. Some things that are encrypted, right? So I guess in that case, it would need to be off the phone. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't. It's hard to tell when exactly they all got rid of their phones, because I feel like it might have been before the feds got involved. DSN probably knows this information. So, yeah, I mean, you're welcome to look. I mean, I just, again, for me, it's like, it's just such a rabbit hole out there with this case. It's just hard to get reliable information like that when, I mean, obviously we can't even get it in the trial. So that's what the trial's for. We can't even get it in the trial. It's just stupid. But yeah, but tomorrow or whenever we have, I think it'll be tomorrow, the next recap, we can ask DSN, because he might know. He might know. Yeah. Good question, though. Very good question. This is insane. I literally never. I mean, I could not. I mean, it shouldn't be that surprising after the red Solo cups and the paper bags and all the rest, but literally, this is. I don't even have words.
And again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 83?
Yes.
Yes,
This is the same evening, is that correct?
correct.
You know where in the house
Like,
the photograph was taken?
I have to say that what's obvious to me is that this is like on the iPhone where you can edit it and you can do markup, and someone took their finger, because I know I've been here where you're trying to, like, for me, it's not crossing out someone's face, but like when you're trying to write something and your front finger bumps or it moves or just whatever, and then you get a big line shooting up where you didn't intend it. And that's what we see here a couple times. It's interesting that she didn't just hit the back button, like when you hit the back arrow and then it undoes it. Like, couldn't even be bothered to like at least make it a clean face crossing out situation. I don't even know. It's really something else.
I believe they call it their library. Maybe it's the room in the back.
And as far as what's contained in this photograph in reference to your friend Colin Albert, as far as his face, his arms, his hands, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what he looked like on February 11th?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take it.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Yay, cross.
Giannetti?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ms. McCabe, you have known Colin Albert your whole life, correct?
Correct.
Your mother is Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
His mother is Julie Albert,
Correct.
and her maiden name was Julie Daniel.
Correct.
Your mother, Jennifer, grew up together with his mother, Julie, correct?
Correct.
You and Colin are extremely close, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you would consider Colin Albert to be one of your best friends in the world, correct?
Yes, he's one of my best friends.
Now, you claim that you took a screenshot of a text conversation that you had with Colin Albert on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those were the screenshots that were just shown to this jury this afternoon, correct?
Correct.
And you claim that the information on that screenshot actually existed on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell your mother, Jennifer McCabe, that you had that text conversation with Colin Albert anytime after January 29th of 2022?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you give to your mother, Jennifer McCabe, a screenshot of that text message conversation?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's fair to say that on January 29th, 30th, 31st, you did not turn over that screenshot to any law enforcement official, correct, of 2022?
No, I was never asked.
No investigator from this case ever asked you for copies or a copy of that screenshot of that text message conversation on January 29th, 30th, or 31st, correct?
Correct.
They also did not ask you for a copy of that screenshot through the whole month of February, correct?
Correct.
In fact, all of 2022, no investigator ever approached you to say, can I have a copy of that screenshot, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to that, you never called an investigator to say, hey, I have a copy of a screenshot of a text message conversation that I had with Colin Albert, correct?
No, it wouldn't have been relevant at that time,
Okay.
I believe, because Colin was not at the house and wasn't introduced as being there until later.
So your testimony today is that at no time in the year
That was weird.
2022,
That was weird. Let's listen to that again. This is just like how the other ladies, by ladies I mean like Nicole and like Julie Albert, like described the whole thing with Colin. It doesn't make any sense, you know.
to any law enforcement official, correct, of 2022?
No, I was never asked.
No investigator from this case ever asked you for copies or a copy of that screenshot of that text message conversation on January 29th, 30th, or 31st, correct?
Correct.
They also did not ask you for a copy of that screenshot through the whole month of February, correct?
Correct.
In fact, all of 2022, no investigator ever approached you to say, can I have a copy of that screenshot, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to that, you never called an investigator to say, hey, I have a copy of a screenshot of a text message conversation that I had with Colin Albert, correct?
No, it wouldn't have been relevant at that time,
Okay.
I believe, because Colin was not at the house and wasn't introduced as being there until later.
So your testimony today is that at no time in the year 2022 did you consider it relevant at all that you had this screenshot of this text conversation, correct?
Correct.
Leaving that screenshot aside, but actually, before I leave that topic, you didn't turn over that screenshot of the text message until sometime during the summer of 2023, correct?
Correct.
About a year and a half or more after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, when I was asked.
And by that time, the summer of 2023, you had already switched phones, correct?
Yes, believe.
In other words, the iPhone that you had on January 29th of 2022, you no longer have possession of that physical phone, correct?
Wait,
Correct.
I'm going to back that up to what the date was so we can, if we learn about the feds, we can compare it. Hold on, let me back that up a second.
And by that time, the summer of 2023,
Summer of 2023.
you had already switched phones, correct?
Yes.
Wait, hold
In
on.
other words,
Actually, I can answer. Okay, I just realized something. Need some Z's. I'm sorry. I've completely blanked on this. That we do know. Okay, we don't. How to put this? This might not be like the feds might have started investigating it sooner or whatever, right? But I just realized we do know when they were called in. Remember, they keep talking about having a grand jury for something, but the defense and the prosecution weren't there. And then we hear Brother Nagel accidentally say that he was talked to by the feds and all that. So we do know that. And then they had to come in and make testimony under oath. And we've seen them use those statements to impeach them and stuff. So we do know, here's what we do know. We do know that by the summer of 2023, the feds were actively involved and were investigating and talking to them. And there was a grand jury. So they probably started earlier. However, he's asking this question for exactly what you're asking. So this, like, let me back it up one more time because I think this answers your question. He's trying to make that point that she got rid of it before.
about a year and a half or more after January 29th of 2022,
So there you go.
correct?
Yes, when I was asked.
And by that time, the summer of
This
2023,
makes me, this makes me really happy that we were able to answer your question based on like trial testimony like this. That's great.
you had already switched phones, correct?
Yes, believe.
In other words, the iPhone that you had on January 29th of 2022, you no longer have possession of that physical phone, correct?
Correct.
You had a new iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And you say that you transferred over the data from the old phone to the new phone, correct?
Correct.
When did you take that screenshot that was displayed to the jury today?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after you got rid of your old phone?
I don't remember.
So we don't know if that screenshot was from your phone that you got in December of 2022 or if it was from the phone that you had back in January of 2022, correct?
Correct.
That phone that you got in December of 2022, it's now May of 2024. Do you still have that same phone?
The phone, my old phone? Is that?
No, my question was, and again, I'm not trying to trick you in any way.
Oh my gosh.
The phone that you got in December of 2022, the new phone at that time, is that the phone, your current phone?
Correct.
Now, before you got rid of the old phone and got the new one, did any law enforcement official, prior to that December of 2022 time period, or investigator from this case ever ask to examine your physical phone itself?
No.
Did they ever say to you, we would like to do what's called an extraction on your phone?
No.
And you never gave that phone at any point to any law enforcement official before you got rid of it, correct?
Correct.
And the first time that you mentioned that text
I have
conversation
no idea what that sound was.
outside your family was August 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was at a proceeding in Boston, correct?
Correct.
Where neither Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin or we were there.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, move along, Mr. Yannetti.
Yes. That proceeding in August of 2023 was less than a year ago, correct? Or in May of 2024?
Correct.
And that was a long time after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And that August of 2023, when you're revealing that text exchange, that was over a year and a half after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And leaving aside the screenshot, as of August 3rd of 2023, no investigator from this case, no state police trooper or anybody from the DA's office had ever interviewed you, right, prior to August of 2023?
I talked to the state troopers, but I don't know if that was before or after.
That was on August 25th of 2023, which is about 3 weeks after your testimony in the other proceeding. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, then after.
And
Yeah.
at that point in time,
Yeah.
on August
So
25th,
you know what I think that's referring to, Needs and Seas, because it comes up, I think, a little bit here later. It has to do with, I believe it's because it's really sick. It's a lot of like distraction from the real thing, which is someone died and there's a murder. There's other situations that kind of remind me of this, but like this case, she's referring to what she's going to bring it up here in a bit. The harassment, that there's some sort of harassment case. It reminds me a lot of Murdoch with like this whole story about Paul with the boat case and trying to play the victim right after the murders. That you know, her and Colin both, but then she even like gets quote unquote emotional. I'll let y'all decide if you think it's legitimate or not, but it's the harassment case, as she says that there, which who knows, right? And I don't even know. I don't know. She's just trying to garner sympathy. I don't know, but like she wants that every time she can try to sneak that in, so that he'll have to clarify. She tries to sneak that in because what he will have to he'll have to ask her a question for clarification in order for her to elaborate and then get into that. Yeah, probably. I mean, it's
of 2023, you'll agree with me
gross,
that you were
though.
not interviewed at a police station or a state police barracks, correct?
Correct.
Or the DA's office, correct?
Correct.
You were interviewed by Zoom, correct?
Correct.
And you were not alone at that time in your home, correct?
I'm not sure.
Your mother, Jennifer McCabe, was present, correct?
Okay.
And she was monitoring what was going on in that interview, correct?
Objection.
Was that true?
I don't recall.
Okay. In any case, that too was over a year and a half after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about, oh, by the way, you've had an iPhone since you were 12 or 13 years old.
Correct.
And you're now how old?
20.
So 7 or 8 years would be a good estimate as to how long
It's
you've
crazy.
worked with iPhones?
Correct.
And obviously you know how an
when I was
iPhone
that age,
works,
there wasn't
correct?
even such a thing. as
Correct.
a phone. I
You
don't
know how to reply and comment on text messages, correct?
Correct.
And you know that there's a lot of tools open to you to comment on text messages, correct?
Correct.
You can reply to a text using an icon or an emoji, right? To like or dislike something that somebody else said.
Correct.
You can
I have
laugh
to
at
say-
it, you can love it.
I appreciate that he seems pretty savvy the way he talks about these options with the text messages.
You can like it, correct?
Objection.
What's the object?
Right?
Correct.
And they make it pretty easy, right? All you need to do is put your finger or your thumb on a specific message and and hold it down and options appear, correct?
Correct.
And that's where you get the
I have
thumbs.
to say, I don't know if anyone else appreciated this. I thought this was brilliant because initially it's like, where is he going with this, right? Like what he's saying is stuff like, yeah, everyone knows you can like it, love it, right? With these messages. But he's establishing this foundation of these things that are just completely innocuous, right? Where it's like, yeah, everyone knows that. To get her to say, yeah, you can do that. And then he just asks this question that we just heard, which is, and the way you do that is you put your finger down and you hold your finger down and then it gives you the options. Well, now you have to say yes, because if you've already said yes, because you can, you can like the text and stuff, that means that you've done this. You can't, in other words, he's asking these questions that are really, again, just innocuous and basic, but that once you say yes to it, you can't then say no to the follow-up question. And he's laying the foundation to show that she has knowledge that you can select the message and get the info and then change the info or whatever. So it's very clever, brilliant, really.
Up, the thumbs down, the ha-ha, exclamation points, question mark, etc.
Correct.
And you also have other options, which is down the bottom, there's a kind of a curved arrow where if you click on that, you can forward the message or reply to a specific message, correct?
Correct.
And on the left, there's a trash can, right?
Correct.
And what happens when you click on the trash can?
It will delete the message from your phone.
Proves that she has knowledge of that as well.
It's your testimony that with regard to the screenshot that we saw, there are no deleted messages in that conversation, correct?
Yes.
However, you would agree, as you've already testified, that if a message had been deleted from a screenshot, we'd never know, right?
True.
You're also familiar with the apps that are on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
You have a number of apps on your iPhone, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
There might be 12 or 15 I haven't counted.
Need some Z's. Did you follow Dev V Heard? I feel like it came up in that, but what I will say is that the way that it was talked about made it seem like it was harder to do. Like, I remember there was issues with some things coming in that they thought maybe Amber had changed the date and time, and it could have been different too, because that was a little bit earlier, right? Technology changes. It didn't seem like it was that easy to change the date and time as the way he's describing it. And I don't know. I actually haven't gone back and tried. Like, I've not done what he said and followed and like tested it out to see. I mean, I can actually try to do that right now. Let's just see. So I'm going to go to iMessage. I'm going to go to a message. Let's see. I'm going to select a message. Oh, I guess he's talking about a picture, right? Maybe that's what he's talking about. Let me see. I selected a message more. Yeah, I'm not seeing it with messages. He must be talking about a picture. Wait, no, because he's saying you can like it. Hold on. I'm seeing the heart. I'm seeing all the stuff he describes, right? Like we all know. But then there's a Yeah, I don't know. Let me rewind it a little because now I'm curious. But yeah, anyway, at least with Dev V Heard, they were talking about images.
And on the left, there's a trash can, right?
Correct.
And what happens when you click on the trash can?
It will delete the message from your phone.
And it's your testimony that with regard to the screenshot that we saw, there are no deleted messages in that conversation, correct?
Yes.
However, you would agree, as you've already testified, that if a message had been deleted from a screenshot, we'd never know, right?
True.
You're also familiar with the apps that are on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
You have a number of apps on your iPhone, right?
Correct.
Might be 12 or 15, I haven't counted them, but 12 or 15 maybe on your home screen, right?
Correct.
And if you swipe to the left, you get another new population of
So
trucks.
I'm wondering. So I'm thinking he might be talking about the screenshot, the date and time on the screenshot, because he's moving on from the line of questioning with the messages. But I mean, I followed what he said, and I saw the trash can down there, but I'm not seeing where you can change the date and time on the text message. Okay. Well, did I go past it? Because I know he was, or because I know he gets into more of it when they go to her text messages. But yeah, it was brought up in Depp v. Heard. They were talking about the pictures that she had, that she took of herself with her face, quote unquote, bruised or whatever. And then though they were actually a big point of contention in that trial, because she was trying to prove that he hit her or whatever at a certain time. And the whole thing about the metadata, that was where we first really heard about that. Well, to my knowledge, like in a trial where that became a whole thing. And okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. You think you need some of these? Yeah, that's what. So yeah, and that became a whole thing, and it was like regarding changing the date and time on the picture. And it was a whole, and like what ended up happening in that one was they were allowed to put the pictures in, but they could not put the metadata in because it wasn't authenticated. Like they couldn't, like her side was trying to admit those pictures. They could not say, oh, it happened on such and such date. They had, if they did, it got objected to. So they were only able to use the picture, but they couldn't go into when it was taken or whatever, because of the fact that, again, it was similar. She didn't turn her phone over. And so therefore, those pictures could not be authenticated. She had the option to turn it over and for it to go into discovery, and she didn't do it. And so, in other words, she could have altered anything about those pictures. And in fact, some people actually, I think they had an expert, but it was brought up that it looked like she actually even edited the colors, like perhaps, which is crazy, like the bruises, like she even potentially increased, like the saturation and stuff to change the coloring, which is like really fucked up. Like that's even worse than editing the date and the time, in my opinion. But yeah. Yeah, so let's see. I'll listen to that and I'll test it out.
Correct.
Not bad for an old guy.
Yeah.
And you use apps like Instagram?
Correct.
Snapchat is a popular app?
Correct.
And
Hip to the
probably to your
app.
detriment, but Life 360?
Correct.
I
All
love
right.
that you said
That's
that.
been an app in the McCabe
Dude.
family for a number of
I
years,
love it.
right?
He's like, are you scared yet? Are you scared yet?
Correct. Yes.
And it's in your family anyway, and probably in a lot of families, it's mainly used for the parents to keep track of their kids, right?
Correct.
And in order for Life 360 to work, you have to have your location services on, and somebody else has to have the app and is in the family, correct? Connected to you?
Correct.
And with regard to, just going back to the messages for a minute, do you know the difference between an iMessage and a text message?
Yes, I believe one's blue and one's green.
Of course, as everyone's pointed this out, I know already, but it is insane that they're missing the bubble. Because I mean, I'm looking at my messages and it's like there's no gray bubble. I don't even know how you remove that, to be honest. Like, how do you even remove that? Like, I don't even know what these text messages, how they made it look the way it does. Because it doesn't look real. I don't even know how you would do it.
The screenshots that we saw of your text conversation that you say that you had with Colin Albert, you were in blue, right?
Correct.
That means that Colin Albert also had an iPhone at the time, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the timestamp on those messages.
Here we go. That's it.
The conversation about I'm here, I believe gave the time 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Are you aware how easy it is to change that time?
No.
Are you aware that all you need to do is go from settings to general, and
Oh.
then there's a date and time that you
Right.
can alter?
Objection.
Right.
Are you aware of that?
No, I didn't know that was a thing.
Okay,
You
right.
know that when you set
By
up your
changing
iPhone,
your time zone. Right. Of course,
you
yeah.
have to choose a time zone, correct?
Correct.
And you always choose the New York time zone because that's where Boston is, right?
Correct.
Are you aware that if you go into settings, general, and then date and time, you can change the time zone to wherever you're going?
I guess I didn't. Once I set my phone up, I have no reason to change the time.
See? And in addition to changing the time zone, you literally can choose any time that you want. You
This
could
is the
make
one.
1:45 a.m., 12:10 a.m. in about 3 seconds.
How do
You
you
know
do
that?
the one I don't know about? How do I do that?
You know that? Did you know that?
No.
How does one do? Tell us.
But if
Wait.
I'm not accusing you of this now, but if you had changed the time on that from a screenshot, we'd have no way of knowing, correct?
I guess.
Because what a screenshot ultimately becomes is like a photo, correct?
Correct.
It's not like you can edit it, right? I mean, the most that you can do is what we saw on the other photo that was displayed, which is kind of crossing out with a magic marker somebody's face or a time, right? That would be how you'd have to alter it, right?
Correct.
I had asked you if prior to
So
getting rid of
wait.
your old phone and getting the new one, if
So he's just saying that the way you change it is just by changing the time zone. I'm going to back it up because I want to make sure. I thought maybe he said that, and then he also said there was a way you could change it to whatever you wanted. Let me just see.
it's not like you can edit it, right? I mean, the most that you can do is what we saw on the other photo that was displayed, which is kind of crossing out with a magic marker somebody's face or a time, right? That would be how you'd have to alter it, right?
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
I had asked you if
Okay. Yeah. So that's yeah, okay. So I did actually know about that. Just because like I know that you select your time zone. Like I guess I was sort of thinking that like you could go like that makes sense because it's under settings. Like what I was thinking that would be crazy is if it was under messages, like in the messages app, like iMessage or whatever, that you could like select a message and then change the date for like that one message or whatever, you know? I wonder what happens. Let's see if I actually change it, if it like goes back and changes. Let's see. Let's see what happens if I change my time zone. If it like, it won't. That's interesting. It's not giving me options for a time zone. Oh, you can actually click on the time and you can actually change it manually. Interesting. Okay. I don't want to do it because like, is it going to fuck everything up? But like, I'm curious if you do it, does it go back and put everything from previously on your phone? Like, does it go ahead and change the time or is it just going forward? But I don't want to do it and then like have things get fucked up. So I'm going to put it back to just normal, but yeah, no, you do. So you click on it, you can type in a manual. Interesting. Yeah. That part I did not know. Time zone thing, I thought what would happen is it would give you different options of time zones and you could just pick one. But I didn't know you could actually manually put it in. That's crazy. Yeah. I don't know. I'm scared. You want to do it? I don't want it to like mess up. Like all my communications with my violin students and stuff or anything. But that is crazy.
To getting rid of your old phone and getting the new one, if law enforcement ever asked you to, go through the phone themselves and you had said no, right?
Yes, they did not do that.
And they never asked to do an extraction on the old phone, correct?
No.
What about the new phone that you now have that you got in December? Have the state police ever asked to do, have they ever asked to look through that phone?
They look, no, I don't think so.
You
Oh my God.
provided the screenshot that was shown to the jury today on August 25th when you talked to the state police in this case, right, of 2023?
Correct.
And when you provided them that screenshot, did they say, hey, by the way, can I look at your phone to see if it's on there?
Probably
Objection.
not. I would imagine
Did they
not.
say that to you?
I don't remember.
But in any case, you never physically showed them your phone, right?
No.
You don't recall clicking on that
Dude,
text message app, the green.
I- Needs some Z's, major shout out. Thank you for experimenting so that we can learn. I appreciate that. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you. So she says it does change the date or time. And I guess it changes it for things that already happened on the phone, like prior text messages too. I tried and changed it right back. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, yeah, wow. Yeah, again, that really surprises me. Like I always saw like the time zone thing, right? Because like again, if you get a new phone or you even just transfer to a new phone, like you audit, like one of the first thing it does is says like hello in a bunch of different languages, and then it asks you your time zone, right? And then it's like you can always change it in settings, So like I knew that was a thing, but like it's not something you would ever do. Like so, it's like in my mind, it's like I know that is there, but it's not something you would do because if you're in a different time zone, it automatically does. The phone automatically adjusts, right? So therefore, I never would have clicked on it. But when you click on it, that's what's so crazy is like that you can manually do it. So, good for you, Nettie, for knowing technology. We all are learning.
Kind of white speech bubble. You didn't click on that.
Yeah, the white bubble is not there.
Here it is. Did you?
No.
And in addition to not asking you to see your new phone, they also did not ask you to do an extraction of your new phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you had that Zoom interview on August 25th, you told the trooper that you drove Colin straight to his house after you picked him up on January 29th, and then you went straight home, correct?
Yes, I believe.
And you have previously testified back in August of 2023 that you believe you dropped Colin Albert off at his home at around 12:15, 12:20 or so?
Correct.
And when you left, by the way, you're very familiar with 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
That's family, correct?
Correct.
Been over there many, many, many times, correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the neighborhood in terms of the streets that are around there, right?
Correct.
And you've lived in Canton your whole life?
Yes.
Maybe
Yeah.
When you were a baby, you were in Stoughton?
Yes.
Basically, you're a Canton girl, right?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury the route that you took home from 34 Fairview, or actually strike that, the route that you took to Colin Albert's house when you left 34 Fairview on January 29th?
I don't remember specifically, but I would believe I drove up Fairview, then, sorry, I don't know the streets.
If I suggested to you that the street closest to 34 Fairview was Cedar Crest, and the one on the other side is Chapman, does that refresh your memory?
Yes, so Chapman,
Okay, so
I
you would
believe.
have gone up and gone to Chapman and taken a right or a left?
Really bad with directions. When I got there, I went to the center of town, his house. I don't know specifically which way. I'm trying to think of it. I can't picture it.
Are you familiar with Washington Street in Canton?
Yes.
Would you have wound up on Washington Street?
Yes.
All right. And you're aware that the Canton Library is on the corner of Washington and Sherman Street? Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you would have passed by the library?
Yes.
All right. Now, with regard to whether you went straight home, did you, by the way, when you went home, did you stay there?
Yes, I believe so.
Were in the rest of the night?
Yes.
Okay, and what time do you say that you arrived at home?
I'm not sure. Before around 12:30ish.
Okay. With regard to Life 360, would you agree with me that if you go on that app and you're trying to figure out where somebody in your family is, there's and let's say you want to know if somebody's home. there's like a circle that surrounds your home, correct?
Yes.
So once you enter that circle, you know that Life 360 gives an alert that said you arrived at home. Even though you're physically not walking in the door, you're within that circle, and that's the home circle, right?
Yes.
On January 29th of 2022, at 12:04 and 53 seconds, you arrived within that home circle, correct?
Correct.
And then
Oh, boy.
at 12:06 and 55 seconds on January 29th, you left that home circle, correct?
Correct.
And then on January 29th of 2022, at 12:23 and 14 seconds, you completed a 7-mile drive where your top speed was 42 miles an hour. Does
I'm
that
going
make
to
sense?
rewind this
Correct.
so I can write these times down.
Yes.
On January 29th of 2022, at 12:04 and 53 seconds, you arrived within that home circle, correct?
Correct.
And then at 12:06 and 55 seconds on January 29th, you left that home circle, correct?
Correct.
And then on January 29th of 2022, at 12:23 and 14 seconds, you completed a 7-mile drive where your top speed was 42 miles an hour. Does that make sense?
Correct.
And then you left home on January 29th of 2022 at 12:23 and 14 seconds as well. And what that probably means, reading between the lines, is that you entered that home circle, but then you didn't go home. You went through the home circle and completed a 7-mile drive somewhere, right?
I guess I thought I went home. I'm
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
not. I believe I went home.
Okay.
That was completing my drive at my house.
All right, but at 12:26 a.m. on January 29th, you left home again, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you leave home?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay.
All right. And at 12:26 a.m. and 12 seconds, you arrived at the Canton High School, correct?
No.
On January 29th of
Wait,
2022,
one time. Hold on. Let me back that up
you
a second.
completed a 1-mile drive where your top speed was 43 miles per hour, right?
I don't believe so.
Oh, crap.
And
I'm trying to figure out what. Hold on. Sorry, guys.
But at 12:26 a.m. on January 29th, you
Where's the
left
house?
home again, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you leave home?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay.
All right. And at 12:26 a.m. and 12 seconds, you arrived at the Canton High School, correct?
No.
On January 29th of 2022,
Okay, can't.
at 12:26 and 55 seconds, you completed a 1-mile drive where your top speed was 43 miles per hour, right?
I don't believe so.
Okay, 1-mile drive.
And then at 12:26 and 55 seconds on January 29th, you left Canton High School and arrived at home on January 29th of 2022 at 12:29 and 28 seconds, correct?
She
I do not know.
lives close by.
And then after arriving home again on January 29th of 2022 at 12:29 and 29 seconds, you completed a 12-mile drive on January 29th of 2022 at 12:31 and 22 seconds, did you not?
No.
And then you left home on January
How would
29th of
I don't?
2022
Okay,
at
I don't know how this works, but like, how would you do a 12-mile drive though? If you're at home, like, how does it work? Does it reset every time you leave home? Because if you're at home at 12:29, and then he's saying you completed a 12-mile drive at 12:31, does that mean you did a 12-mile drive in 2 minutes? Because I don't think that's possible, right? I can't figure out if that's possible or not. That doesn't seem possible though. Okay, so if you were going 60 miles an hour, it would take 12 minutes to do a 12-mile drive. So yeah, so that's not possible. Huh. 7 miles. Yeah, well, remind me of the significance of the library. I know that comes up several times. Oh wait, isn't that the Albert? No, wait, that's okay. Sorry, I can answer that. That's the Albert condo thing where they moved. Remember? Because he says because Chris Albert, who supposedly walks to work or whatever, says they live by the library. So that would be Colin Albert's house, right? Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought.
108 and 15 seconds, right?
I don't believe so.
And ultimately, you went through the home bubble and the Canton High School bubble, and you arrived at Canton High School on January 29th of 2022 at 1:28 in the morning in 8 seconds.
Can I see what you're referring to?
Again, wow.
Did that help
Wow.
refresh your memory on where you
2
were
trips
that
to
night?
Canton High.
No.
Do you still dispute that you went straight home and didn't leave there?
Objection.
Sustained.
And finally,
2 trips to Canton High.
I just asked you about arriving at Canton High School on January 29th of 2022 at 1:28 and 8 seconds. You arrived at home, within that home bubble, on January 29th of 2022 at 1:30 in the morning and 26 seconds, correct?
What time did it say I arrived at high school?
1:30 in the morning and 26 seconds.
And what time did it say I arrived at high school?
The high school was 1:28 and 8 seconds.
It wouldn't have taken me 2 minutes to go from the high school to my house. I'm confused.
With regard to the high school was also one of the bubbles, one of the areas where you could be, right? On Life 360?
Okay.
No.
Did you say that on Life 360, the Canton High School is not one of the areas that you're tracked in?
What do you mean?
So do you remember we were talking earlier about?
Oh, like put in a location like that was
Yeah, so there
home,
were
that was
multiple
high school.
locations, like, if your mother's looking for you, where are you?
Yes.
Well, you're at D&E Pizza, you're at high school, you're at, home, right? I mean, those could be categories.
Correct.
You've agreed that home was one of the categories.
Correct.
And having reviewed that, the Canton High School is also one of the categories, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And on January 29th of 2022, the last entry is that you completed a 12-mile drive on January 29th of 2022 at 1:32 in the morning and 23 seconds. And that's the end of the activity. Do you agree with me that that's when you finally stopped that night?
I don't recall.
No further questions. Thank you, Lauren.
All right, Mr. Lally.
So I am looking up Canton High School. Because Google Maps, like locations, is like the one thing I'm okay with because there's no discrepancy there for information. So I'm gonna see where it is. Let's see if I can do where it is in relation to the library. Yep. All right. Let's see. Because what I'm wondering is this: here's what I'm wondering. Remember how he just said the whole thing about the bubble? This would make sense if the bubble. Let me explain this. Here's what I'm thinking. The bubble, like he was saying, is the Canton High School. Doesn't necessarily mean she's at the high school. She's at the bubble. And what I'm wondering is if she's how close is this to the Albert home? Because maybe that's what it shows up as when she's at Colin's house. It's in the high school bubble and it shows up as the high school. So let's see. Driving, it's 2 minutes away on the Google Maps between Canton High School and I did the public library because I couldn't remember their address off the top of my head. But yeah, I would say that probably counts as in the bubble, wouldn't you guys? They're both on Washington Street. There's the water. They're both really close to the waterfall bar and grill also. Wow. Yeah. So I can actually, maybe I can pull this up on the next live stream, but yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. So that might solve, I think that's what it is. I think she wasn't going to the high school. I think she was going to Colin's house. More than likely, right? I mean, unless it's the waterfall. Now, having said that, again, oh crap, I just closed out of it. The high school, hold on, let me pull it back up. Because I believe what it was where did it go? Hold on, let me zoom in. There's the waterfall. There's the library. Well, actually, the waterfall is a little bit further from the high school than the public library. But I don't know how big these bubbles are. Like that would be the next thing. Is like, I don't know how big these bubbles are, right? Like it's all really close there. So it's possible. What if she also picked up Chris Albert? Because he was the last to leave the waterfall. Let me see if I have that written down on my notes. I think I do. He was the last to leave the waterfall. And I never bought into it that he walked everywhere. I thought that was bullshit. He says he leaves the waterfall at 12:14 and gets home around 12:20. So she is, where do I have it? Okay, she's in the Canton High School bubble several times. 12:26. At 1:28. Those are interesting times because they're right around these same time periods where all this other shit happens. I don't know. This is going to be interesting to see where this goes. I really hope we get more information about it. It is. You know, I may have said this before too, but like, my thought is that if Colin, my thought is this, is that if the kids are involved, by kids in this, I'm referring kind of to Colin, like Colin and potentially her, Allie, like if the youngsters are involved in anything here, whether it was an accident or not, then a lot of the parents' behavior could be explained by trying to cover for their kids, which would make sense, right? That would make sense because, in other words, it's like we know that Jen McCabe is all up in everything. I've always pointed that out, and it's like, what's the deal with her? Why is she being all sus? Same with the Albert parents, right? But then it's like the same with the kids, Colin and her. So, is it more likely that they're covering for the parents, or is it more likely that the parents are covering for them, or some combination? I don't know, but yeah, we will learn. I feel like tomorrow's going to be insane because it's going to be cross, Jen McCabe's cross, and dang it. I really want to try to catch some of it live, but I don't know how much I'll be able to do. I'll probably have to be on replay, but anyway, all right, let's keep going.
You were asked about previous times, indicating that you weren't asked and it wasn't relevant, correct?
Correct.
Now, you know why you were asked in August of 2023 versus any prior time period?
Because Colin Albert wasn't in the house, and then it was brought up here that he was.
And brought up where?
by
I'm sorry, but you picked him up from the house. So what? How can you say he wasn't, didn't know he was there?
the defense.
No, I'm sorry.
And
Stop.
around that time of August 2023?
I believe so, yes.
And with reference to relevancy, is that what you were talking about?
Correct.
And what, if anything else, are you're close friends with Colin Albert, is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything else, has either your family or
Here's
Colin
where
Albert
she
and his
gets into
family
the harassment.
undergone over the course of the pendency of this case?
Objection.
No, the door's been opened. I'm allowing it.
Well, basically harassment,
And harassment
They did
by-
not open the door, in my opinion.
bloggers, people online.
And what, if anything, in relation to Colin Albert being in the house has occurred as far as the harassment that you're talking about?
Can you rephrase?
With reference to what you were talking about as far as the relevancy of Colin Albert being in the house at that time, what, if any, harassment was there in relation to that and in relation to Colin?
Well,
Objection.
No, go ahead. She can answer.
Colin wasn't at the house, so he's
He
being
was-
harassed for.
I don't understand.
He was not at the house when John was there, so I drove him home.
Wait,
So
what?
the people are
Yeah, so
harassed.
that's where she fucks up and says John was there. Man. I need to write that down and put a timestamp there because that's huge. Wow. He was not at the house when John was there. Pardon me, man? Wow. I remember thinking that happened, but I didn't know where it was. There it is. There it is. That's where let me back that up and play that again. I don't even know what to say because that's interesting, right? This just, if you think about, again, like with Murdoch, I know I keep comparing it, but like just to use it as an example because of a situation where he knew what to lie about because he was there, like with the times about being at the kennels, right? It's like, how would you know? How would you know that? How would you know when John was there? If John was there, everyone else is saying John wasn't there, right? So, I mean, that's a slip up like that. I think she's answering it. Well, okay. It might be honest to a certain extent. I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy because it's like, how do you know if you weren't involved? Like, how do you know?
Can you rephrase?
With reference to what you were talking about as far as the relevancy of Colin Albert being in the house at that time, what, if any, harassment was there in relation to that and in relation to Colin?
Well,
Objection.
No, go ahead. She can answer.
Colin wasn't at the house, so he's being harassed for. He was not at the house when John was there, so I drove him home. So the people are harassing him, saying he was at the house when it's not true.
When you speak about harassment, what specifically type of harassment are we
Constant phone calls, emails, awful messages.
Now, okay, I'm going through my mind. Okay, like if I were to give her the benefit of the doubt, what it could mean, it still doesn't let her off the hook, but what it could be is that, in the sense that his body was found there, which means clearly he was at the house. Like, okay, if the way she's defining at the house means like he was outside the house because that's where his body was found, right? Like then, okay, like I would say I would define if someone's outside I would call that at the house, right? However, that doesn't really mean she's in the clear because in order to know whether he was there or not there, like as in was his body there or not there, right? She would either have had to have been there or Colin, someone would have had to tell her when he was there, when that changed, like when it went from there's no body in the yard to when it went to there's body in the yard. Like there's no way you could answer. There's no way you could know that they didn't overlap unless you know when the body got there, right? So it's still a problem. But in other words, I still think I think I'm not, the languaging doesn't bother me because in my mind, at the house, it would still count if he's outside but on the property, in my mind, right? However, other people, the jurors, could interpret that to mean inside the house, right?
I'll allow it. Focus on this witness, not Colin Albert at this point.
As far as you and your family, what, if any, type of harassment have you received?
People showing up at our house, people emailing my school, just like a lot of harassment. Can I have a moment, please?
Sure.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have some, thank you.
And how long period of time?
I
has
mean,
that-
you know, I'm not even gonna comment on that.
Very long time.
Thank you. I have no further.
I mean, I don't know. All right, here
Whenever
we
you're ready,
go.
Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Could you please state your name and
His
spell your last
eyes
name?
are interesting. It's like they're not all, I don't know, there or something. I don't know.
Colin Albert, ALBERT,
And where do you live, sir?
Yeah.
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
My whole life.
And who, if anyone,
Well, and
do you
also
live in
her
Canton?
tone changed.
I live with my mother, my father, and my two brothers,
And your mother and your father, what are their names?
Julie and Chris Albert.
And your brothers, what are their names?
Chris and Dylan Albert.
And as far as within the age of you and your two brothers, where do you fall in that?
I am the middle child.
And,
Well,
how
that
old are you,
makes
sir?
sense. doesn't
I'm 20 years old.
it? No offense to middle children.
And,
It was
do
a
you
joke,
work? Do you go to
but
school?
yeah.
I go to school at Bridgewater State.
And what year are you in?
I am going into my junior year.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th and to January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
I do not.
Do you recall whether it was a weekday, weekend?
Weekend.
And turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, do you recall where you went that night?
Yes, I do.
And just to be clear, around that time, were you in college? Were you in high school? What grade were you in?
I was a senior in high school.
So
I just find
in
it hard to
January, you
believe
would have
that
been
college.
about 4 months away or so from graduation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, where did you, at some point, did you leave your home and go out?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall about what time it was that you went out?
I do not remember.
Do you recall whether it was light or dark when you went out?
It was dark.
And where did you,
Has the-
upon leaving your house, where did
He
you
has
go?
the vocabulary, like he answers questions like a robot, but like I was gonna say also like a child, like a baby robot. Like it's like there's no thought happening. It's very weird.
I went to one of my buddy's houses.
And that
Like, he
buddy,
doesn't
what was his,
think.
Mike.
and where does Mike live in relation to you?
Like, there's nothing.
Can you rephrase that?
Does Mike live in Canton as well?
Yes, he does.
And about how far is it from your house to Mike's house?
About like 7-8 minutes.
And when you got to Mike's house, was it just you and Mike, or who, if anyone else, was there?
I do not remember who was there.
Was there more than just the two of you?
Yes.
And generally speaking, when you got to Mike's house, what is it that you did when you got there?
I do not remember.
Now, as far as how you got from your house to Mike's house, do you recall how you got there?
No, I do not remember.
Let me ask you this. Did you walk? Did you drive? Did you get a ride?
I got a ride.
Do you recall who you got a ride from?
Here.
No.
Oh,
And
what?
um,
Maybe it's on crowd. Cross.
When you.
Hold on, let me back
called-
that up because I think he
Let me ask
changed
you,
that. Let
walk,
me
did
back
you
that up.
drive, did you get a ride?
I got a ride.
Do you recall who
Wait.
you got a ride from?
Go further back.
Was it just you and Mike, or who, if anyone else, was there?
I do not remember who was there.
Was there more than just the two of you?
Yes.
And generally speaking, when you got to Mike's house, what is it that you did when you got there?
I do not remember.
Now, as far as how you got from your house to Mike's house, do you recall how you got there?
No, I do not remember.
All
Let me
right,
ask you, did
so
you walk, did you drive, did you get a ride?
getting to Mike's house. Doesn't remember. I'm writing it down. Sorry, guys. How he got to Mike's. Okay, let's keep going.
I got a ride.
Do you recall who you got a ride from?
No.
And when you, do you recall, let me ask you this, as far as that particular night that you went out, did you drink any alcoholic beverages while you were out?
Yes.
No, he's
Did you
17.
drink any of those at Mike's house?
Yes.
And do you recall generally what you were drinking that night?
Bud Light.
And when you were at Mike's house on that particular evening, do you recall about how long you were there for?
A few hours.
And do you recall how much you had to drink while you were at Mike's house?
I do not remember.
And so in reference to you going out and going over Mike's house and having some beers over there, is that why you didn't drive?
Yes.
So you got a ride from someone over to Mike's house, you spent some hours there, and then do you recall where you went from there?
I went to my uncle's house.
And fair to say you have a relatively large extended family within Canton, is that correct?
Yes.
And so when you say you went to your uncle's house, which uncle's house did you go to?
My Uncle Brian.
And that would be same last name as yourself, so Brian Albert.
Yes.
And how is he your uncle? Sort of how is he related to you?
He is my father's brother.
And why did you go to your uncle's house that night?
It was my cousin Brian's birthday, so I went over to celebrate for a little bit with him.
And so that would be Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Sir.
And you know how old your cousin Brian Albert Jr. was turning on that night?
I do not know.
When do you recall how you got from Mike's house to your uncle's house?
I believe Allie McCabe.
Okay, so there it is.
And do you know the
That's what I
address
thought. That's what I
as far
thought.
as your
Okay.
uncle's house?
So Allie,
34.
that's what I kept referring to. Allie doesn't say that. She does not say that. She says she picks him up. However, given looking at the 360 data stuff and with with Canton High School being so close to his house, it would look like she did twice. Now, I would imagine that with this 360 stuff, I don't know. Now I'm curious. Like, it's not going to always be tracking your location, right? Like, from what it sounds like, it's only in the bubble. So, in other words, what I'm thinking of is like, if they don't have a bubble set up for her at the other Albert house, like at Brian Albert Sr.'s house, like if that's not in a bubble, it's not going to show that she went there, right? It seems like it's only going to show where she is in relation to certain places, maybe. So that'd be something to think about. But what I'm wondering is like, she has these 2 trips there to the high school bubble, like, which is basically where his house is. So, I mean, in other words, if she does drive him to the Brian Albert Sr.'s house and Junior's house for that matter, and pick him up, that would align with the 360 potentially, with one exception, that it would mean he wasn't over at his friend's house. He's making that up. And he was at home, potentially. Because he said that, 7 or 8 miles, or was it 7 or 8 minutes? Either way, sounds like the Mike friend's house would be outside of the bubble, the same bubble. Sounds like it. So anyway, all right. Yeah.
Fairview Road.
Is that somewhere, your family's house, is that somewhere that you had been before?
Yes.
And so your memory is that Allie McCabe gave you a ride from Mike's house to the house on Fairview?
From what I remember, yes.
Now, Allie McCabe, as far as who is that to you? Or
She didn't
what, if
say
any,
that.
kind of relationship you have with Allie McCabe?
It is my cousin's cousin. So not technically my cousin, but we're close and like we do family events and stuff like that together.
Yeah, I'm sure that when there's other people here, like there's going to be, I think there's other people in the chat who use it and they'll actually know firsthand
And
too.
you and Miss McCabe, are you in the same grade?
Yes,
And how long have you known each other?
my whole entire life.
Well, at least they
So
both
not
said
blood
that same
related,
thing
but
about that.
someone that you see at family events.
Yes,
And someone that was in the same grade and went to the same school as you?
correct.
And that school, which school did you go to at that time?
Canton High School.
And do you recall about what time it was that you arrived at the house on Fairview?
Between 10:30 and 11 at night.
And did you have at that time any kind of curfew or time that you had to be home from your parents?
Usually around like right around before midnight.
And so was it like a hard fast, like 12 o'clock, if you're not here, you're grounded, or was it sort of around that time?
Just around midnight.
And so
Turns into a
after, when you arrive there, you go into the house, is that right?
Yes,
And the house at 34 Fairview has a couple of different ways to get in the house in the front, is that correct?
correct.
And do you recall which way that you went in that evening?
The side door near the garage.
And when
He
you come
remembers
into the
that?
house,
Really?
where
I'm
did you
sorry,
go
hang on.
within the house?
I don't. This kid, man, right? Like he did not. I don't know how the hell he thinks that you can just say I don't remember to literally everything. Like it only makes sense if that's your only answer. Then it's okay, right? It's like you have amnesia. You literally don't remember anything. But it's actually jarring when you expect him and assume that's what he's going to say. That's what he's been saying the whole time. And now all of a sudden he remembers the door he went in. It makes no fucking sense.
What room did you go into?
The living room.
And then from the living room, where else did you go within the house?
Like the kitchen area.
You're supposed to say you don't
In
remember.
the kitchen area of the house, who, if anyone else, was present in the kitchen?
From what I remember, my cousin Brian, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson, and Catherine Duty, from what I remember that night.
But you don't remember anything, right?
Is
So
it
I
possible
don't
there were
know.
other people there that you just don't recall?
Yes.
And where were they situated, sort of in the kitchen dining room area?
Like sitting around the kitchen table, I would say.
Now, after you arrived there, when you arrived there, what is it that they were doing when you walked in?
Just listening to music and having a couple of drinks.
And you come in, you greet people, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the other people that you talked about, as far as beyond your cousin Brian Albert Jr., did you know those other
It's
people?
weird. It's
I
weird
knew-
because everybody really minimizes his presence there, like the length of time and just it's sort of like, yeah, he was there, but like he wasn't there. Like they don't know how he got there, when he got there, how he left, when he left. And they don't actually tell any stories of interacting with him at all, which is interesting. But honestly, they really don't tell many. It's just weird. It's like, what do you give more specific details about like what transpired when you're over there? They were over there for such a long time. I don't know. Anyway, but again, I guess they're not really asked questions about what they did with each other, but they are asked a lot of questions about him, and nobody really has him. It's like they don't have very many memories of him, but they know he was there. It's weird. It's very weird.
Of them, I wasn't friends with them or anything.
Fair to say they were older than you were, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, they
Like
didn't
Miss
fucking want you
Levinson
there,
would've
so
been
why were you there? I
Older
don't know.
than you by at least a few years at that point.
Yes.
I don't know.
And the same with reference to, I believe you said Miss Fabiano and Miss Duty, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you arrive at the house, did you have any other drinks once you got there?
Yes.
And do you recall what, if anything, you drank once you got there?
Bud Light.
So same as you were having before?
Correct.
You know how many that you had while you were at 34 Fairview?
I do not remember.
And over the course of the evening, whether it was at Mike's house or in between, or when you got to 34 Fairview, did you feel yourself as far as like overly intoxicated or drunk or anything like that?
No.
And as far as the other
I mean, yeah, that's possible. It's also possible. Like, I mean, what if he never went in the house, right? Or what if he went in the house, but he went in a different portion of the house? You know, like it just seems like they didn't really interact with him all that much. I mean, it's entirely possible that they did, but like, it does seem like, well, what's being implicated anyway, right, by the defense and stuff is like something else went down, but not everyone was maybe present for it, but they knew about it. That's sort of the impression that I get. Like, and that the people that were directly involved potentially, right, were like maybe Higgins and maybe Colin and I don't know. It's still up in the air, obviously, because we're not getting a lot of evidence from the prosecution, but just the impression that I get is like, I'm not getting the impression that they think that the other, like Brian Albert Jr. and his friends were involved in that's not the impression that I get. I think it's more like perhaps they don't remember, or maybe that they're trying to protect other people because they learned information at the time or something along those lines. So, but being that we know that also they've brought up a lot about the bulkhead door, the basement, right? Like, what if Colin showed up and he went straight in through the basement or straight in through the garage? Because remember that house, it's like there were two different sections, right? And that's why they all made such a big fuss about the doors. He even says he goes in the side door, right? And I even was joking about that. But now maybe that's important because that side door is the one closest to the garage, and everyone else says they use the other door, right? I mean, now I'm like, well, how come I didn't realize that at the time? Like that he is the only person that says he uses the side door. Everyone else uses the front door, the main front door. Why does he go in that door? And like, that's the door that's closest to the garage. So I don't know, man. Well, and the other thing is the beer that he names is the wrong beer because, I mean, okay. This is why I've been keeping track of everyone's beer choice. I knew it would come up. So Brian Albert Sr. drinks Mick Ultras. And there's actually some consistency with Sister Nagel because she says she's drinking Mick Ultras, which is that's the beer that would be at the house. Now, is it possible there was more than one? Yeah. However, the fact that everyone else at the party was drinking like Trulies and White Claws and shit, and she was the only one drinking beer, and the beer was Mick Ultra, makes me think that that was the beer that was on hand at the house. So I don't know. The Bud Light thing strikes me as odd. Well, and we know that actually we do know that there's that period of time where Brian Albert Sr. and Higgins are unaccounted for, and they do leave the group, supposedly to go look at the pictures in the son's bedroom. Yeah, sorry about that. Like, no, but I mean, I don't know. The beer thing's interesting here because it's like, well, if he wasn't actually going over there to party, like I've been saying this from the beginning, it seems like they're using poor Brian Jr.'s birthday as an excuse for why Colin got there. So if Colin went there for some other reason and didn't actually go there to hang out with the group or to say happy birthday, let's just say, again, hypothetically, he goes in some other portion of the house and he's not there to party, he also wouldn't be drinking. However, if the story is supposed to be like he was with the group and therefore he would have been drinking, then that could be why he's saying, oh, yeah, but he might not be smart enough to know that this is just speculation, right? Because we don't have any information. It's stupid. I wish we had information. I would prefer that. But if he's trying to just, when people feel, it's just like with every other case, right? When they're trying to fill in these details that they think don't matter and they get it wrong, that's where you can catch it, right? So like something as simple as like, oh yeah, of course I was drinking beer because I was hanging out with everybody supposedly, right? And then it's like, well, what beer were you drinking? Maybe, that's fucking Lally asked him. And then we know he said he was drinking Bud Light earlier. So maybe he just said Bud Light because that's the beer he drinks. But we've not heard any testimony from anybody that they drank Bud Light at that house. So I don't know. Unless he brought Bud Light with him. I mean, I don't know. It's so sketchy, right?
The people that you observed at the house that night, does anybody stick out to you as being overly intoxicated or fall down drunk or anything like that?
No.
Now,
All down drunk.
with reference to when you came into the house, you mentioned there was music playing. How would you describe sort of the general mood within the house?
It was happy. It was, yeah.
Now, as far as that area where you first observed the people around the table in the kitchen dining room area when you came in, did you ever see anybody else go anywhere else in the house?
Not that I remember.
Did you yourself go anywhere else in the house?
No.
At any point in time in the evening while you were there, did you go upstairs or downstairs in the basement or out in the backyard or anywhere else besides the kitchen dining room area?
No.
Beyond maybe the restroom at some point?
Yeah. Other than that, no.
Leaving.
And about
I'm
how
sorry,
long
what?
were you at
You don't just
your
make that
uncle's house
assumption.
night
That was
to celebrate
interesting.
your cousin's birthday?
Lolly's
Probably
trying
around like an hour and a half.
something.
And so about what time would it have been that you left?
12:10.
And with respect to your leaving the house, who, if anyone, did you contact to facilitate?
Rephrase.
Let me
That
ask it
was
in a much easier way.
terrible question.
Okay. As far as your plans were concerned, as far
God.
as leaving the house, who, if anyone, did you reach out to get a ride from?
Oh my God.
My friend Allie McCabe.
And how did you reach out to her? If you know?
I texted her.
I used
Do you
ESP. What do
recall
you
whether
think?
or not you had
Oh.
any sort of other communication? Well, let me step back and ask it this way. At that point in time, in January of 2022, you had Ms. McCabe's information saved as a contact in your phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And on prior occasions, had you had a chance to, call that number from your cell phone that you had programmed in as Allie McCabe?
Correct.
And when you called that number, who, if anyone, answered the phone?
Allie.
Now, with respect to text communications, had you had
Again,
text
that has
communications
to be
with
established.
that contact
None
in your
of the
phone as
phone
Allie
stuff has
McCabe
been
prior
validated.
to that date of January 28th?
Yes.
And when you had those conversations,
It's up to
did
the
you
jury
then
if they wanna
also
buy
have
it.
subsequent sort of in-person conversations with Allie McCabe as well?
Yes.
And during those in-person conversations, was there any reference or anything talked about the content that had been previously sent and communicated via text?
No.
Let me ask it in a better way. So,
Oh my
you
God.
have
Lolly.
text communications with the person you put in as a contact as Allie McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And then subsequent to having those text communications, you would then speak to her either in person or over the phone, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained. Watch the form of your questions.
Following those text communications with the person that you had input in your phone, what, if any, verbal conversations would you have in reference to the content of the text communication?
I'm not sure what you're asking. But
Did you talk
No
to her in
one's sure
person
what
about
he's
something
asking.
you had talked to her about in text?
no.
Now, with reference, on that specific date of January 28th, was text communications the only means by which you communicated with Allie McCabe, if you know?
From what I remember, yeah.
And were there other means by which you would typically communicate with her?
If she wasn't answering a text, I'd give her a call. Yeah.
And were there apps or anything like that
Yeah.
on your phone that you would communicate
He was
with her as
trying to
well?
get.
Snapchat sometimes.
Shout out to the best YouTube channel of all time. Holy shit. Hi, COE. I'm so happy to see you. You're up late. Oh my gosh. Shout out to all the STS peeps and STS gang. We've just been hitting it hard over here with these recaps. So happy to see you. Hope you are having fun with the kids while Joel is on the book tour and everything. But thank you so much for stopping by. That's awesome. Yeah. And for anyone, I think that everyone here already is a huge fan of STS Nation. But for anyone who isn't already, best YouTube channel of all time. And if you don't believe me, just ask Nightbot, because I have proof. I have proof that Nightbot has said as much. So.
Now, with respect to Snapchat and your family, specifically your cousins, what, if any, sort of group Snapchat chains were there with respect to your family?
Yes.
And specifically, who were those sort of group Snapchat chains? Who was included within it?
I have a Snapchat group chat with my cousins.
And you have cousins on basically your father's side and your mother's side, correct?
Not on my mother's side, no.
You have no cousins on your mother's side?
No.
And with respect to the cousins on your father's side, would it be all of your cousins that were included within that?
Not all of them, no.
And so who of your cousins would be included on those kind of group Snapchat chains?
My older brother, Chris, my younger brother, Dylan, my cousin, Kevin, Brian, Brendan, Caitlin, Kayla, and I believe that is it.
And if you recall, was there any communication on that group Snapchat chain in regard to Brian Jr.'s birthday on that date of January 28th or 29th?
No, not that I remember.
Now, with respect, so you reach out to Ms. McCabe via text, is that correct?
Yes.
And she agrees to pick you up?
Yes.
And at some point, are you made aware that she's at the home?
Yes.
And how is it that she makes you aware that she's at the home?
I got a text message from her that says I'm here.
And at any point in time while you were in the home, did Ms. McCabe come inside the home?
No.
And so after you received that text message from Ms. McCabe, did you respond?
Yes.
And do you recall what you responded?
Come in.
And
Riveting.
from that communication, after you sent that, about how long was it between the time that you sent that and the time that you came out?
Between 30 seconds and a minute, I'd say.
And when you came out of the
Oh,
house,
would you?
do you recall which door you came out at that point?
The side door next to the garage.
And when you came out
Again,
that door, if
again, you
anyone
guys,
did you
again,
encounter-
the only one to use that door. Interesting. The only one to use that. Literally all this testimony. We've heard Lally time and time again, repeatedly asked all these witnesses what door they use, to where it's like, fuck me, right? Like, I mean, I think even there's been times where the judge has like been like, move on, you know, move on. But he has asked everybody about those doors. And I mean, it's funny because I know I've been going back and forth between really annoyed by it because Lally, but also like there's got to be some significance about the doors. And now it's like, well, it's kind of making sense because this is the first and only person so far anyway in the trial who uses a different door. I mean, and I don't remember if they ask why on cross. We will find out because we're going to watch it again. But I don't recall them asking why he would use that door. But we'll see. I'm going to make a note of it. I mean, because these defense attorneys are killer, I would assume that if they don't ask why, that there's some pretrial motion or something we don't know about that would prevent or preclude them from getting into it. Of course, they could always call him as a witness for their case, you know, recall him. Just like we were talking about with the shit with Allie McCabe and writing her timeline. I mean, maybe that's part of it, right? Maybe there's stuff they just can't get into yet, but I'm going to make a note of it. Because that's a big deal. So, yeah.
Counter as you were coming out.
As I was walking out, I saw my Uncle Brian and my Aunt Nicole.
And you were going out, and what were they doing?
They were coming in.
And in addition to your Uncle Brian and your Aunt Nicole, was there anybody else that you recall that was with them when they came into the house?
No, not that I remember.
And what, if any, exchange did you have with your uncle and your aunt as you were going out and they were coming in?
I just said, I'm going home. My mom wants me home. I love you guys. Bye.
And you then went outside of the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you see Ms. McCabe outside?
Yes,
And where was she where was her vehicle in relation to the house?
in the driveway.
Now,
I
do you
mean,
recall what type of
how is it though that when when Sister Nagel, as I've been calling her, when she's waiting for her brother to come pick her up, everybody's looking out the fucking window and everybody sees what's happening. Like, I mean, yeah, of course their testimony doesn't match each other, but my point is like they see, it's like they're watching her come and go, or they're watching for the comings and goings of people, and then they see, so how is it that nobody sees him arrive or leave? I mean, obviously he arrives and leaves. Like, that's not, I mean, it's, I guess really we don't have proof of really anything, but ostensibly he was there, right? He arrives, he leaves. It seems like Allie McCabe is the one who gets them to and from, although she leaves out taking him there. Another thing, but how is it that they're all watching and seeing people leave, but yet nobody sees him? And why? Because like either these people have a habit of just looking out the window during a party, like for fun, like that's what they do during their party. They're just like, yeah, we're just gonna like look out the window. Sorry, let me be more specific. Look through the blinds, because it's all about the blinds. They're all gonna look out the blinds. Like, okay, but if you're gonna do that, then be consistent, right? Like, I don't know. It's just weird.
vehicle Ms. McCabe was driving on that particular night or had at that time?
I believe it was the blue Ford that they had,
And was that a sedan? Was that an SUV? What type of vehicle was it?
a sedan.
And so you come out, that's in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether or not it was parked on the left side or the right side of the driveway?
I do not remember.
And you get into the vehicle. Which part of the vehicle did you get into?
That I do not remember.
Front seat, passenger side. Does that sound right?
Could have been that, yeah.
Wait,
Do you
but
recall whether or not there was anybody else in the vehicle at the time that you got in?
I do not remember that.
wait, what? Hold on, let me back it up. Because she picks him up, right? Like just him? What is happening? I mean, obviously you're going to get in the passenger seat, right?
And in addition to your Uncle Brian and your Aunt Nicole, was there anybody else that you recall that was with them when they came into the house?
No, not that I remember.
And what, if any, exchange did you have with your uncle and your aunt as you were going out and they were coming in?
I just said, I'm going home. My mom wants me home. I love you guys. Bye.
And you then went outside of the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you see Ms. McCabe outside?
Yes.
And where was she where was her vehicle in relation to the house?
In the driveway.
Now, do you recall what type of
In the
vehicle
driveway.
Ms. McCabe was driving on that particular night or had at that?
Sorry, I'm glad I backed it up. She was in the driveway. We have heard a lot of stuff about cars being in this driveway, or rather, not being in the driveway. I mean, furthermore, we know that like when Brother Nagel comes to pick up Sister Nagel, they've been talking about how they had to park on the street, right? Remember how many times we've heard that they had to park on the street because there was no room in the driveway? But it was the Albert family cars. That's what Sarah Levinson testified to. She said it was the Albert family cars that were parked side by side. And so there was no room in the driveway and they had to park on the street. And other people, if they didn't remember, they looked confused because it was like in their minds, it was like, well, of course we parked on the street. So she parked in the driveway. Now, again, the reason I'm thinking, what's the significance? Well, I mean, it could explain him not being seen coming or going. I mean, like, in other words, we have some oddities here, right? Everybody else is using the front door, the main front door, and parking on the side of the road. And everybody's clearly seen, right? We know there was also like a lamp. And like that would have been where you would be expecting people. So I don't know. Is it like there was some sort of like, desire to be stealthy, like using the side door, parking and that's closest to the driveway where the garage is. So you would park there. Like that would make sense, right? If you're trying to like park where the person can just get in and you can just leave. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud.
I believe it was the blue Ford that they had.
And was that a sedan? Was that an SUV? What type of
But it
vehicle?
is interesting that she
A
parked in
sedan.
the driveway. Because everyone else says it's
So
full, right?
we'll come out, that's in the driveway, correct?
I mean, that
Correct.
doesn't
You
make
recall
any
whether or not it was parked on the left side or the right side of the driveway?
I do not remember.
And you get into the vehicle. Which part of the vehicle did you get into?
That I do not remember.
Front seat, passenger side. Does that sound right?
Could have been that, yeah.
Do you recall whether or not there was anybody else in the vehicle at the time that you got in?
I do not remember that.
This is all fucking weird because it's supposed. What? I mean, now it's like, was there somebody else?
Do you recall whether or not there was anybody else in the vehicle at the time that she had dropped you off at that location?
I do not remember that either.
Now, as far as the coming outside of the house, did you take note of anything as far as the weather or what was going on with that when you came outside?
Pretty sure it just started snowing at that time, around that time.
So the snow had just begun. Do you recall whether or not it was sticking or accumulating on the ground at that time?
I mean,
I
one
do not
thing
remember,
is,
no.
like, the reason they've asked that question about which side of the car were you on. You know, I'm remembering they've asked that of every witness, obviously, because they're just trying to figure out who's closest to the yard. I mean, which doesn't matter because nobody has seen anything anyway, except for with only the one exception of the blob, and we all know how credible that is. So it's like it's not like it seems like clearly there was nothing to see. That's what it clearly seems like from everybody. However, they still make sure, like, how close were you? You know, which it's just stupid. So I wonder if that's why Lally is asking it. I mean, I'm sure that's why Lally's asking it. However, his answer is weird because if there was nobody else in the car, you would get in the passenger seat. And if you didn't get in the passenger seat, it means there was somebody else in the passenger seat. So it shouldn't be that hard to answer that. So anyway.
Now, you get into the car and where did you go?
She drove me right home.
So no stops along the way, just straight from Fairview to your house.
Correct.
And about how long a period or how long a drive is it?
Anywhere between 5-10 minutes.
Now,
That's a
as
large
you
drive.
were outside of the house,
It's
walking to
close.
the car, and after the car sort of backs out of the driveway and leaves, did you observe anything abnormal or unusual outside of your uncle's house that night?
No,
Did you observe any other cars outside at that time?
not that I remember.
Now, Allie has a mother and a father, and you're familiar with them, is that correct?
Correct.
And what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt.
Same last name as McCabe.
Yes.
And are you familiar with what types of vehicles they have?
Yes.
And when you came out of the house and got into Allie's Ford sedan, did you see any vehicle you would associate with either Jennifer or Matthew McCabe at the house at that time?
No.
And so you drive home and you go to your house without the address. Whereabouts within the town of Canton were you living at that point?
It's right in the center of Canton near the Seasons gas station.
And is that
Not the
a
library?
single-family house or a multi-family
Right.
house, or what is it?
It is a condominium.
And when Ms. McCabe pulls in and parks, you get out, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to get into the building, in order to get into your home, how is it that you get into your home when you get to the condo?
There's a door around back that I go into, and I gotta either have a key or they buzz me in, but I usually have a key, and I gotta go up 3 flights of
I feel like this is all going to end up mattering. It might not be until the defense's case in chief, but let me just say this real quick. I have a feeling they can't get into this yet, but it's going to come up because Lally, okay. Lally has an incredible gift of telling us what's going to happen in the future by asking questions that are clearly trying to thwart off the defense. In other words, it's like you're hearing this stuff, right? Or I am, and I'm like, what is the relevancy of this? But that's if you're thinking along normal lines, right? Like, but then it's like, oh, because obviously this is what the defense is going to prove. So it's just everything's all backwards. So And you can see it because with Allie McCabe, he's asking those questions about, do you always make sure you watch him get in? And then she gives this bullshit answer. It's like, what? She's like, yeah, because there's 2 doors and blah, blah. And it's just like, okay. And now it's the same thing. This whole thing about going through the 2 doors and the key card. Let me rewind it again. It's a lot of information that has literally no relevancy to anything that's happened yet. I mean, not even a little bit. There's no relevancy here to anything that we know. So it's relevancy for something in the future, right? I mean, it's not how trials usually
Without
go.
the address, whereabouts within the town of Canton were you living at that point?
It's right in the center of Canton near the Seasons gas station.
And is that a single-family house or a multi-family house, or what is it?
It is a condominium.
And when Ms. McCabe pulls in and parks, you get out, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to get into the building, in order to get into your home, how is it that you get into your home when you get to the condo?
There's a door around back that I go into, and I gotta either have a key or they buzz me in, but I usually have a key, and I gotta go up 3 flights of stairs, and then we're at the top level in the condominium.
It sounds like what they're trying to do is buy him time, in my opinion, of like, maybe the door has like a camera. It sounds like they're trying to make it seem like it's going to take him some time to get in through the building into the door. Like they're trying to shift a timeline here, maybe. That's what it sounds like to me. Because they're making a whole big deal about him getting home once he's already at the building. Either that, or they're trying to make it seem like there's a reason for Allie McCabe to stay parked there for so long. But she says she just makes sure he gets in the initial door, right? Because she wouldn't be able to see him once he's inside anyway. So I don't know.
And so you have to get sort of into the building before you can get into your own unit.
Correct.
And did you notice whether or not Ms. McCabe was still there as you were, excuse me, did you notice whether or not Ms. McCabe was still out there parked when you opened the door with the key?
That I do not remember.
And you get into the condo, or you get into your home, and who, if anyone, was living with you at that time?
My parents and my little brother.
Your older brother, where was he?
In San Diego.
He was in the service, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as your brother, your little brother, and your father and your mother, were they home when you got home?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Because I remember my parents being up in their bedroom that night.
Is there any sort of rule or sort of, for lack of a better term?
Oh God, that's so obvious, right? Lally's like, well, I'm gonna have to try to find a way to explain that one because that sounds weird.
Where do you go sort of first thing when you walk in?
I always tell my mom and my dad that I'm home, and usually go up to their bedroom, give them a hug goodnight, tell them I love them, and then go down to bed.
And did you do that on that occasion?
Yes.
So sort of immediately when you come home, you go right up to your parents' room?
Yes.
And when you got up to your parents' room on that particular evening, was both your mother and your father in their room?
Correct.
And you had that sort of exchange that you described before?
Yes.
And so your bedroom is then located downstairs from where your parents' bedroom is?
Yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you came into the house?
He's gonna say he doesn't remember.
I want to say around 12:20.
Just kidding.
And fair to say this is 2.5 years ago and you weren't exactly looking at your watch when you came in, is that right?
Exactly, yes.
Well, but he just
Now,
gave the time, Lally.
with respect,
So that time
bringing
must not
back
be
to,
exactly accurate.
Fairview
So
Road
Lally
on
said
January
that.
28th and 29th of 2022. Obviously, you were familiar with Mr. O'Keefe at that point.
Yes.
And at any point in time that you were in that home, did you see Mr. O'Keefe inside the home?
No.
At any point in time that you were outside of the home, going in, coming out, at any point in time did you see Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
At any point in time on the evening of January 28th into January 29th, 2022, did you see Mr. O'Keefe anywhere?
No.
And at that time, end of January 2022, were you aware of or did you know anybody by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And how did you know her?
I knew that she dated Mr. O'Keefe.
And had you had any sort of prior interactions with Ms. Reed prior to January 28th?
Not that I remember, no.
Did you know what she looked like?
Not really.
As far as any interactions, would that be just sort of driving by the house?
Yeah, maybe drive by, wave. That was about it.
Come on, Ollie. Come on. Come on.
I may have one moment, Jim.
Yes.
Oh, boy. I think you might have one more question.
Now, as far as that sort of reaching out to Ms. McCabe on that particular evening, was that something that you had done before?
Yeah.
Is that something that sort of you and your friend group did together, as far as if somebody was out and driving around and somebody else was maybe drinking somewhere, they could contact them for a ride?
Yes, correct.
That was as opposed to somebody drinking and then getting behind the wheel and driving, correct?
Exactly.
Now, sir, at some point in July of 2023, did you have occasion to meet with any troopers from the state police in regard to that evening of January 28th and 29th?
Say the date again.
Some point in July of 2023, did you meet with any troopers from the state police?
No.
At some point subsequent to that date of January 28th, 29th, did you meet with any troopers from the state police?
Yes.
And you were asked questions and you answered them, is that correct?
Correct.
Well,
And,
you probably
following
answered them.
that,
I don't know.
conversation
I don't
or
know.
interview that you've had with troopers from the state police, what, if anything, did you provide them with reference to your phone?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah, that was a
Sorry.
terrible question,
At some
Lolly.
point, did you provide them
mean, I'm
with
sitting
a
over here, I'm like, I don't know
screenshot
what he's
of a,
asking.
text communication between yourself and Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
And was that something that you took a screenshot on your own phone and then were able to then provide it to them?
Correct.
Remember, everybody, better questions get better
Now,
answers.
Mr. Albert, just one last question. When it came to your arrival at 34 Fairview Road on the evening of, or the early morning of January 29th, when you were leaving, beyond your Uncle Brian and your Aunt Nicole, did you see anybody else older than yourself or anybody else related to that group come into the house that evening?
No.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Okay, we're on to the next day. So we're going to hear a little bit of.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Pannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court, in for the County of Norfolk, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court.
I
And
can't
be
save you
seated
guys.
for the now.
Like that, man.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, who did you talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Phrase the question. You didn't understand my question?
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Who did
I
you
love
speak
it.
to
That's classic.
in
man.
order to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
My lawyer.
Other than your lawyer, who did you speak to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
No one.
You didn't speak to your parents?
No.
You didn't speak to your mom, your dad?
Nope.
At any time
No.
before yesterday about your testimony or your statements?
Nope.
Did you discuss with your parents their testimony?
No.
He just. ugh. I mean, honestly, it's not like he had a better demeanor really when on direct. I mean, he just really, man, it's like you would think that they would have helped him try to maybe at least come across as like less of a, I don't even know what. You guys can fill in the blank.
So after they got off the witness stand, your dad didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
No.
Your mom didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
Nope.
The Albert family just ignored the fact that both of them testified in a court of law before a jury about the events of January 29th, 2022. Nothing was ever said?
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally at any point before yesterday in preparation for your testimony?
Before yesterday, you said?
Correct.
Yes.
Tell me when.
Want to say a month ago about.
What did you talk about?
I got prepped for this.
Tell me what that means. What does it mean to prep for this?
What I'm going to be getting asked.
Okay. Remember my first question, very first question this morning? I said, have you spoken to anybody in order to prepare for your testimony? And you said no.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not true. You spoke with Mr. Lally.
Okay. Yes.
It's not an okay, it's yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You said that was about a month ago, correct?
Correct. Around a month ago.
Tell me what, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Around a month ago.
Oh my God.
Tell me what you and Mr.
rough.
Lally discussed.
The questions I would be asked here.
That's
Can you be more detailed?
I don't remember everything he said.
like it's like a.
Did he go over the questions that he believed he would
I
ask?
don't even know, man. It's wild. It's like there's no thought
I
process.
believe so.
Did you give him answers
Really
to those
crazy.
questions that you believed you would give in response to his questions?
Yes.
It's really
What questions
crazy.
did he tell you he was going to ask?
I don't remember.
What answers did you tell him you were going to give?
I don't remember.
That was just a month ago, right?
Yes.
Obviously, you've been thinking about this case quite a bit, haven't you?
Yeah.
Over the last 2.5 years.
No.
Oh dear.
How long have you been thinking about this case?
Since people started writing about me on the internet.
Fucking hell, man.
Since
Yeah,
You
classic,
were at a
right? I mean, it's
house
classic.
where-
It's like, yeah, well, once I started getting, I mean, fucking hell. I didn't give it a single thought, you know, when it was a dead body on the lawn. But however, when people started writing about me on the internet, now it matters. It's really amazing.
an individual ended up dead on the lawn the next morning, did that prompt you to start thinking about this case?
No.
Not so much, huh?
Wow.
Nope.
Did
What
you
is-
speak with, when Mr. Lally spoke with you, who else was there?
The witness advocate, I believe, and
Steve Nelson?
yes.
Who else?
And is it Sergeant Tully, I believe?
Tully, T-U-L-L-Y?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Not that I remember.
Sergeant Tully taking notes while you were having this conversation with Mr. Lally?
I do not remember.
Mr. Lally taking notes?
I do not remember.
Do you remember being told by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally that your conversation was being recorded?
I do not remember.
How long was that meeting?
Say 15 minutes, 20 minutes?
Were you given any instructions by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally about your preparation for your testimony?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did they give you any instructions
you
about
rephrase?
the preparation for your
It's not
testimony?
possible.
How they
right?
wanted you to answer questions?
Rephrase things.
The
No.
tone and tenor of your testimony.
No.
How they wanted you to dress, for instance.
No.
Other than that time a month ago, have you spoken with Mr. Lally or anybody from the DA's office since then, before yesterday?
No.
You watched any coverage of this case online?
Nope.
No social media?
No, I don't have social media.
No news?
Then how-
No news coverage?
Nope.
Didn't he say been getting harassed on social media? But he says he doesn't have social media. And actually, don't we see videos of him on social media?
Nightly news, Channel 25, Channel 5,
No.
national news,
Nope.
blogs.
Nope.
So literally, according to you, you know zero about the media coverage concerning this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Correct.
Yeah.
Did you talk to Allie before her testimony?
No.
When was the last time you did talk to Allie before she testified yesterday?
I don't remember.
Give me an idea. She's one of your best friends. A week ago, a day ago, a month ago.
I do not remember.
Could it have been a year ago?
I do not remember.
Could have been 5 years ago.
No.
That's a good
More recently
question.
than 5
I
years.
like that. I like that question. Yeah, just to make sure. Is he like able to
I don't
do
remember.
basic math?
So you have no independent recollection as you sit here. The last time you talked to one of your best friends and your cousin about any subject.
No, I don't remember.
You know, it's really as
Were
close
you ever
as you
told
one.
in preparation?
It really is like as close as one can come to like pleading the fifth, but without pleading. Like, it's really crazy. It's really. I'm surprised. I don't know. I would say he may as well be pleading the fifth, right? I mean, it's like he doesn't actually answer anything. It's kind of frustrating that they kind of just let it go with like, by they, I mean, really, I'm sure it's, you know, a lot of this is going to come down to the court. By the court, of course, that means the judge. Like, you know, for example, every time he's like, oh, I don't, you know, it didn't refresh my memory when it, like, we're going to see that here in a second. It's really frustrating. And she's like, his memory's not refreshed. Move on. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. At some point you have to just, again, be reasonable and be like, yeah, this isn't reasonable. Like, you know, they may as well be pleading the fifth. So
For your testimony, if you start to get stumped or nervous, just say, I don't remember.
right.
Nope.
Well,
Nobody ever told you that.
there we go.
No.
No?
No. Sorry.
It's okay. So nobody ever informed you that you might get nervous on the witness stand, there might be tough questions. Easiest way to get out of that is just say, yeah, I don't recall.
No.
That's really funny.
So you just don't recall because your memory is that bad. You literally don't recall the last time you spoke with Cal.
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Sure. Your testimony is you are not instructed to say, I don't remember. You just literally don't remember.
Correct.
It's an issue with your memory, not an instruction that you received.
Correct.
Right. But you do remember 2.5 years ago, you left 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. Down to the minute.
Correct.
I mean, this dude.
Did Mr. Lally, during this meeting that y'all had, did Mr. Lally show you anything? Items of evidence, photographs, videos, anything like that?
No.
Did you two talk about any evidence that you might see? Photographs, documents, videos?
Not that I remember.
He didn't show you the series of text messages between you and Miss McCabe, Allie?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you're not saying he didn't, you're just saying again, you just don't remember.
Correct.
Okay. And this was just a month ago.
Around a month. Correct.
Could have been sooner than a month. Or, let me ask that a different way. Could have been more recently than a month.
I don't know.
Don't know that either.
Mm-mm.
Do you consider this to be a high-profile murder case?
Objection.
Stand on relevancy. Ask it differently.
In your mind, this is an important case, correct? Obviously.
Correct.
But according to you, it just never comes up in the Albert household.
No.
Okay. You were asked to look at a couple of text messages yesterday. Looked a little bit like this. You seen that before?
Yes.
When did you see that before?
Yesterday.
Before yesterday? Had you ever seen that before?
On my phone, yeah.
Okay, other than on your phone when you made the screenshot, had you ever seen that before? Mr. Lally ever show it to you?
Not that I remember, no.
So you two didn't discuss that in your meeting a month or less ago?
We could have. I don't remember.
But again, you don't remember.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
No.
Did Mr. Lally tell you why he wanted to question you about those text messages?
I don't remember.
Did Mr. Lally tell you anything about what you might be asked on cross-examination?
No.
Did he ask you about any videos that you've ever posted?
No.
Did he ask you about any comments you've ever made online?
Nope.
Any Any photos you've ever been in?
No.
Any fights you've ever been in?
Nope.
Who's Courtney Proctor?
She's friendly with my aunt, Jillian.
I'm sorry?
My aunt Jillian, she's friendly with.
When you say friendly with, describe that. What do you mean by friendly with?
I know that they're pretty friendly.
Have you ever been to Courtney Proctor's home?
Yes.
How many times would you say over the years?
4 or 5, maybe.
Her family is close to your family, it's fair to say.
Not that close. Close though.
Both you and Michael Proctor are depicted in the photograph, correct?
Correct.
How long have you known Michael Proctor?
Since I was a little kid.
And you've known him well enough to know, I don't want you to tell me or tell the jurors, but you know where he lives.
Yeah.
You consider the Proctor family close to your family.
Yeah.
During the course of, for instance, just as an example, during the course of this event, joyous event at a wedding, you actually sat at the head table along with the Proctor family because you were given the honor of being the ring bearer in Courtney's wedding, correct?
Correct.
And you know, of course, that being in a wedding party is reserved for those special family members and friends, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
In your mind, was that a special honor?
Objection.
Is that what you thought when you were little? When you were in that?
I'd say so, yeah.
So weird. That's just so weird. Sorry, you. That was so weird.
You were never interviewed by Canton Police Department.
He actually
in connection
addresses
with this
her.
case, correct?
It's just not right.
No.
Sorry, she shouldn't be doing
How many
that.
times were you interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police in connection with this case?
She shouldn't be doing that.
Once.
And that was in July of
It's
2023.
like I'm sorry,
correct?
she doesn't want to make a ruling. That is not her job. The attorneys ask the questions. I can't stand that shit. And he turns and answers her question. It's problematic.
I don't remember exactly when it was.
About a year and a half after the events in question. Is that right?
Around there.
Okay. Who conducted that interview?
Michael Proctor and one of his partners, I believe. I don't remember.
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator that interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
That's the same Michael Proctor that appears on the far left of the photo of that wedding party, correct?
Correct.
Did you find that interview, by the way, how long did the interview last? Michael Proctor.
I do not remember.
Do you remember testifying at one point that it was about 10 minutes?
No.
You testified at a different hearing, a different proceeding, not this proceeding, one other time, correct?
Correct.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
How long was that interview?
Which interview are you?
The interview that you had with Michael Proctor. That's what that question was about.
Dude.
You just read.
I still don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall that it says that you testified? Question: how long
Objection.
did the interview last for?
Objection sustained where his memory is not refreshed.
This
You
is
can
what
do
I
this
was-
differently, you know that.
This is what I was referring to, where it's like he hands it to him. He goes, "Is your memory refreshed?" He said, "Yes." And then he asks him, "Okay, you know what he looked at had the date on it, right? And it had the testimony." He's like, "Is your memory refreshed?" "Yes." And then he's like, asks him the question again, and he's like, "I don't know, I don't remember." And because his memory's not refreshed, he doesn't have to answer the question. It's just insane.
Did this refresh your recollection as to the question and answer, how you answered the question, how long that interview lasted?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my
Did
God.
you say 10 minutes?
Yes.
So
Why?
during the course of
Why?
that 10-minute
Make it
conversation
hard.
that you had with Michael Proctor, what was the tone of that interview? You understand what I mean by tone?
I do not understand.
Okay. Was it
I'm not surprised you just
hostile
looked
and
at working.
accusatory?
Not that I remember, no.
Was it antagonistic or
He
confrontational?
doesn't know any of these words, yo. You're gonna have to explain.
Can you use different words, please?
Sure.
Yeah,
Was
I
he
knew
being
it.
mean?
Was he
No.
mean?
Okay.
Explain
He's
it to
being
him like a
nice, right?
2-year-old. Wow.
Professional, I'd say.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because you've known him almost your whole life, right?
Yes,
He was friendly and cordial,
correct.
and the interview was comfortable.
Say it again.
The interview was comfortable.
Correct.
You didn't feel like you were on the hot seat.
No.
Did you find that the interview with Michael Proctor was consistent with the relationship that you've had with him your whole life? Meaning, he's always been friendly to you. He was just as friendly in that conversation.
Not really, no.
How is he different?
I'd say more professional.
Okay. Obviously, he was doing a job, correct?
Oh my
Correct.
god.
But when you walked in, you recognized him.
The can you use different words, please, is my favorite because I was teasing about it. I mean, I forgot that happened. But like I'm sitting there thinking he's not going to know what those words mean. And then he goes, "Can you use different words, please?" And he goes, and he replaces the words with mean and nice. It's really good. That's some good stuff right there. Fuck.
Yes.
He recognized you.
Yes.
You made natural greetings with one another, correct?
Correct.
He questioned you about a few things.
Correct.
He didn't look at your phone. He didn't ask to take your phone away from you.
No.
He didn't ask to seize your phone or seize any other physical items from you.
No.
You weren't asked to come down to the police station and sit in an interview room or an interrogation room, were you?
No.
Matter of fact, where did the conversation take place for those 10 minutes?
In the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
DA's office on Shawmut Road. Who else was there other than Trooper Proctor and his partner at the time, Trooper Clark?
Can you
Who else
repeat?
was there? Was it just Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, and Clark?
Yes.
Okay, so it was just the three.
Yes.
And Trooper Proctor was the one that was sort of leading the conversation.
Yes.
And when it was done, he said, "You're free to go."
Correct.
And he didn't take your phone.
Nope.
He didn't ask you to look at any text messages.
Nope.
He didn't look through your phone.
Nope.
He didn't take any screenshots or videos of your phone or the contents of your phone.
Nope.
Just let you walk out the door.
Correct.
You were asked yesterday about certain texts with your cousin Allie, correct?
Correct.
Allie is obviously family,
Yes.
but she's more than family. She's also a good friend of yours.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, she's one of your best friends.
Correct.
And at your age, this is not meant to be pejorative, but we're different generations. At your age, your most convenient way of communicating is through text messages, correct?
Correct.
I mean, if you're going to grab a buddy and say, "Let's meet at the such and such ball field," or whatever, you're going to text him, probably not call him.
Either or.
Okay. But texting is pretty common between you and your friends.
Yes.
Texting is certainly common between you and Allie. We've already seen evidence of that, right?
Yes.
And that's generally how you like to communicate with Allie.
How often do you think he texts his friends and says, "Hey guys, let's go grab a bite and meet at the ball field"? Not sure that's really his thing.
I'd say so, yeah.
In fact, when you reached out to her for a ride, there were like 8 text messages back and forth just for a pickup, correct?
Correct.
You see what's displayed on the screen.
Yes.
It's only part of the text string, but does that look like it's an accurate representation of what you're looking at?
Yes.
And this is a series of texts on or about January 28th and 29th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Albert, you needed something as simple as a ride. You were just asking Allie to give you a ride, is that right?
Yes.
And that's because you said that it's common for you guys to text back and forth. You just texted her, "Hey, you can get me now," is that right?
Yes.
And then you texted if it's easier, and then she said, "Okay, I'm dropping people off," and there was an exchange back and forth, is that right?
Yeah.
And there were at least 8 texts between the two of you, if you just count them up real quick, just about getting picked up.
Yeah.
But if you scroll down a little bit, after the end of that text string that ends at 12:10 a.m. and it says okay, you see the next date?
Yes.
What date is that?
February 20th.
That's nearly a month later, correct?
Correct.
So there was a gap after January 29th, 2022, when you found out that a man had ended up dead on your uncle's lawn, and you and Allie did not text each other for a month, not once.
Objection.
Well, I mean, he did say he didn't care until it was people bothering him about it. So, you know. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Sorry. Here we go.
Yeah.
But if you scroll down a little bit, after the end of that text string,
All right, let me go a little bit
that
further.
ends at 12, and you and Allie did not text
Here we
each
go.
other for a month, not once.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true that on January 29th, later in the day, you found out about John O'Keefe and his condition, the fact that he died?
Objection.
Is that true? Did you find out that day?
Yes.
Okay.
So you were well aware of, yeah, thank you. We can take that down. You were well aware, Mr. Albert, that something very tragic had happened at your uncle's house, Brian Albert's house, right?
Correct.
And you were aware that you had been at your uncle's house that night, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that, according to you, Allie McCabe was the one that picked you up and took you from that location.
Correct.
And notwithstanding the fact of this tragedy, you and Allie didn't text each other one time for a month. Is that right?
I don't think that's correct.
So where are those texts?
We text on other platforms too. So I'd say other apps.
So is there a reason why you decided for the next month to just switch platforms to maybe Snapchat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No reason.
Are you sure that you switched platforms?
I'd say so, yeah.
Why did you switch platforms?
We go back and forth, I'd say, between platforms texting.
You switched platforms because you know that Snapchat deletes all communications, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you know that Snapchat has an auto-delete function on it?
If your app is set to that, yes.
Your app was set to that, wasn't it?
I do not remember that.
So again,
I mean, or he just deleted the text messages, right? I mean, because they didn't do a phone extraction, so.
memory is failing you.
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Once again, your memory is failing you. You just
Objection.
don't remember.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, that you either switched platforms or deleted the texts because you did not want your text communications with Allie McCabe to be discovered?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that right?
That's not true.
So where are those communications?
I do not know.
Can't produce them right now, can you?
I'm not sure.
So in the days, the hours, and days and weeks following the death of John O'Keefe, your communications with your best friend, Allie, the person who gave you a ride home that night, they're just gone. Right?
I'm not sure.
You testified.
You know, I feel like he needs to ask him, can you like spell your own name at this point? And he might say, I'm not sure, or I don't remember, or can you rephrase the question?
You provided Exhibit 81, what we were just looking at, and you're still looking at in front of you, as a screenshot of your communications on January 29th, 2022 with Allie McCabe, correct? It was a screenshot.
You say that again? Sorry.
You provided that item as a screenshot, not as an actual text to law enforcement. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
Okay, do you know what a screenshot is?
Yes.
What's a screenshot?
When you take a picture on your phone.
That's a picture from your phone.
Yes.
Okay, so it is a screenshot.
Yes, it is a screenshot.
Okay, that's my question. When you met with Michael Proctor in that interview that lasted 10 minutes, Michael Proctor did not get the actual texts underlying that screenshot, did he?
No.
He never looked for those actual texts, did he?
No.
He never asked you for those actual texts, did he?
No.
And you never volunteered to give him those actual texts, did you?
I think I volunteered to, yeah.
On that day?
Oh, no, not on that day, no.
Not on that day. You know what a phone extraction is?
Not familiar.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a phone imaging
That doesn't surprise me because he doesn't seem to be the sharpest tool in the shed.
or a phone extraction or a forensic extraction? Any of those words sound familiar?
Not really, no.
Michael Proctor never asked you, I think it's fair to say now, given that answer, Michael Proctor never asked you if he could do a phone extraction of your cell phone, did he?
No.
He never asked if he could take a forensic image of your phone, did he?
No.
Do you know what metadata is?
Nope.
You know the dates and times. You take a photo on your phone. Sometimes, well, not sometimes, all the time, it'll capture the date and time of the photo. You know that?
Objection.
I'll hear this answer and it may end your inquiry. Do you know that?
Pretty sure I do, yeah.
Have you ever heard of that data, the dates and times and geolocations? Have you ever heard of that referred to as metadata?
No.
Okay, so I'll just use the word date and time.
Okay.
You know that on your phone, if you pull up a text, you can go behind the text and see the date and time that it was actually sent or received, right?
Yeah.
But on a screenshot, you're left with just what's on the screen. You can't go behind the screenshot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You provided just the screenshot, ultimately, not the actual text, correct?
Correct.
But in September of 2023, Michael Proctor's partner, a man by the name of Yuri Buchnick, you know that name?
Yeah.
He contacted you and said he wanted to talk about your text messages, correct?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that you told Yuri Buchnick when he asked about the text messages, you did not have the screenshot anymore. You sent it to your father, Chris.
I don't remember that.
Do you recall telling Yuri Buchnick if he wanted to get the screenshot, you weren't going to give it to him, he'd have to get it from your dad?
Do not remember that.
You remember Trooper Buchnick agreeing with you and saying, sure, I'll just call your dad and get it from him.
Don't remember that.
You certainly don't remember ever giving Trooper Buchnick a copy of that screenshot.
No, I don't remember.
Because you didn't, did you?
I do not remember.
But you did give it to your dad, right?
I do not remember.
Do you remember anything about this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
I think that's
I'll
fair.
withdraw. To this day, you've never been required to present your phone to any law enforcement agent, have you?
Nope.
It was never imaged. It was never downloaded.
Nope.
You still have the same phone?
Yes.
If you had the
I mean, I wish there was a way they could like prove that because he's like the only one that wouldn't have rehomed his phone if that's the case.
actual texts on your phone, why did you provide law enforcement with just a screenshot?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not sure.
Okay, guys, that's it for this one. To be continued. So we will pick up on the next recap tomorrow, I believe, with the rest of his testimony followed by, I believe after him, we have Matt McCabe, and then Jen McCabe. So, as we all know, she will have cross starting tomorrow. So we will be getting pretty well caught up, hopefully, with these recaps to the contemporaneous testimony. As always, I will have timestamps here very shortly. And there's also a playlist for anyone who's not familiar. It'll be in the description of the video. And I will also have a link to that at the end of this video as well. And as always, thank you for everyone who was here and watching, and also replay crew. Love you guys. And with that, I will just say to everyone, I hope you are all well, and thank you for being a squirrel. And I will go ahead and roll the outro.